Marvel, I went a little ahead in time by traveling. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Ability Borrowing 2. The experiment just now was just a preliminary test. From the perspective of the bank's loan process, only the loan part was completed. Later, we will have to test how George can ensure that he can control the loaned energy, and whether the person who rents the loan can repay the loan smoothly. These two experiments are relatively simple. Two black gangsters were captured from the New York City. Well, as for why they are all black gangsters, it's very simple. Who made George happen to meet black people? This is definitely not racial discrimination. George can swear to heaven that what he hates most in his life is racial discrimination and black people. Chicken in a basin. Chicken in a basin is a chicken, not a person. After the test, the use of the magic circle can fully achieve the expected effect. Even if the user of the magic circle has a magic circle tattooed on his body and successfully signed a contract, it does not mean that he can borrow as much magic power as he wants. First of all, George set the total amount of energy in each magic circle, which can allow each contractor to use 20 spells, and then the contractor needs to spend time meditating through the magic circle, and then return double through the magic channel of the magic circle. However, in the perception of the contractor, they just stored the magic power in the magic circle. Moreover, George was not worried that someone would get the magic circle and then escape from his control, because George set the real name in this magic circle with runes. When the contract is completed, the contractor will automatically contract with George. George can also control the energy he borrows. If he encounters the ancient wizard who only borrows but does not return, he will not be able to borrow again after consuming the energy in the magic circle for the first time. Moreover, the magic circle is also equivalent to a locator. George can sense the location of the contractor at any time. Incredible. This is simply amazing. Ryan looked at the tattoo on his upper arm. This tattoo is a pattern formed after George redesigned the magic circle. The pattern is guarded by two western dragons, each grabbing the two sides of a shield with its claws. On the shield is the red blood standard of the Swent family. After achieving success on the black man, George found Ryan and explained the purpose of the tattoo to him. Ryan became George's first contractor. As the person George trusted the most, Ryan's tattoo certainly had not only 4 spells, but 6. In addition to the 4 inherent ones, there were also flame and healing. This is magic, making the impossible possible. You should slowly get familiar with it first. When you are fully familiar with your own abilities, I will improve the strength of all the team members. Of course, ordinary team members will only have 4 spells, and the captain level will have 5 spells including healing. Understood. I will arrange the personnel. Ryan replied. George completely trusts Ryan, not only because of his parents' dying entrustment, but also Ryan's performance over the years, which has always been silently supporting George. For the things George entrusted, he never asked the reason, but only did his best to complete them. So George has always been very relieved to hand over the entire combat department to Ryan. But there are too many superpowers in this world, which can be said to be hard to guard against. In order to prevent Ryan from being controlled by others one day, or from being exposed to the Skrulls, and having his memory taken away, George actually added brain closure to each badge to ensure that the team members will not be controlled by mental power. Place security has developed over the years and now has 1,100 dragon warriors. George has planted vitality seeds in these warriors, which can perform transformation and substitution techniques. In fact, the greater role of vitality is in physical training. In the original Naruto world, Zyoli and GK continuously improved their physical strength through physical training, and made a name for themselves among countless ninjas. K almost kicked out the finale. George himself did not obtain several techniques, so he could only let his men continue to develop physical skills. However, the effect is still good. Now these team members have reached the limit of ordinary people. With the fighting and shooting techniques taught by George, they are definitely a force that cannot be ignored. Moreover, George is also preparing to contract all these more than 1,000 people in the next step, so that the strength of these people will be further improved. In recent years, George certainly will not only let these people train. Every year they will receive a lot of security business. This group of people is now mainly responsible for the life safety tasks of most of the rich people in the United States. Place security also has nearly 10,000 ordinary security personnel in the United States. These security personnel have been strictly screened and hard trained. At least in combat and shooting training, everyone is very good. Some of them were arranged by Ryan to protect George's property scattered in the United States and Europe, and some were responsible for connecting with the police department to help some police departments deal with the most vicious element. Of course, when encountering some tricky situations, the Dragon Warriors will also cooperate to deal with them. After talking to George about the arrangements of the security company, Ryan left the castle. Later, George will also equip the Dragon team with special combat uniforms, so that they can familiarize themselves with the acquired abilities. As long as these people borrow energy from him, George believes that his energy will soon become abundant. Monday, help me notify Fred and ask him to come over, George said to the Heir. Yes, master. A mechanical voice sounded. Since the artificial intelligence Monday was installed, George's castle has basically achieved the unity of magic and technology. As the butler of the castle, Fred Jr. naturally discovered this early, and George just introduced Monday to him and let them communicate on their own. Master, Fred Jr. said. He stood there waiting for George's instructions. Well, help me give this plan to Paul. He will know what to do with the rest. George said. Okay, sir. Do you have any other instructions? Little Fred said. No, you go down first. Okay, sir. After saying that, Little Fred left the room. What George handed Little Fred just now was a plan for privately operating a prison. The private operation of prisons in the United States began after the Civil War. At that time, black slaves were liberated, and there were no free slaves. Naturally, the interests of some people would be damaged. At this time, some people began to think about the prisoners in the prison. George would not care about the prison at first, but considering the energy acquisition, George now thought of free labor, those who were imprisoned for life. George was going to let Paul build several private prisons. Among them, there were some who were seriously guilty. George felt that he could carry forward his spirit and help them reform. George was going to use a large wooden box to use the invisible stretch spell to make a large prison. All the people in the prison would be brainwashed by George and then given the speed of a primary speedster. Then they would accumulate energy through their running. These criminals could only exchange food for running, and the worst runners would be eliminated. As for what will happen after being eliminated, haha, of course, it will return to chaotic energy. In the DC world, speedsters will return to the speed force after death and become one with the speed force. In the Marvel world, the Speed Force is just a manifestation of chaotic energy, and returning to the Speed Force is returning to chaotic energy. Once again, a large number of clones were separated and asked to make a large enough prison. The main body poured a glass of wine and came to the balcony. Thanks to Book Friend's infinite frames, Book Friend Kirin is not a demon. Book Friend 202003121533202242 and Book Friend 20210301106593811486 for their recommendation votes. Thank you all for your support. This is the 100th chapter. Thank you all for your company. Thank you. Chapter 102 Red Skull. Looking at the blue sky, George's thoughts turned to thinking about his own abilities. At present, the several power systems that George has obtained have been almost digested, and it is time to continue exploring new worlds. Since the first time he began to obtain abilities from the 3000 worlds, George has obtained the abilities of a chef, the corpse veins, 3 body techniques, and multiple shadow clone techniques in the Naruto world, the magic skills and alchemy knowledge of Nicholas Flamel in the Harry Potter world, and the shooting ability, fighting skills, and most importantly, the speed force in the DC world of the Suicide Squad. Of course, there is also the heart-shaped grass obtained from Wakanda, as well as the additional training of his own chaotic energy. These abilities all look very strong. except for cooking skills. Each one is an ability that ordinary people dream of. However, the actual situation is that when fighting against high-level enemies, many skills are simply useless. George divided the strength into several levels according to the strength shown by each hero under normal circumstances. Surface level, as the name implies, the surface level is a character that can only occupy a place on the surface of the earth. Most of the heroes on Earth are at this level, such as Iron Man, Captain America, Black Panther, Winter Soldier, Black Widow, Hawkeye, etc. in normal state. In fact, the normal Hulk also belongs to the surface level, but it is just the top level of the surface. Although Hulk is said to be able to become infinitely stronger by anger, most of the time Hulk is not angry to that extent. Otherwise the Green Hulk would not have appeared a few times. The battle of surface level heroes can generally only affect the scope of a city. After all, the destructive power of heroes at this level is limited. The normal Hulk can't destroy a city for a while, and it is difficult for the weaker surface level to destroy a building. Of course, these surface levels can also be divided into more detailed levels, but George is uniformly classified as surface level. At this level, some of George's skills can also cause damage to these heroes, such as shooting skills, fighting ability, and magic ability in the Harry Potter world. Cosmic level. Heroes at this level have the ability to easily destroy a city at the very least. Captain Marvel is a typical cosmic level hero. Captain Marvel with full firepower is enough to destroy a city or a space fleet in a short time. Some strong people in the cosmic level also have the ability to destroy planets. If Captain Marvel is strong enough, it is not a problem for her to crash into a planet. Thor's power can also affect a planet. God level. Father level. There are many gods in Marvel. The entire Asgard is gods except for civilians. But in George's opinion, to be called a god, at least you have to reach the father level, that is, the same level as Odin. Every father level hero has the power to easily destroy a planet. Some powerful father level strengths sometimes reach the single universe level, because the strength of father level heroes fluctuates greatly. There are also single universe level, multiverse level, etc., which will not be mentioned for the time being. George's current strength is only in the cosmic level. At least the speed and attack power can reach this level. Once fighting with opponents of this level, many memes will lose their effect. Basic firearms can only bully Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Falcon. Moreover, at the cosmic level, they all have the ability to survive in the universe without using equipment. Thor and Captain Marvel can travel the universe for a long time. Due to the problem of life structure, George can only survive in space for a short time. This is the result George learned after experimenting with his clone. Moreover, at the cosmic level, even compared with Captain Marvel, he still has some gaps. According to Captain Marvel's performance, Captain Marvel's most common ability is to absorb energy and reflect it. In addition, she can fly at the speed of Aurora, has super fast reaction ability, flight ability and precognition ability. Captain Marvel has a strong ability to resist physical damage, and ordinary weapons are not a threat to her at all. Captain Marvel in the binary star form, the body is like an energy receiver, which can continuously absorb energy from the outside world, and convert this energy into its own strength, speed, etc. to release it outward. George only has a speed force state, so it seems that he is still far behind Captain Marvel, and there is still a long way to go before he is invincible. While George was still thinking about his own strength, on the other side, at a conference in Germany, today, we stand here, on German land, in Berlin, the land watered with the blood and dignity of our ancestors. Behind me is the statue of Andrei Korlian. He is a freedom fighter recognized by the whole world. He is the light of the world. In front of me stands a nation groaning in humiliation. After the war, the pride of our nation is gone. Those victors rode on our necks and acted tyrannically, trampling on our dignity at will, the dignity of the noblest nation on the European continent. We don't fight for slavery. We fight for freedom. We are not machines, not cattle and horses. We are human beings. We are Germans who have never surrendered. We unite in the name of freedom. Fight for a new and fair world. We fight for jobs for everyone. Fight for those who enslave us to get out of German land. Fight so that we don't have to shout protests all day long. Fight for our dignity. Fight for our promises. Fight to liberate this country. Germans, we fight for the glory of our ancestors. Fight so that our children and grandchildren can proudly publicize, we are Germans who never surrender. And fight. My compatriots, long live Germany and the German people. Long live freedom. Boom. Deafening, continuous applause exploded in the conference hall. A brief speech by the German head, Adolf Hitler, ignited the passion of all participants. John Schmidt clapped his hands along with the crowd in a corner of the venue. At one time, he was like the people around him, believing in and worshipping Hitler, but since he was sent to the Institute of Science and Technology, his goal has changed. Looking at the head of state who was still talking on the podium, John Schmidt put on his black gloves again and quietly left from the corner. Today, he has more important things to do. After tonight, he will completely get rid of his mortal body and then come to the world as a godlike existence. Schmidt, the medicine is not perfect yet, and the equipment needs to be debugged. Direct human injection will have unimaginable consequences. Dr. Abraham Erkins wanted to try to take back the reagent tube from Schmidt, but was held tightly by two of Schmidt's men. Dr. Erkins had conducted human experiments before, but everyone who couldn't bear it was turned into a monster-like existence. Until last week, there was finally a successful experimental subject. The experimental subject eventually fell in the Defense test and was dissected for research. After the first super soldier was successful, Arnim Zola secretly reported to Schmidt, which is why John Schmidt suddenly appeared in the laboratory, obtained the drug, and prepared to inject himself directly. John Schmidt could no longer wait to continue to improve the super soldier reagent, otherwise who knows how long it would take for Dr. Erkins to completely improve the drug. As long as there is a successful case, Schmidt believes that he will be the second one. Schmidt handed the reagent named Super Soldier Serum by Dr. Erkins to Dr. Zala, then took off his military uniform and sat on the laboratory table. Dr. Zala, who got the Super Soldier Serum, immediately took the syringe from the side and made preparations. Schmidt looked at Dr. Erkins, who was held down by the SS, and said, "Erkins, how long do you want to delay? There is already a successful case. Why do you want to continue to delay? Just watch, I will be your most successful experimental subject." Taking the syringe handed over by Zala, Schmidt directly pierced the vein in his arm. As he pushed the needle, the blood vessels in his arm began to burst. Dr. Erkins stared at Schmidt closely, observing his changes carefully. Schmidt threw away the empty syringe with force, and a startling roar broke out from his mouth. He felt countless ants biting him inside his body. It was itchy. Crazy itchy, hot. The whole body was like being in a furnace. Schmidt began to tear off his clothes frantically, and the flesh on his body fell off in large chunks as Schmidt scratched, and then healed quickly. The healed muscles quickly became firm, and new skin grew on his body. However, after the skin on Schmidt's face was scratched off, it did not grow back like the skin on his body. The whole head was bright red, and the nose became a raised hole, like a bloody skull. Ah. Schmidt howled in pain. The people around him had long been stunned by Schmidt's changes, and even the two SS soldiers who had previously held Dr. Erkins tightly had already let go of the doctor's arms. Schmidt's shouting gradually became smaller, and he knelt on the ground and gradually became motionless. The sergeant who had held Schmidt's uniform before slowly approached him, and just when he bent down to help Schmidt up, Schmidt, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up directly, with one hand still on the sergeant's neck. Under Schmidt's terrifying face, his eyes burst into crazy eyes. With a slight force, the sergeant's feet left the ground. As Schmidt's 5 fingers clenched lightly, there was a click, and the sergeant's neck broke. The soldiers around swallowed their saliva in fear. Dr. Zora, who was hiding in the distance, had already lowered his head and dared not look again. And Dr. Erkins also sat directly on the ground. What kind of monster did his invention create? Thanks to Book Friends Mtong, Book Friends Killen is not a demon, and Book Friend Thor 1999 for their recommendation votes, and thank you all Book Friends for your collection. Thank you. Chapter 103 Wedding. Ding ling ling, the phone rang. George, this is Alice. You said you would come to see me soon. Why haven't you come yet? A gentle female voice sounded on the other side of the phone. Dear Alice, I'm preparing a gift for you, so how about tomorrow? I'll see you tomorrow. George said. Are you coming to the UK tomorrow? then I'll pick you up at the airport." Hearing that her beloved was coming to see her, Alice didn't care about any gifts. "No, Alice, it's more convenient for me to go directly. You just wait for me at Buckingham Palace." "Well, then I'll wait for you." After the scandal, the relationship between the two people improved rapidly, and everything went smoothly. Half a month ago, the Duke of Mountbatten, who had a good relationship with George, called privately to express the attitude of Buckingham Palace, and said that they might announce their marriage to the outside world in the near future, and asked George's attitude. After all, Princess Alice is now 18 years old, which is not considered young in the royal family. Even George himself is already in his 30s. With both parties willing, the wedding is naturally on the agenda. The next day, the news of Earl Svendt's visit to Buckingham Palace was once again published in the Times. The royal family also announced the wedding date of the two. There were no twists and turns in their personal affairs. Whether in the American public or the British aristocratic circle, George's current status and position are definitely a good match. Even in the picky aristocratic circle, George, as the nominal speaker of the Arab United Nations and a wealthy American, is definitely a young hero. With such an identity, many of the British aristocratic heirs are just garbage compared to him. The British royal family reported George and Alice's marriage to the church and the British government, and they all agreed and blessed it. Since the scandal, Alice has been very happy, because in the British royal family, it is rare to be able to date someone you like, and it is even rarer to be with someone you like. Her marriage can be said to have been blessed by everyone. The church, the royal family, the government, the British people, and the American people. Everyone is optimistic about this marriage. The wedding banquet was scheduled for a month later, and was held at Buckingham Palace. The royal family was in charge of the wedding ceremony, and all the procedures and specifications were in line with the highest level of royal weddings. Customized wedding supplies, customized clothing for the day, and George also arranged personnel to cooperate with the wedding. "Dear, where are we going to live after marriage?" Alice said. "Well, whatever you like. But we have to live in the United States for a few years first." George replied. "Well, okay, I'll listen to you." Alice leaned against George gently, and the two sat quietly on the bench in the garden, letting the sun shine through the gaps in the leaves. On May 1st, 1936, the wedding of the two newlyweds was held at St. Paul's Church. Alice was full of happy smiles throughout the whole process. All British colonies sent congratulatory telegrams, and many countries sent ambassadors to congratulate, including the United States. Many families that had business dealings with George, such as the Rockefeller and Morgan families, were also invited to attend the wedding. Compared with the simple and grand engagement before, this wedding is definitely a wedding of the last century. Members of the British royal family, the government's prime minister's cabinet, and all the nobles were present, and countless reporters took photos. At the end, there was a carriage parade. After receiving the blessings of all the British people, the carriage slowly drove into George's luxurious villa. From today on, Alice became George's wife. George V also attended the wedding today, and sent his blessings to the two. Although it can be seen that the old king is already terminally ill, he still insisted on being present. According to the old king, a wedding without the king's blessing is not a perfect royal wedding. After the wedding, George accompanied Alice to live in the UK for a month, and then started a round the world trip again. In October 1937, George and Alice finally completed their round the world trip and returned to New York, USA. Since her parents died in a shipwreck, Alice has always had a deep fear of the sea. After this trip, she broke that layer of shackles and let go of everything. During this year of getting along, George also showed Alice some of his secrets. For example, magic, this most incredible magical power. George still remembers Alice's surprised expression when he performed magic for her that night. You know, the story of magicians in Britain is more widely spread than in the United States. And with George's previous novel, many children now have a magic wand at home. Of course, the existence of artificial intelligence Monday was not hidden from Alice. After all, there was no need to hide many things from the person who would live with him in the future. However, George did not say a word to her about the Chaos Orb, and George would never tell this secret to another person. After knowing the existence of magic, how could Alice not be curious? At Alice's request, George also designed a small angel-shaped tattoo for Alice. This tattoo has only one ability, which is to provide energy. Therefore, if Alice wants to release magic, she needs to learn it slowly. Therefore, during the journey around the world, in addition to enjoying the beautiful scenery, George also served as Alice's teacher, teaching Alice the basic knowledge of magic from the elementary level. Only when you really get close to a person, can you understand a person. In Alice's eyes, George used to be a talented writer, a smart inventor, a loving philanthropist, and a wealthy tycoon. This is also the perception of ordinary people about George. After being with George, she discovered the strength and unknown side of George behind this. For example, in this cruise ship that George customized for herself, the high technology used in it is not available in this era. As a princess trained by the British royal family, she still has this vision. For example, when the cruise ship docked on the Arabian Peninsula, although it was very low-key at first, after arriving at the newly built palace, George took her hand and sat on the gorgeous chair at the highest point, accepting the kneeling blessings of all the parliamentarians. At this moment, Alice also understood again that everything in the Arabian Peninsula was not independent and autonomous as the outside world believed, but was completely controlled by her husband, even more firmly controlled than when it was under British colonization. At least at that time, the entire Arabian Peninsula was divided into different countries. It can be said that what made Alice happiest during the whole tour was not seeing the beautiful scenery in the palace that she had only seen in books, but being proud of having such an extraordinary husband. Of course, Princess Alice also knew how to distinguish between close and distant, and did not tell anyone in the British royal family about George's secret. In this year, the British royal family has also undergone many changes. First, George V died after the two got married, then the eldest prince succeeded to the throne, and then this year he abdicated automatically, allowing the current George VI to succeed to the throne. George also played a role in this, and conveyed the actual identity of the lady to the royal family in a secret way. Every time George also took Alice to participate in the ceremony, Alice did satisfy George. Although she knew her secret, she did not want to reveal it to anyone. The only thing that made the two of them a little regretful was that they had been together for more than a year, and although George worked hard, it just didn't bear fruit. George could understand it. Didn't the novels in the previous life say that the higher the strength, the lower the fertility rate? The two believed that, if they worked hard, they would have it. Thanks to the book Friends, Killing is Not a Demon, Thor 1999, and 202003121533202242 for their recommendation votes. Thank you. All the book friends who have passed by, please support me if you have extra recommendation votes. Thank you. The third volume begins below, and the Marvel World War II plot begins to unfold. Chapter 104, Traveling Again. After the cruise ship slowly docked, "Master, Madam, welcome home." Little Fred bowed and said respectfully, "Alice, this is Little Fred, my butler. You can tell him directly if you have anything in the future." George introduced. "Yes, madam, I'm at your service at any time," Little Fred said in a standard British accent. "Thank you, Little Fred. I'll trouble you in the future," Alice said. "Your Highness, it is the honor of the Fred family to serve you." Then, under the arrangement of Little Fred, George and Alice boarded the car that came to pick them up. In fact, George could take Alice to the island directly by yacht, but as the hostess of the family, Alice had to go through the main gate for the first time home. Alice, who was sitting with George, was also very excited. In fact, after listening to George's introduction to Hogwarts Island, Alice had been looking forward to it. Half an hour later, the car passed a long bridge. At the end of the bridge were two magnificent wrought iron gates with stone pillars on both sides of the gates and angels with wings on top of the stone pillars. George had already cast the empowerment spell on this pair of winged angels. This spell belongs to the scope of alchemy. In the Harry Potter world, this spell is used in the refining of wizard chess. However, George ordered this pair of angels to be responsible for vigilance only. When there is no order from George, they will only disguise themselves as a pair of exquisite stone statues. After the car entered the gate automatically closed slowly. George also controlled the car cloak to slowly shrink so that Alice could see the scenery outside. When the car was about to reach the castle gate, many people appeared in front of it, lined up on both sides of the road. The children held up the flowers in their hands, and the adults waved their hands. They were welcoming their hostess. As George waved his hands, countless fireworks appeared above the island. The colorful fireworks formed various patterns, which were very beautiful. Everyone also burst into warm cheers. George pointed to the roadside again, so there was a flower around the child that slowly grew taller until it grew to 1 meter high. Then as the flowers bloomed, various candies appeared in the middle. These people were already used to George's magic, and they had already seen the power of magic in their own families, so although they felt magic, they were not afraid. The children cheered happily when they saw the candy. That night, a grand bonfire party was held on the lawn in front of the castle to welcome Alice's arrival. The next day, George led Alice to visit the castle carefully for a whole morning, and also opened the forbidden book area for Alice. All the books related to magic were placed there. The restricted area was opened for Alice, to give her something to do, so that she would not feel bored and lonely without George's company. Of course, some books that were polluting to the spirit were still stored separately by George. After all, it was not a good thing to come into contact with these things too early. After accompanying Alice in Hogwarts for more than a month, George began to think about his own affairs again. He did not need to ask about the company's business affairs. As an artificial intelligence, Monday was still very good at supervision. Since George installed surveillance for all the companies he belonged to, nothing about the company could be hidden from him. What he needs to consider is the issue of strength. Now the world's worth going to include Harry Potter and Naruto. There are still many things that can be provided to George in Harry Potter, such as the material that can stop the shrinkage of the traceless extension spell and keep it unchanged. George thinks that, if he can obtain a large amount of that material, it will be of great help to the recovery of the Chaos Orb. After all, the item that made the Chaos Orb react for the first time was the magical suitcase that he got at that time. There are even more things in the Naruto world. Whether it is ninjutsu or items, there are many things that George covets. Although there are now a large number of tools to provide energy for George quickly, the energy gathered in 1 year is now 3 times that of before. George can arrange for the clones to travel at the same time, but George, who is cautious in everything, is still prepared to go one by one in person. After saying something to Alice, he left a clone in the study to handle things. Alice had already seen this ability of George and knew that it was just a clone. After seeing this ability for the first time, Alice was also shocked, but George never let the clone accompany Alice. Because George believes that only the company of the original body can be called company, and using a clone is perfunctory. With the flash of light, George disappeared into the room of requirement, which was the only room George did not tell Alice. Not other things. A man should always leave a little space for himself. When George appeared again, he was already standing on the top of a mountain. There was a large city in the distance. George turned on the induction, and the whole city was instantly shrouded in George's induction. As time went by, George became more and more proficient in the skills of the Speed Force, and the key training was the induction ability. This ability has changed from George being able to sense the entire Hogwarts Island at the beginning, to being able to instantly sense the entire New York now. The progress is not small. George knew through perception that he had come to the capital of the far country in the Naruto world. George did not change his appearance, but just changed his clothes. He changed the suit into a white robe, worn by scholars at that time. In fact, there are suits in this world, but those who wear suits are not good people. In the previous life of Naruto, George did not see the finale before crossing, so he was not clear about the final result. This anime is mainly set in a ninja world. The story begins with the orphan life of the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto. In order to protect the village, the 4th generation of Hokage sealed the 9-tailed demon fox that attacked the village into his body. Naruto was therefore ignored by the villagers and tried desperately to attract everyone's attention with various pranks. Fortunately, with the care of teacher Iruka, Naruto's character did not become distorted. He was always energetic and very optimistic. In order to make more people recognize him, Naruto's goal is to become a Hokage. The whole story revolves around Naruto's struggle, growth, Naruto's partners, and various struggles and conspiracies in this ninja world. There are many powers in this world that are very attractive, such as blood limit, ninjutsu, ninja tools, etc. With George's strength, as long as people at the level of the Six Paths Sage do not come out, he is almost invincible. But if he acts recklessly, he may attract that kind of existence. In other words, if he does not directly kill Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, everything will be fine. The reason why George didn't change his appearance was simple. The skin color and hair color in this world are diverse, and George's blonde hair and black eyes are not conspicuous. However, George is too handsome, so when George came to this city, he attracted the attention of passers-by when walking on the road. Especially young women, they did not hide the expression in their eyes. That man is so handsome. Yes, I don't know his name. Look, he's looking at me. Stupid, he's looking at me. These voices kept coming into George's ears. George didn't get bored or change his ordinary appearance. Being handsome is also his capital, isn't it? George came to the pawn shop, took out a piece of gold with a lot of weight from his arms, and exchanged it for the paper money used in this world. In any world, if you want to live in the secular world, you can't do without money. George has long had this experience. After having the startup capital, George first went to the bookstore to buy a world map. Then he entered a hotel with hot springs, paid a month's room fee, and moved in. According to George's inquiries, the current time is the 54th year of Konoha. The 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and his wife should have died in the battle, leaving Uzumaki Naruto to live alone. Considering the entire storyline, George is going to do something different this time, to get what he needs. Thanks to book friends Q chasing dreams Q, book friend Kirin is not a demon, book friend 202003121533202242, book friend Dongjina, book friend 2016123013131765. Thank you for your recommendation votes. A new book by a new author needs the recommendation and collection of all book friends. Thank you. Chapter 105. Famous. When he was weak, George might choose to follow the plot and slowly get what he needed. But now, George is used to solving problems with capital. So next, after studying the information in the hotel for a night, George split several clones before dawn the next day. First, arrange a clone to go to the land of waves as quickly as possible, and then find a small village to arrange an impeccable fake identity for himself. For a magician who can use magic to change other people's memories, this is the easiest. Then, arrange multiple clones and start to make money in a snowball-like manner in gambling houses across the country. Of course, George will stop when he wins to a certain extent. George agrees with the idea of making money in harmony. After thinking it over and over again, George did not arrange a clone to go to Konoha to steal the sealed book, although George was very envious of the ninjutsu there. However, as Konoha's top secret, there must be various barriers set up there. Don't worry, when George succeeds, everything will be George's. After all the clones left, George asked the waiter in the store to bring paper and ink, and then took out the magic pen he had refined from the space. After a green light, the magic pen automatically began to write on the paper. The first to come back were the clones that went to the casino. The 10 clones brought back nearly 2 billion yen for George. This was the highest amount that the 10 clones could obtain at the fastest speed in all parts of the far country by constantly changing their shapes. Then George prepared to leave the capital of the far country temporarily, but before leaving here, George first brought a stack of straw paper to a place called Passion Publishing House. Far Country Passion Publishing House is the largest publishing house in the far country, and even if you look at the entire ninja world, it is also one of the top publishing houses. The draft George brought was the first 2 volumes of a love story. The content was passionate and blazing. These were some stories George casually adapted. For George, who has super thinking ability, making up stories is not much more difficult than calculating 1 + 1 = 2. This is the stepping stone George prepared to earn fame for himself. A month later, a piece of news that shocked the entire ninja world's wealthy circle spread. First, there is a novel called Flower Love written by a man from Wave Country with the pen name George. It has become the most popular novel under the promotion of Passion Publishing House. For a time, there were many different discussions about the author of this book, George. One of the most popular ones was about George's appearance. According to reliable information, George's appearance can be described as a peerless handsome man. Then, another piece of news came from Wave Country, that is, Mr. Carmen, the richest man in Wave Country, was jealous of George's appearance, so he used 1 billion yen to bet against George. After 3 consecutive days of continuous gambling, from the initial gambling money of 1 billion yuan to the final net worth, Mr. Carmen lost all in just 3 days. After the bet with Carmen, George had 100 billion yen and became the new richest man. What is surprising is that George gave up the most profitable shipping project and instead prepared to build a bridge to connect the two sides and create a new trade zone. In fact, the whole process was just a play directed and performed by George himself. Before George's real body arrived at the land of waves to meet Carmen, Carmen had already been replaced by an avatar with a prearranged identity. As for why he didn't use Carmen's identity directly, the reason was simple. Carmen was too ugly, and George didn't like his identity as a Mafia member. This is the initial accumulation process of capital. In the United States, the initial accumulation of capital is always bloody. This time, it was Carmen's blood that was left. After obtaining all of Carmen's assets, he also took over his Mafia. George naturally would not engage in any grey society himself, but directly let that group of people change their identities and start a logistics business. When George set foot on the land of the capital of the Fire Country again, because of George's advance arrangements, countless young women wanted to see George's true face. Unfortunately, all they saw was a vague figure sitting in a sedan chair with a mask on. Different identities, of course. Many things must also change, so before George came to the capital, he asked someone to buy a mansion for him to live in. As for this seemingly world's richest man who is also a well-known writer, the daimyo of the Fire Country invited George to a banquet the day after George arrived. George gladly accepted the invitation. Haha, Mr. George is indeed a handsome man as rumored by the outside world. Haha, the Fire Country welcomes you. The fat and heavily greased daimyo said. Haha, it's just a false reputation, not worth mentioning. George tried not to look at the disgusting face and smiled and replied, I wonder if Mr. George is married? No, I have been concentrating on studying and writing books in the past few years, and I haven't thought about it yet. Oh, in that case, how about I introduce someone to you? Cough cough cough. The coughing sounded continuously. Before George refused, the daimyo directly asked the servants to invite the princess. This was also in George's plan. Even if the daimyo didn't take the initiative to mention it today, George would create an opportunity later. Surprisingly, the princess was very beautiful, a bit like the heroine of movie he had seen in his previous life, with a pretty face, but she didn't dare to look up the whole time, just sat obediently next to the daimyo. Haha, this is my little daughter Miyu. She was very curious about you before. Cough cough cough. The daimyo coughed again. George looked at the quiet girl next to the daimyo and saw that the girl was also secretly looking at him. Many things were very simple afterwards. After the first step of the identity problem was solved, George first bought the Passionate Publishing House at a premium and at the same time started to publish a newspaper every 7 days. When he was free, he would visit the daimyo. In fact, after that night, some things were very clear. After George expressed his willingness, the engagement ceremony of George and Miyu was quickly decided. George was not idle either. While dating Miyu, he also began to vigorously develop business and hired ninjas to reclaim land. 3 months later, the engagement ceremony of George and Miyu was held in the daimyo's mansion. On the 3rd day after the ceremony, George went to the country of waves in the name of taking his wife home to worship his ancestors. What people didn't expect was that on the 3rd day after George and his party left, the daimyo took his 2 sons to the temple to pray for blessings. It rained on the way, and unfortunately they were all killed by lightning. According to the tradition of the Fire Country, only Princess Miyu, who has not yet married, has the right to inherit the position of daimyo. Therefore, the daimyo's mansion immediately sent ninjas to retrieve George and others who had already gone to the land of waves. Princess Miayu did not show too much sadness after being retrieved and knowing the matter. After all, she had seen too many dirty things in the daimyo's mansion, and she did not have a deep relationship with her father and two brothers. This can be seen from the fact that the daimyo directly betrothed his youngest daughter to the other party in order to win over the world's richest man. After taking over the power of the daimyo, the first order Miayu issued was shocking, that is, to give the position of daimyo to her fiancé, George. The death of a daimyo and two heirs of a country would certainly not end so simply. The 12 guards responsible for protecting the daimyo alone were investigated many times, and Konoha village also sent personnel to investigate this matter. George was also suspected. After all, no matter from what angle, he was the most energetic. But no matter how Konoha village investigated, they could not find any abnormal situation. After all, George cast magic, and this kind of power was not in the same system as chakra, so the investigation team certainly could not find any problems. Thanks to Book Friends Thor 1999, Book Friend Moonlight Shining on the Gashachan, and Book Friend Kalin is not a demon for their recommendations. I will write a little about Naruto next, and it will end in at most 3 chapters and return to the Marvel plot, so please continue to support Zutao. Click on the collection and recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 106 Reform. The replacement of the daimyo is a big deal in the whole ninja world, not to mention that this time the daimyo has changed. However, without any substantial evidence to prove that the previous daimyo was harmed by George's ascension to the throne is completely legal, so the far country is in turmoil during the period before the previous daimyo's burial and his own succession ceremony. Many nobles want to meet George and Princess Miayu, and many people are working hard to investigate and try to find something. However, George is surprisingly quiet, because George just needs to wait until that day, and then he will occupy the righteousness with his strength, and he doesn't need to care about the opinions of those people. The far country is going to hold a succession ceremony, and other countries will definitely send people to congratulate, and the daimyo of the other 4 countries will send people to attend the ceremony. In Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen also held a special meeting on George's succession to the daimyo. In fact, when he received the news that the daimyo was accidentally struck by lightning, Sarutobi Hiruzen sent the Yamanaka clan and the Hyuga clan to investigate the matter. Including Miayu, they were all asked to leave with various excuses. They suspected that Miayu was controlled, so she took the initiative to pass the throne to George. However, just as George planned, all lightning and control techniques in the ninja world are inseparable from chakra. Even the 2 families did not find any doubts about this, so even if they felt something unusual, they could not stop George from taking the throne. This time, the meeting was only to discuss the impact of the new daimyo succession on Konoha and the countermeasures. Okay, everyone should be clear about the situation now. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at everyone in the conference room and said, the succession ceremony for the replacement of the daimyo of the fire country will be held in 2 days, and Konoha will also need to send a congratulatory team, so let's see who is more suitable to lead the team. Wait a minute, Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo suddenly interrupted Yunfei Hiruzen, and then said, the matter of the former daimyo is still too suspicious. Yunfei, this matter needs to be investigated in detail. Although there are doubts, we have already investigated. The Hyuga clan did not find any traces of lightning chakra on the daimyo's body, including the surrounding area of the accident was protected by the guardian ninja at the first time, and no suspicious points were found after investigation. I arranged for the Yamanaka clan to secretly examine Princess Miayu, and no signs of being controlled were found. So, this matter will be left like this for the time being. Sarutobi Hiruzen finished his words in one breath, and was also very tired. He picked up the teacup on the table, and took a sip, and then said, the key is that we can't drag it on. Several other countries have begun to stir, and now we have to stabilize, as soon as possible. HMPH, the investigation can't be stopped either. Please leave this to the root. Danzo said. Danzo, don't do anything rash. We don't know much about this new daimyo. Let's wait until things are more stable before making plans. Yunfei Hiruzen said. I know. I will do a detailed investigation of our new daimyo first. Shimura Danzo said sinisterly. As the one in charge of finances, Utatane Koharu may be more concerned about money, so he said, this year's funding should be coming. Has the new daimyo expressed any opinions on this? No, everyone who went to visit was turned back. They spread the word that everything will be discussed after the succession ceremony. We should concentrate on praying for the former daimyo these days. Yunfei Hirozen said as he exhaled a puff of smoke. So, have you decided who to send to the succession ceremony? If everyone has no objection, then let Tsunade lead the congratulations team this time. After all, Tsunade is also related to the daimyo family by blood. But, Tsunade is not in the village. Speaking of this, Yunfei Hirozen was very troubled. None of his 3 apprentices made him worry-free. Some defected, some wandered, and the most ridiculous thing was that Tsunade, who had superb medical ninjutsu, actually suffered from hemophobia. Rubbing his swollen forehead, Yunfei Hirozen said, leave this to me, I will inform him. Tsunade, who was nostalgic for the casino, took a look at the scroll, handed over by Shizune, and threw the card 9 in her hand on the table in frustration, saying, let's go, Shizune. What bad luck, I lost again. Yes, Tsunade-sama. The daimyo's succession ceremony ended quickly. After the ceremony, all the guardian ninjas pledged allegiance to George. After the ceremony, George summoned Tsunade, who was more beautiful than the anime he had seen in his previous life. Greetings, daimyo. Well, okay, Tsunade, there are no outsiders here, we should be peers, so just call me by my name. You are the daimyo. Courtesy cannot be exceeded. This is Konoha's funding application. Please approve it. It's really boring. Okay, let's put it here first. Also, I don't know if I can hire you. Please tell me. This is a long-term mission, so you will be the one to protect me. A lot of things have happened recently, and it will be very comforting for her to have a relative like you by her side to accompany her. Looking at Tsunade, who was about to say something, George continued, the mission fee will be calculated as 200 million first. Okay. Hearing such a high reward, Tsunade was also tempted. Although she is one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, she has hemophobia and can only live on her old man. Although the Senju family is not short of money, as the eldest daughter of the Senju family, she cannot use the family's money to gamble, so Tsunade, who lives on family subsidies, is not very rich. George looked at the beauty in front of him, and couldn't help but smile. Since I'm on George's pirate ship, can I still run away? Sooner or later, I will be George's man. George is very confident about this. Next, George began a large-scale reform. First, he directly issued a large number of low-level tasks, including road and bridge construction and the most critical Konoha relocation plan. According to the drawings provided by George, the future capital can accommodate at least 1 million people. Some plans were quickly supported when George spent a lot of money, but some plans have been delayed, such as the Konoha relocation plan. After George became the daimyo, he approved 1 billion taels of funds. The means by which the daimyo who controls the economy in the ninja world, controls the ninja villages to complete it through funds. Of course, this money is not without requirements, but the corresponding vouchers must be left, and the accounts will be checked later. The leaders of Konoha were very happy when they received this fund. After all, these families are big families in Konoha, and as ninjas, they all get rewards from tasks. And who issues a task, and who does it? There is a lot of attention in this. Although Koharu Utatane is weak, the reason why he is still on par with Danzo is that he is in charge of financial power. Hirozen, the root needs financial support. The last war, the root suffered a lot of losses, and the root must also increase its surveillance of the country. Danzo stared at Yunfei Hirozen and said. Yunfei Hirozen glanced at Danzo and said, so what do you think of the Konoha relocation plan that comes with the funds? Konoha was here when the village was built, how could it be moved? So, if we delay it, the daimyo will understand what we mean. Mito said. Yes, the daimyo only gave a rough plan, and the specific operation is still up to us. Utatane Koharu also said with a smile. Then several people tacitly began to plan the funds. In the capital, George didn't know that the leadership of Konoha was going to pretend to obey but secretly disobey. But the 1 billion funds given were a trap in themselves, otherwise where would they get an excuse? to interfere in the affairs of Konoha village. At this time, his subordinate was sitting with a white-faced middle-aged man. Orochi-kun, welcome to you. George raised the teacup in his hand and said, I don't know why the daimyo invited me here. I'm a rebel ninja now. Orochimaru said. Rebel ninja? Then why didn't the third Hokage send someone to hunt you down? Don't tell me that Konoha village is incapable of finding you. George said playfully, okay, I'm just interested in your technology. How about I can provide you with research funds and other support, and we can cooperate. Did I hear you right? You are the daimyo, and it's okay that you are not afraid of a traitor like me, but I use human bodies for experiments. Haha, didn't Tobirama Senju also use human bodies for experiments back then? Which ninja village doesn't conduct similar experiments? Your mistake is that you used people from your own village for experiments, and you are wrong to block someone else's path to becoming Hokage. Haha, you are worthy of being the daimyo. Then what do you need? Orochimaru said excitedly. It's simple. I need the impure world reincarnation technique. Also, help me complete some experiments. How about it? Is it that simple? Of course, and one day I promise to let you return to Konoha openly. Haha, it doesn't matter, as long as I can conduct research. Haha, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Thanks to book friends Killin is not a demon and book friend Thor 1999 for their recommendations. Thank you. Chapter 107. Force the Emperor to abdicate. After Orochimaru arrived, George specially approved a sum of money for him and sent prisoners from the prison to him for experiments. If it were just these, Orochimaru would not necessarily agree to George's recruitment. What really made Orochimaru determined was the knowledge of cytology that George handed to him, which was what Orochimaru really wanted. If you can walk in the light, who would like darkness? Just like Orochimaru, he only pursues immortality. George did not object to this point. Only a life with pursuit is meaningful. A year passed in a flash. In the 55th year of Konoha, the ninja world was relatively peaceful, but the changes in the Land of Fire can be said to be changing with each passing day. Agricultural reform, support for industry, and customized taxation, these are almost all cutting meat on the original nobles. There were also people who opposed, but those stubborn people were directly ordered to have their homes confiscated by George. George did not leave people no way to survive, but directly took out some technology to establish new industrial companies, allowing those wealthy nobles to enter new fields. In this way, when everyone can make money, George's economic reform will naturally be much smoother. In terms of economy and politics, George has achieved absolute control, and no one will raise any objections to George's identity. In addition, after a long search, George sent people to finally find the trace of Shenning in a coastal town. George also went there in person and found the floating base anchor fortress in the cave next to the town. Because the fortress is old and has no power system, George did not touch it. As long as he found it, could it still run away? However, George still used the equipment in the space to scan the entire fortress and then asked the artificial intelligence Monday to redesign the entire fortress after returning to the main world. In this year, Tsunade has completely become George's person under George's various means. After all, Princess Mia, who is just an ordinary person, how can she withstand George's whipping? Tsunade, who was arranged by George to live next door, was always awakened by the joyful voice at first, and then was taken into George's room after a few visits. Of course, George would often return to the Marvel main world to accompany Princess Alice during this period. As for the outside world, George's behavior of not appearing in front of people for many years has long been accustomed to it. After returning to the main world, George could clearly feel the restlessness of the upcoming war in Germany from the memories of his clone and the surveillance report on Monday. So considering that he would need to focus on this side once World War II broke out, George decided to further speed up the pace of the Naruto world. After returning to the Naruto world, George called the secretary and got the new funding application from Konoha. Looking at the 2 billion funding report above, George couldn't help but smile. However, this smile was not seen by others. What the 12 Guardian Ninjas saw was that the daimyo was furious about Konoha's funding application this year. That night, looking at Tsunade who had collapsed in his arms, George said, "Tsunade, I'm going to Konoha." Tsunade, who was still a little dazed, said indifferently, "Oh, what happened?" "Well, I received a secret report that the Shimura group is hiding in the dark and wants to target me. 3 people have disappeared in my hometown." Tsunade, who heard this, immediately became alert. How dare he? My succession is not in line with tradition. Some people have doubts about the death of Miyu's father and brother. I know this, so I gave them enough time to investigate the matter. But it's been a year, and they are still entangled, which disturbs the tranquility of the village. Do they still have my name in their eyes? Then I'll go with you. Of course, there is also Orochimaru. I promised to clear his name before. I think we will do it together this time. George had already told Tsunade about Orochimaru, and Tsunade didn't care about it. Tsunade is also an excellent medical ninja. Naturally, she understands that it is necessary to use people for research to develop a ninjutsu. Orochimaru was just targeted. As a classmate of the same Sanin, they naturally had a bond with Orochimaru, and were naturally happy that Orochimaru could be accepted again. The next day, 2 guards were suddenly controlled in the daimyo's mansion, and it was Orochimaru who took action himself. On that day, George led Tsunade, Orochimaru, and the guardian ninjas to Konoha. Konoha Hokage building. George, who was sitting on the high platform, said, "Okay, all the Jonin of Konoha should be here. Today is my first time to come to Konoha, since I became the daimyo." "Welcome, sir," everyone kneeling below said in unison. "Haha, I hope you really welcome me." George glanced at the several Hokage higher level people in the front row and said, "2 days ago, I received your application for this year's funding. It suddenly increased from 1 billion last year to 2 billion. I want to know why. It's not wartime now. Even if it is wartime, it shouldn't be so much, right?" Hearing that there is a funding of 2 billion, many Jonins in the audience also showed surprised expressions. This is a very large sum of money. Yuanfei Hiruzen and Utatane Koharu looked at each other, and then Utatane Koharu said, "Sir, that's because the war compensation between Konoha, Kumogakure and Iwakage village has only been calculated this year, and some places in the village need to be repaired due to years of war. Haha, the pension will be paid 2 years after the war. This reason is very interesting." Ignoring the people who bowed their heads, George continued, "I don't care about it. Before I took office, just bring me the account book of last year's 1 billion funds, so that I can know where the money was spent." Why not? When I gave you the funds last year, I said that I needed to see the account book this year. "Yes, I'll bring it right away." After saying that, Utatane Koharu got up and left. They were not afraid of looking at the account book. They had already prepared for this. They were not afraid of George's inspection. The previous hesitation was just acting. After looking at Koharu Utatane who had already left, George looked at Hiruzen Yuan and said, "Sandaime-sama, I often hear Tsunade talk about the will of fire. Can you explain to me what it means?" "Yes, sir." Hiruzen Yuan, who was at the front, immediately replied, "The will of fire is where the leaves are dancing, and the fire will never stop. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves sprout. The meaning is that young people are the hope of the future, and the older generation should trust and protect them. The sacrifice of the older generation is not meaningless, but will inspire young people to become the pillars of the future." Oh, haha, what a spirit. That makes people excited. How many outstanding young people are there in the village now? Stand up and let me see. George said. "Yes, sir. There are many young people in the village, including Hatake Kakashi, Azuki, Achihara Itachi. These are all good young people." Hiruzen Yuan, who took a break, continued, "But most of these people are on missions, so they are not in the village for the time being." "Oh, forget it then." Just then, Koharu Utatane walked in with an account book. Immediately, a clerk took a thick stack of account books from him and presented them to George. George first glanced at Koharu Utatane and others, and then began to pick up the account books and quickly flipped through them. George flipped through the books very quickly, and to others it seemed as if he was flipping through them casually from the beginning to the end. Soon, all 4 account books were flipped through. Hehe, George laughed out loud after reading the account books. "Sir." George shook his hand and said, Can you explain to me why you paid a sum of supplies to the Sand Village? Yes, sir. After we negotiated with the Sand Village purchased this batch of supplies from us, but because the Cloud Village was temporarily in trouble, the payment was delayed. Koharu Utane, who was in charge of finance, said. In other words, as the victorious party, we not only did not get the spoils of war, but also paid the defeated party a sum of supplies that we don't know when we can get back. Is that right? No, the Sand Village just won't pay for the time being. Koharu Utane said. Is there a document? Is there a deadline? No. Then take a look at this document. After saying that, George took out a document from his arms and threw it in front of Yunfei Hirozen. Yunfei Hirozen picked up the document and read it. In fact, the moment he saw the document, the third Hokage knew that he was in trouble. Because this document is the armistice agreement signed by Mito Kadoyan and the Sand Ninja. Mito told him that the agreement in Konoha was destroyed by him as soon as he left the Sand Ninja village. It goes without saying how this agreement came about. It must have been leaked by the Sand Ninja. At this time, Yunfei Hirozen wanted to kill the third Kazekage. Yunfei Hirozen handed the document to Mito Kadoyan and others with an ugly face, but he only handed it to Shimura Danzo and did not circulate it again. This is slander, Shimura Danzo said. Thanks to Book Friends Thor 1999. Book Friends Moonlight shines on the screen window. Book Friends 20210301106593811486. And Book Friends Kirin is not a demon for their recommendation. Votes. I have good news for all of you book lovers. This book is ready to be signed. So you can read it without any worries. It won't be abandoned. So please feel free to like and collect it. If you have any free recommendation tickets, please support it. Chapter 108. Force the Emperor to abdicate. Let everyone take a look first. George ignored Shimura Danzo and gave the order directly. Shimura Danzo tightened the document in his hand. On weekdays, Sarutobi Hirozen, Mito Kadoen, and Utane Koharu fought with each other in private, but they always maintained consistency when facing the outside world. Moreover, the daimyo directly brought up the issue of funds this time. If Utane Koharu and Mito Kadoen gave him up, he would not be able to get away with it. But what to do? There are so many ninjas around. After thinking it over again and again, Shimura Danzo handed the document in his hand to the person behind him. When the other ninjas of Konoha read it one by one, the discussion behind them could no longer be suppressed. Impossible. This document must be fake. This is a slander against the Hokage. The person who spoke was a loyal supporter of the third Hokage, who had always accepted the teachings of the Will of Fire from the third Hokage. Now he was told that their struggles on the battlefield were useless, and although they won, they had to pay compensation. He would never admit such a thing. But the signature of the elders on it matches the data pointed out by the daimyo just now. How can this be explained? Sarutobi Hirozen, who was kneeling in the front row, clenched the pipe in his hand and made a creaking sound. In fact, he got the news when the daimyo set out for Konoha. But he didn't expect the Far Country daimyo to be so serious this time. This is unreasonable. This is different from the behavior of the daimyo in the past. There are a lot of people coming to the Jonin meeting this time. Except for the Jonin who can't make it back on a mission. Most of the Jonin in the village are basically here. Sarutobi Hirozen glanced at the minister of the Far Country sitting behind the daimyo, and there were 12 guardian ninjas following behind the gate. Of course, this time, a Tsunade, who had not returned to the village for a long time, and a person with a bamboo hat whose face could not be seen clearly followed the daimyo. With these people alone, it is no problem for the daimyo to take advantage of the situation, to vent his dissatisfaction with Konoha. After all, he had repeatedly rejected the daimyo's proposal for the relocation plan of Konoha. However, letting the daimyo directly throw out this evidence is almost like tearing off his face with Konoha and standing on the opposite side. Who gave him the courage? Just relying on those few guardian ninjas? Sarutobi Hirozen looked at the dozen guardian ninjas. The daimyo seemed to have developed a lot of power after taking office. There must be more than these guardian ninjas, but does he have the confidence to go against Konoha with a few Chunin and Jonin? Ding, ding, ding. George tapped the table with his hand. Okay, let's let the third generation Hokage give everyone an explanation. As George finished speaking, everyone stopped talking, and everyone in the room looked at the third generation Hokage. After a long while, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the big pipe in his hand and slowly said, "This is true. Konoha did sign a peace agreement with the Sand Ninja in secret, and the materials compensated for the Sand Ninjas are exactly the materials pointed out by the daimyo." The ninjas below heard this confirmed news from Sarutobi Hiruzen and couldn't help but make a noisy discussion. Dang dang, Sarutobi Hiruzen knocked the table twice with his pipe and then said, "Signing a peace agreement is also a last resort. If some money and supplies can be used to exchange for the lives of frontline ninjas, I think it is completely worth it. How can that money be compared to the lives of my companions?" Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at George, who was leaning on the chair, and then said, "This matter is inseparable from me in any case. It is indeed wrong to deceive the daimyo. If the daimyo is wrong to use money and materials to exchange for the lives of his companions because of me, I'm willing to accept the punishment." Sarutobi Hiruzen's words immediately convinced many ninjas. Money should not be more important than the lives of their companions. If you think about it this way, the third Hokage is indeed a good leader who cares about his subordinates. If the daimyo accuses the third Hokage of a crime in this name, it would be too cold-blooded. Some people looked at the third Hokage with approval, which shows that Sarutobi Hiruzen has made some progress in the position of Hokage after so many years. Oh, third Hokage, did I remember it wrong? The Land of Fire seems to be the winner of the war. George looked at Sarutobi with a smile and asked playfully. George's words made the ninjas below react again. Yes, why should we give compensation if we won? It's not like we lost, we won a big victory that time. Sarutobi Hiruzen was once again stared at by angry eyes. This is because, okay, Hiruzen, don't cover for me anymore. Everyone, that agreement was my suggestion. Because the ninja troops had to be transferred to other battlefields at that time, in order to end the war in the Land of Rivers, as soon as possible, I suggested that the third Hokage exchange money for the support of the Sand Ninja, so that the troops can go to other battlefields with peace of mind. At this time, Mitokadoen interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's conversation, and pushed all the responsibilities onto himself, trying to get Sarutobi Hiruzen out. However, everyone present were all Konoha's senior ninjas, and they all remembered that war vividly. In fact, the ninjas who were recalled did not go to the battlefield again, and there were no major conflicts in other battlefields at that time. In addition, the peace agreement had been signed with the Rock Ninja at that time. After the whole war, Konoha defeated the 3 major ninja villages with the strength of 1 village. The result is that they have to pay compensation to the defeated party, which does not make sense. The compensation for the Sand Ninja was collected by a few of us. The funding from the daimyo to Konoha was not used. The funds from the daimyo to Konoha are clearly recorded in the account book for every expenditure. Utatane Koharu stood up again, trying to restore everyone's impression of Sarutobi Hiruzen. What kind of behavior is it for the elders to pay for the village to prevent the war from expanding? What a high level of ideological awareness. How can you guys still stand on the side of the daimyo and out your own people? At this time, other families who had always followed the Sarutobi clan said, if that's the case, then the Hokage is not at fault at all. Even Elder Mito can understand it. Yes, that's right. He then interrupt me. I just pointed out one of the problems in these account books. There are still some that need explanations from the elders. George's words attracted the attention of everyone in the room to him again. One problem directly made Sarutobi Hiruzen and his men exhausted. Moreover, this was to get to the bottom of it. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his men looked at each other again, and the thing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was most worried about still happened. Last year, I was inspired by the continuous wars in Konoha. I just succeeded to the throne, so I specially raised the funding to 1 billion ryo. But where is your account book? It's just nonsense. The price of hiring a ninja outside is 500 ryo, but you directly record 5,000 ryo here. This should be the price of S-level tasks, and the medical expenses are directly twice the market price. Look what I found. Konoha's A-level and above tasks are basically completed by the Sarutobi clan, the Utatane clan, the Shimura clan, and the Mito clan, which cost nearly 500 million ryo. Well, what's interesting is that Jiraiya took on an investigation mission and allocated 60 million ryo. Haha, this is the famous lecherous immortal who lingered on the collection of folk songs. George didn't say a single data, but took out the corresponding evidence. This action directly tore through the falsehood in the account book. What's going on? The Utatane consultant in charge of finance. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, then the daimyo will re-evaluate the funding support for Konoha. George said with a serious face, and slammed his hand heavily on the table. I will let the Anbu and the interrogation team investigate this matter thoroughly. Please rest assured, Lord Daimyo, the Ministry of Finance, including Advisor Utane, will be investigated, and no one with a problem will be let off. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing by, saw that more and more things were involved, so he immediately took over the topic and wanted to immediately characterize the matter as a corruption issue. At worst, he could temporarily throw Utane Koharu out, and after the daimyo left, he would still have the final say. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already made up his mind to arrange for the route to secretly deal with the daimyo, and it would be best to replace him with an obedient daimyo. How can I trust you after something like this happened? Since the money embezzled was my money, I will investigate it. George said, come on, lock up Advisor Utane and the Ministry of Finance. Yes, sir. Immediately, a guardian nin stood up and walked towards Utane Koharu. Thanks to Book Friends for 1999. Book Friends 201612301331317675, and Book Friends as for their recommendation votes. Thank you all. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Shimura Danzo. Wait a minute. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stood up and stopped him. Daimi, please wait a moment. At the same time that Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, Shimura Danzo, who was sitting on the side, also stood up. His movements were much more direct, and he stood directly in front of the two guardian ninjas. The atmosphere seemed to solidify with the movements of the two. Why is the third Hokage going to attack me? George said with a lazy expression. Of course not, but this matter is still an internal matter of Konoha village, and it is better to let Konoha handle it itself. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to argue. If it is just your internal matter, of course there is no problem. Now the loss is the funds I allocated to Konoha, so the third Hokage should get out of the way. Here we can see the flaws of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he is known as a ninja hero, he does not have the courage to do things. He values his reputation more, and dares not to fall out with George openly, and does not want to cut off the financial support of the daimyo. If it were Senju Tobirama, he would have taken action directly. Now as the matter ferments, it is no longer a personal problem. If it is not handled properly, there will be a big problem between Konoha and the Land of Fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen is still hesitant. However, George will not indulge them. He waved his hand directly, and the two guardian ninjas stepped forward again. Shimura Danzo standing in front of them saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not speak, so he could only say to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that Shimura Danzo meant whether to take action directly, but Sarutobi Hiruzen finally injured it. After all, his side was not polite at all, and there were so many Konoha Jonins present today. The most important thing is that when George said the amount of the task, Sarutobi Hiruzen could clearly feel that many civilian Jonins were breathing heavily. None of those who can become Jonins are fools. Why are there so many tasks taken by those family ninjas? As a ninja village, how many S-level tasks can there be? Everyone knows it in their hearts. In normal times, completing an S-level task can apply for an S-level ninjutsu, but how many people in the entire Konoha ninja master that level of ninjutsu? If you say there is no ghost, no one will reply. So when Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, no one spoke up for him. including the other major families close to the third Hokage. These major families were not included when the cake was divided, so how could these major families still protect the third Hokage at this time? Seeing Koharu Utatane being taken out of the meeting room, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was livid, but he was helpless. At this time, his murderous intention towards George increased a little more. George, who was opposite him, could clearly sense Sarutobi Hiruzen's strong murderous intention, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he looked at Shimura Danzo, who was standing on the other side, and said, "This is Advisor Shimura Danzo, right?" "Yes, Your Excellency the Daimyo. I'm Shimura Danzo." Shimura Danzo replied. "Haha, don't be nervous, sit down and talk slowly." Following George's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo also sat down again. "I have heard of the name of Advisor Shimura Danzo in the capital. I heard that Advisor Shimura's injuries were caused by the war. Konoha's medical level is so advanced. Why didn't he get proper treatment?" George asked with concern. Shimura Danzo, who had just sat down, was also very puzzled when he heard George mention his injuries. Could it be that the daimyo was going to give him a slap in the face and give him a date? He had just dealt with Koharu Utatane and now wanted to ease the conflict with Konoha through himself. Humph, the daimyo is still afraid. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the other side had the same idea, so the two of them relaxed a little. Shimura Danzo replied, "My injuries are just burns on the skin, caused by the flames. They are too ugly, so I wrap them with bandages. Don't bother the daimyo." "Oh, well, then I will introduce to you the dean of the newly established research institute in the capital," George said, pointing to the man in the bamboo hat sitting on his right. As George finished speaking, everyone looked at the man in the bamboo hat. At the same time, the man in the bamboo hat also reached out to the bamboo hat. As the man in the bamboo hat took off the bamboo hat and revealed his face, there was a brief exclamation in the hall. "It's him. Orochimaru. Orochimaru-kun." The biggest reactions were from the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo. The third Hokage was naturally surprised to see Orochimaru, a traitorous ninja from Konoha, being brought by the daimyo. The one who reacted more than Sarutobi Hiruzen was Shimura Danzo. After all, there was a secret between him and Orochimaru that could not be told in detail, including Orochimaru's defection that year. He was involved in it. In this case, if Orochimaru told his secret here, the consequences would be very serious. So, when he found out that the man in the bamboo hat was Orochimaru, he shouted immediately, "Orochimaru, surrender. Everyone listen to my order, take down Orochimaru." After saying that, he was ready to attack first, and in front of him was the daimyo George. As Danzo Shimura spoke, the root hidden in the dark also stood up and attacked Orochimaru directly. But it was only a moment. In the moment, when everyone had not reacted, all the root members, including Danzo Shimura, were knocked to the ground. It turned out that when these people took out their weapons and prepared to rush out, George took the lead in launching an attack, directly exerting his super speed and subduing all those who were ready to attack. Among them, Danzo Shimura, who was the focus of attention, was sealed up by George with a sealing technique. For safety, George also cast a petrification spell on him. The sealing technique was taught to George by Orochimaru this year, and George was also taught the impure world reincarnation technique. As for Orochimaru's other ninjutsu, George did not learn too much. So, when everyone reacted, they saw George standing there, and the root ninjas wearing masks were lying on the ground around the hall. "Daming, what do you mean?" Seeing this situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but ask George loudly. "Haha, third Hokage, you're still asking me what I mean? Shouldn't you explain this to me?" George waved his hand, and a guard ninja came to George's side with two people dressed in the servants' clothes of the daimyo's mansion. "Then please take a look at my two servants." After saying that, he signaled that everyone in Konoha could come up and take a look. The investigation team's senior ninja, who was instructed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, took 2 quick steps and came to the 2 servants and began to check the 2 people. But when they checked the mouth, they suddenly stopped and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with an embarrassed look. In fact, from the perspective of the third Hokage and other Konoha senior ninjas, they had guessed what happened when they saw the mouth. Why? The inspection is done. Don't worry, you can compare it with them. Ask ninjas around to see if I have wronged you. George looked at Sarutobi Hirozen and said, "Third Hokage, why are the root members of your Konoha lurking in the daimyo's mansion? Also, were the missing people in my hometown captured by you? Impossible, this is slander." Sarutobi Hirozen certainly couldn't admit it. "Let's not talk about this for now. It's true that Shimura Danzo attacked me just now. He just wanted to capture the Konoha rebel Orochimaru. You got the direction wrong. Besides, don't you have the final say on who is the rebel ninja in Konoha now? Orochimaru was identified as a rebel ninja just because he used some corpses on the battlefield for a search. What about the person who uses the bloodline limit of the villagers to strengthen himself? What is that? Impossible. There will definitely not be such a person in Konoha village." Sarutobi Hirozen said again. At this time, the group of Jonins below were also shocked by the rapid development of the situation. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the direction that Shimura Danzo rushed out was indeed wrong. In addition to the root members captured from the daimyo's mansion, Konoha was even more unfaithful. Impossible. Third Hokage, what else can you say except impossible? Then I will let you give up completely. After George finished speaking, he rushed towards Shimura Danzo with a flame. After the flame, everyone who saw the scene on the ground shouted in surprise. Thanks to book friends Thor 1999 and book friend Wuxi and Gia-Khan for their recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 110. Re-election of Hokage. How could this happen? Humph. Third Hokage, our Uchiha clan needs an explanation. The crowd that had been watching the situation develop was also stunned by the scene before them, and everyone glared at Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo, who was lying on the ground, had 11 eyes densely packed on his right arm. These eyes were not ordinary eyes, but the symbol of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, the Sharingan. These 11 Sharingan represented the lives of at least 6 Uchiha clans. No wonder the Uchiha Jonin reacted so strongly. Even the third Hokage Sarutobi Hirozen was stunned by Shimura Danzo's boldness. With the sound of George's clapping, everyone in the venue focused their attention on him again. Everyone has seen Shimura Danzo's situation, so let Orochimaru tell you what happened. After speaking, George returned to his seat and returned to his lazy appearance again. Orochimaru stood up and said, "Teacher Sarutobi, long time no see. Haha. Hello everyone. I believe everyone knows that I betrayed the village. In fact, many people don't know why I betrayed the village. Today I will tell you about it. The biggest reason is unfairness. As the commander-in-chief of the front line of the Third Ninja World War, I should have made the greatest contribution, but in the end, in order to make way for Minato Namikaze, I was directly transferred back to the rear. Haha, and the village has regulations on learning S-level ninjutsu. Why can Minato Namikaze learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu? As for the fact that I used human bodies for experiments, I admit that. However, I used the corpses of enemies on the battlefield and the experimental subjects provided to me by Danzo Shimura. The condition of the exchange was to help him study Hashirama Senju's cells. So, I was just a researcher at the time. Of course, there were mistakes too. That is, I secretly read the Book of Seals. Haha, but with my contributions on the battlefield, I can learn the ninjutsu in the Book of Seals myself. In fact, it was just as Orochimaru said. Many ninjas didn't know the specific reason why Orochimaru sentenced the village. Now after listening to Orochimaru, they understood what happened. Orochimaru, did you also transplant the Sharingan on Shimura Danzo's arm? Uchiha Fugaku said with resentment. I didn't transplant the Sharingan for him. He didn't trust me to perform the operation on him. If you move faster, you should be able to find relevant information at the root. Haha, what do you think, Sarutobi teacher? Sarutobi Hirozen was stunned by Shimura Danzo's behavior. The Sharingan on this arm was exposed on the spot. It seems that Shimura Danzo can't be saved, but how can he get himself out? As Orochimaru asked Sarutobi Hirozen, all the senior ninjas present also focused their eyes on him. Old man, do you know what Shimura Danzo did? Why would anyone study my grandfather's cells after Orochimaru defected from the village? Tsunade, who had never been interested in the content of the meeting, asked angrily after seeing Shimura Danzo transplanted Hashirama cells. Third Hokage, please give us an explanation for the Uchiha family. Uchiha Fugaku also questioned. Everyone, please be quiet. I really didn't know what Shimura Danzo did. I will ask the Anbu to conduct a thorough investigation of the route, and the results will be announced immediately. Haha, you said you didn't know that Utatane Koharu falsified the accounts, but now Shimura Danzo is doing this under your nose, and you still don't know. Third generation Hokage, you said you were willing to use money to exchange the lives of frontline ninjas, but I remember that Hatake Tsukumo, known as the White Fang of Konoha, gave up the mission to save his companions, and was finally forced to commit suicide by you. George, leaning against the backrest, said lazily, third generation Hokage, how can you make us believe what you say again? The Jonin in the meeting, listening to George's story one by one, found that the third generation Hokage of Konoha in front of them really made people feel unfamiliar, and the discussion below rang again. Since the meaning of the Will of Fire is to illuminate the young third generation Hokage, you should abdicate and re-elect the Hokage. After George finished speaking, he closed his eyes and stopped looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. George's words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in everyone's mind. Though civilian Jonins didn't expect things to progress so suddenly and evolve to this point, Tsunade, who was standing by, knew that there was no turning back after hearing this, no matter how angry she was just now. It also meant that the third Hokage had lost the trust of the daimyo. If the ninjas present agreed, he would lose the hearts of the Jonins in the village. You know, since the establishment of Konoha village, it has had a close cooperative relationship with the Fire Country, and the Fire Country has provided the most funding to the ninja village among all the ninja villages. However, now the daimyo wants to re-elect the Hokage. For a moment, the room was silent. It can be said that this was the first time since the establishment of Konoha village. All the Jonin's eyes stayed on Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had an ugly face. Sarutobi Hiruzen now had only two choices. One was to take a step back and give up the position of Hokage, and the other was to be tough to the end, drive the daimyo out of Konoha, tear up with the Fire Country, and then reorganize Konoha and re-establish his image. However, it is not that easy to be tough. Not to mention the daimyo's military power. The rootsmen were subdued in an instant. The military power revealed here is quite terrifying. In other words, it is almost impossible to re-establish prestige. The embezzlement of 1 billion taels of funds has made Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has always been loved by civilian ninjas, lose the support of the people. Shimura Danzo, as the Hokage of the entire village, cannot be cleaned up no matter what, not to mention the attitudes of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage is unaware of these things, so Konoha, the only remaining advisor Mitokado-en suddenly stood up and said. Facing his defense, George didn't want to listen to a word and interrupted him directly. Anyway, the incident happened when he was in office. Unless a new Hokage is appointed, the support of the daimyo mansion to Konoha will stop directly, including the dispatch of tasks. I can't trust a person who sells out his own interests. After hearing George's words, the senior ninjas who had a little understanding of the situation could not sit still. As the largest village in the ninja world, Konoha would collapse if it lost its funding and tasks. Damien, are you threatening Konoha? Mitokado-en said. This is not a threat, but an ultimatum. You choose. At this time, the room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing in the middle, looked at George and wanted to kill George on the spot several times. Unfortunately, even if he killed the daimyo, he couldn't save his image in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very regretful now. The other senior ninjas present had completely stood by and watched, which showed that he really had no room for reasoning this time. After a long silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around and saw the calm faces of the Jonin below, the hidden resentment of the Uchiha family, the undisguised doubt in Tsunade's eyes, and the teasing in Orochimaru's eyes. Perhaps among the people present, the only one who was still on the same line with him was Mitokado-en, but unfortunately, he himself was not clear. Okay, I understand what the daimyo means. Re-elect the Hokage in 3 days. Aren't all the Jonin of Konoha here? Why do we have to wait a few more days? waiting for that lustful sage who has not returned to Konoha for many years. George's words directly revealed Sarutobi Hiruzen's little thoughts. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought so. He was going to notify Jiraiya in an emergency manner as soon as the meeting was over, and then he would find these ninja families in the village privately. I believe that, as long as I give myself some time, I will be able to convince most of the Jonin to elect Jiraiya as my successor. At that time, I will retreat to the second line and become an advisor. Konoha will still have the final say. Jiraiya is not mature enough and needs my guidance. Unfortunately, the daimyo revealed everything. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly closed his eyes, like a deflated ball, and said, "Let's do as the daimyo said. The Hokage election starts now." After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly seemed to have aged a lot. Thank you all for your support along the way. This book has been signed, so please rest assured to subscribe. It will not be abandoned. Like, collection, recommendation ticket, monthly ticket, whatever the author shamelessly asks for. Haha, please support me. Thank you. Chapter 111, The Fifth Hokage. The election of Hokage is very simple. There is no fixed process at all. When the first generation of Hokage was elected, Konoha was just established, so it was held in a more grand manner. Later, the second generation of Hokage directly inherited the position of Hokage by virtue of his strength and prestige. The third generation of Hokage was directly appointed by the second generation of Hokage on the battlefield. The fourth generation of Hokage was more formal and was elected. Therefore, only the fourth generation of Hokage, Namake's Minato, can be used as a reference. But in fact, when Namake's Minato took office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already paved the way for him. The suppression of Hatake's Akumo caused the White Fang of Konoha to commit suicide, and the suppression of Orochimaru intensified the conflict between the two. Now the fifth generation of Hokage is being held again when there is a crisis of trust between the daimyo and Konoha, and there is even a risk of division. Then the election will begin now. In terms of contribution, strength, etc., the people who meet the requirements of candidates for Hokage in the village now include Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya, and the heads of various families. Narashikaku said to everyone. In fact, Konoha is now on the decline, and the heads of the various families can only be barely counted as candidates. Jiraiya is also on the candidate list due to his reputation as a senin and the strong recommendation of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen's last struggle. And Orochimaru, who has just returned, has no ambition to do it again. Although everyone has accepted him, he has no chance as a candidate for Hokage. Because all the Jonin are present, each person has 1 vote, and the daimyo has 10 votes. The one with the highest number of votes will be elected as the 5th Hokage. This is the final solution that Sarutobi Hiruzen came up with after a brief exchange with Narashikaku and George. The guardian ninjas and ministers of the Land of Fire have not been counted here, otherwise there is basically no need to choose, and they can be directly appointed. I just hope that these families in Konoha will vote for Jiraiya for the sake of Sarutobi Hiruzen. As soon as Narashikaku finished speaking, the head of the Hyuga family said directly, "I withdraw and will not participate in the Hokage election. I recommend Tsunade-sama." It is normal for the Hyuga family to make such a statement. In the incident that just happened last year when the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, Hinata, was kidnapped by the Cloud Ninja, it was obviously the Cloud Ninja who had bad intentions, but in the end, Hyuga Hisashi committed suicide to apologize. You know, Hyuga Hisashi died for his brother, the head of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hayashi, and the relationship between the two brothers has always been very good. Therefore, although there is a difference between the main family and the branch family, the Hyuga family blamed the village for the death of their younger brother. If a person can't even protect the people in his own village, what about the will of fire? Moreover, many members of the Hyuga family are medical ninjas, so it is natural to withdraw directly and recommend Tsunade. However, after Hinata Hayashi finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became even uglier, and the other medical ninjas and civilian ninjas present seemed to have their own goals. Among the candidates, civilian ninjas and big family ninjas have conflicts. Now that Konoha's princess, Tsunade-sama, has come out to run for election, these civilian ninjas will of course choose Tsunade. Medical ninjas are even simpler. Most of them are taught by Tsunade. As the developer of Konoha's medical ninjutsu, Tsunade will naturally be respected by the medical profession. Afterwards, several other family patriarchs who knew that they had no hope of running for election also withdrew from the election. Among them, Uchiha Fugaku, who originally had the opportunity to run for election, gave up the election after repeated consideration. The reason was that George had just used magic to convey a message to Uchiha Fugaku, telling him that if their family nominated Tsunade, then George would give their family a chance to leave Konoha village. Although Uchiha Fugaku could not ask in detail, with the guarantee of the daimyo, the Uchiha family, who had no hope of running for election, naturally knew how to choose. In fact, Tsunade was just a bystander at the meeting, and until the situation developed step by step to this point, she couldn't help but pay attention. On one side is the Konoha village founded by her grandfather, and on the other side is her lover. Tsunade should be the person who least wants the two sides to split. So, although she was unwilling to participate in the election, she chose to obey after understanding George's intention. After all, the third Hokage did something a bit too much. Now the candidates are only Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama. Colleagues, please choose. Soon, those who are now eligible to vote cast their votes for the fifth Hokage in their hearts. Under the gaze of so many people, it is impossible to cheat on the votes. Therefore, the votes were counted quickly. After the statistics, Narashikaku announced the results. Tsunade-sama is leading by 100 votes. The fifth Hokage is Tsunade-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only accept this result, and could only hope to slowly change Tsunade's mind in the future. He still has a chance. After the results came out, the Konoha Jonin knelt down to the fifth Hokage. Standing on the stage, Tsunade looked at the Jonin below and said directly, "Okay, now I declare that Hyuga Hayashi is the new consultant, responsible for investigating Shimura Danzo and the route." Then, she took a scroll from George and handed it over, saying, "This is the secret base of the route. We must thoroughly investigate this matter. Orochimaru cooperates to seal up all the research materials." Although Tsunade succeeded the fifth Hokage under circumstances that she had no choice, fortunately, there is no war now, and all she needs to do is stabilize the village. With George behind her, this is still very simple. Next, Sarutobi Hiruzen handed over to Tsunade, including the Anbu personnel, some secrets of the village, and important assets such as the sealed book. When Sarutobi Hiruzen walked out of the Hokage building, Tsunade couldn't bear to see Sarutobi Hiruzen's lonely back. "Why are you soft-hearted?" George, who was shaking the sealed book in his hand, looked at Tsunade's expression and said teasingly, "Alas, no matter what, the old man has contributed a lot to the village. If you do this, he will be embarrassed. Haha, I hope you can still say that after seeing the information brought back by Orochimaru and the others. Okay, next, choose two consultants and hand over the matter to them. I'll give you a plan and ask them to cooperate. Believe me, I won't keep you busy for too long. HMPH, go to sleep at night. I just took over the job of Hokage and there are still many things to do. I won't take care of you." "Hehe, then let me see the style of the fifth Hokage first," George said, and waved his hand. The whole office was instantly wrapped in a barrier. 2 hours later, George came out of the Hokage building. Outside the Hokage building, Uchiha Fugaku was already standing outside waiting. "Let's go." Uchiha Fugaku silently followed George into the hall. The two chatted for nearly an hour before the head of the Fugaku clan left with the shocking news. George only told him some things about Uchiha Madara. Although the Uchiha clan is proud and ambitious, the younger generation is still very good. It's just that the brain circuits of this clan are relatively strange, and they are easy to do some crazy things if they are used by people with ulterior motives. This clan can still be well adjusted, so George doesn't mind spending more time. And after George merged the future ninja village with the Land of Fire, he also described the scope of responsibility of the new police department to the Uchiha, which greatly satisfied the ambitions of the Uchiha clan. The next day, George took out the Book of Seals again. The Book of Scrolls is a forbidden book kept by successive Hokages. The scrolls record ninjutsu that causes great harm or even death to the user. including multiple shadow clones, A-level ninjutsu, impure world reincarnation, S-level ninjutsu, 8 gates of Dungia, A-level taijutsu, flying thunder god, mutual detonation talisman, A-level ninjutsu, sealing technique. In fact, it not only records these ninjutsu, but also records the development process of these ninjutsu and some subsequent deductions. However, among these ninjutsu, George only learned the sealing technique. The sealing techniques here include the diamond seal, the 4-symbol seal, 8-diagram seal, and the Shikifuajin. Of course, George is just memorizing all the knowledge now, and he will need to practice it slowly later. While Tsunade was still dealing with the root problems that were found overnight, George's body had already arrived at the border of the Rain Country. This time, George is going to meet Nagato, the owner of the Samurai. Thanks to book friends 201612301313131765 and book friend Thor1999 for their recommendations, as well as your collections and monthly tickets. This new book needs your collections, recommendations, and monthly tickets. Thank you all. Chapter 112 Pain. The Land of Rain, a small country that is always in the rain, has recovered from the destruction of the Third Ninja World War in recent years. It has been 5 years since Yahiko was forced to death by Hanzo. According to George, the leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo, has not appeared for almost a year, so the Rain Village should be under the rule of Pain now. When George first stepped into the Land of Rain, this country gave George the feeling of being self-sufficient. Although this cannot prevent the people from getting rich, at least they have no worries about food and clothing. Walking in the drizzle, George looked around the scenery of the Land of Rain. It has to be said that Nagato is still very capable compared to Yahiko. From the perspective of governing the Land of Rain, Nagato is still very qualified. But unfortunately, because of Yahiko's death, Nagato's personality began to become very extreme, and he was also used by Uchiha Obito. For the current Konoha, Nagato is still a very difficult opponent. In the original timeline, Nagato invaded Konoha and caused great losses to Konoha. This should be the way of heaven, Rain Tiger Free technique. George reached out and touched the rain full of chakra and said secretly, in this way, Nagato should have discovered me. After arranging Konoha's affairs, George left a clone and rushed to the Rain Village in the Rain Country at the fastest speed. If there is a chance, he is ready to directly destroy Obito, who is aliased as a Fei, and meet Nagato by the way. Nagato's original intention of establishing them was very good, but there are too many conspiracies in this world. If you want peace, it is impossible without strong strength. The current Akatsuki organization has just stabilized the Rain Country, so their current goal should be to raise funds for future uprisings. They also don't want to be interfered with by the outside world. George thinks that Nagato and Conan are still worth saving at this time. They have not been completely corrupted by Obito, so George wants to fight for it. If he really can't fight for it, at least warn them not to touch Konoha. What Konoha urgently needs now is development time. I believe that with George's promotion, Konoha will definitely stand at the top of this world in another 5 years. Akatsuki Base. When George entered the territory of Rain Village, Nagato, who was resting with his eyes closed, immediately felt a huge energy. A huge energy wave entered the village in trance. Nagato opened his eyes and said coldly, "Who is it?" Conan frowned and asked, her tone full of worry. Although the Rain Country has recovered in recent years and the Akatsuki organization has become stronger under Nagato's management, Conan still feels uneasy. This uneasiness started with the appearance of the man who called himself Uchiha Madara. Since this man appeared and taught Nagato how to use the Samurai, Nagato almost obeyed him. Conan had a feeling that Uchiha Madara must have some ulterior motives. I don't know, it's a very unfamiliar energy induction. Nagato said, "Isn't it someone you haven't seen before? Do we need to ask other people in the organization to take action? Let Peen go. We can communicate directly." The other party has temporarily stopped at the village in trance. It seems that he is waiting for us. Besides, now no one in the organization, except Mr. Madara, is his opponent, and Uchiha Madara has temporarily left. Nagato said in a deep voice. Yeah, Zianan nodded and stopped talking. In an open space between the trees outside the rain village, George believed that Nagato must have discovered him now. According to George's perception, there were several relatively large chakras in the village, gathered together. In George's perception, those chakras actually belonged to one person. That should be Nagato and his 6 paths. Sure enough, in George's perception, the 6 chakras approached him at the same time. Swish, swish, swish. In the darkness, 6 ninjas wearing black cloud and fire uniforms flashed out of the woods and landed in front of George. Their rippled glasses stared at George coldly like dead water. Haha, all 6 peens are here. Nagato, you really think highly of me? George laughed. Then why did he come back here? Nagato was also surprised to see the person through Peen's eyes. The daimyo of Konoha. This newly appointed daimyo is very famous. In addition to his handsomeness, he won a bet against Carmen, the world's richest man, and obtained all his property. But there is no connection between him and the far country daimyo's mansion. Even if there is a connection, it is hatred. According to the information he had investigated before, it was Shimura Danzo who joined forces with Hanzo to destroy the Akatsuki organization. It was in that battle that Yahiko left forever. How could he come here? From what he said, it seems that he knows a lot about 6 paths pain. Fire country, daimyo? Why are you here? Nagato said hatefully. George glanced around and finally his eyes fell on the voice of Tendal Pain. Hello, Nagato, why am I here in person as a daimyo, but you still don't show up? Haha, wait until I catch you, we will meet. Nagato said. You are so narrow-minded. George shook his head. By the way, I only sensed 2 pretty good chakras just now. The other one, based on the amount of chakra, should be common, right? Does that mean Uchiha Madara is not here? How do you know about Uchiha Madara's existence? Nagato asked angrily. I know a lot, but I need to see you first, before I can tell you. George waved his hand and said. It depends on how you see me. Tendo Pain said coldly, then raised his right hand and prepared to launch a ninjutsu. Are you going to use the power of the samurai? George raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled. So you still have to fight? It seems that the samurai has given you a lot of confidence. After hearing what George said, Tendo Pain was also paused. He really knows himself very well. Cheyenne, a huge attraction came from Tendo Pain's palm, and it was about to suck George off the ground and fly over there. Being exposed by George again, Nagato couldn't help but take action directly. Since awakening the samurai, Nagato's strength has been greatly enhanced. Even Hanzo, who is known as the demigod, died in his hands. He also subdued so many strong men as his subordinates. All of this is the source of Nagato's confidence. In the land of rain, Peen, who was controlled by Nagato, called himself God, which is also the confidence that the samurai brought to Nagato. Because these are the eyes of the legendary 6 Paths Sage. Having these eyes means having some of the 6 Paths Sage's abilities. Moreover, the samurai is indeed worthy of being called the Sage Eye. Not to mention the 6 Paths abilities. Other ninjutsu have already touched the realm of God, and even the dead can be resurrected. Nagato believes that according to Uchiha Madara's plan, as long as he gathers a chakra of the 9-tailed beasts and becomes the 10-tails Jinkriki, he can bring peace to the world and resurrect Yahiko. This is the confidence of the strong. Very good. Manipulating gravity? George said calmly, but his body did not move at all. Attack of Shura. Shura 10 stood at the side of George. One arm turned into a cannon barrel. The barrel was aimed at George, and the gathered chakra condensed into the shape of a laser cannon. Just as the beam of light was about to approach George, George formed a seal with both hands. Ancient body of hogs. A crimson magic circle appeared in front of George with the seals on his hands. The chakra beam hit it, and with a wave of George's hand, the beam of light instantly turned into countless butterflies composed of light, flying in the surrounding air. This sudden change made the 6 Pains stunned. They had never seen such a beautiful jutsu, so they even paused their attacks. Why are you out of strength? Shinra Tensei. Boom, a strong repulsive force appeared, and the stones and other objects that had just been attracted flew towards George. George formed a seal with both hands again, and in front of George was like a broken mirror, constantly spreading to the surroundings. All the objects that attacked it disappeared. Okay, if we continue to fight, the noise will be too loud. I don't want to attract their attention for the time being, so let's do this for now. I'll show you that your support is nothing in front of me, George said, and slid his hands. The broken mirror in front of him quickly spread to the surroundings, and all the 6 panes who half surrounded him were swept in. Thanks to the support of book friends Killin is not a demon, book friend Thor 1999, and all book friends for the collection. Thank you. Chapter 113 Warning. Sure. Nagato, who had fixed himself on a special chair and closed his eyes to control the 6 paths, suddenly opened his eyes. Impossible. What happened? Conan asked with concern. The 6 paths disappeared. Nagato replied with a gloomy face. How is it possible? Who is it? Conan said in disbelief. It had just been a short time since this time. He had an understanding of Pain's strength. The so-called demigod hands of the salamander was easily defeated by Pain. Who could defeat 6 Pains at the same time in such a short time? And what purpose would he have for the Akatsuki organization? The Lord of the Land of Fire. He's coming. Nagato stared at the direction of the huge energy in the distance. Hearing Nagato's answer, Conan was also full of questions, but Conan knew that now was not the time to ask questions, so she also looked in the direction Nagato was looking. After George put the 6 panes into the mirror space, he looked at the Akatsuki organization base with a warm smile. He knew clearly that Nagato was there through his previous perception. After a few flashes, George appeared directly in the hall where Nagato was. Nagato, Conan, hello. George greeted. Facing George, Nagato felt very stressed. Through the previous battle, Nagato knew that the opponent knew his abilities very well. This shouldn't be the case. So far, no one except Conan has seen the full abilities of 6 Paths of Pain, and Conan will never betray him. Seeing that Nagato didn't speak, George continued, okay, can we have a good chat now? Remind you too, I came here with the intention of peace. Why do you know so much about Pain? Nagato directly asked the biggest question. I not only know the abilities of 6 Paths of Pain, but also know a lot about your Akatsuki organization, especially you, Nagato. My understanding of you is beyond your imagination. George glanced at the 2 people who were full of doubts, and said with a smile, I'll let Pain out first, don't be nervous. As George finished speaking, a secret door with golden sparks appeared between the 3 people. At the moment the secret door was opened, Nagato once again sensed the presence of the 6 Pains. Swish swish swish, Pain reappeared in front of several people. George looked at Nagato carefully, sensing Pain, smiled slightly, and didn't take it to heart at all. After Nagato injured his legs to save Conan, and couldn't stand up, he used the power of the Samurai to create these 6 Pains. In fact, Nagato's own ability is far greater than the combat power of the 6 Pains. In the original timeline, the 6 Paths of Pain fought with Naruto in Sage Mode for a long time before defeating him, and then Nagato easily defeated Naruto in Ninetales Chakra Mode and Killer Bee alone, which is enough to prove that Nagato's own strength is stronger than the 6 Paths of Pain he controlled. As for these 6 Pains, George has the simplest way to target them. Because Nagato is full of black sticks, and each Pain's face and body are inserted with black sticks that can connect signals and conduct chakra and nail-shaped chakra receivers, so that Nagato can control mental energy. Therefore, as long as the 2 are not in the same space, this control will naturally be interrupted, making the 6 Pains ineffective. Today's opportunity is rare, and your side is relatively clean, so we have time to have a good chat. George said, and with a wave of his hand, he conjured up a chair for himself and sat down. After sensing the 6 Pains, Nagato opened his eyes to know that there was no problem. After the brief fight just now, Nagato had calmed down. Although the Samurai is powerful, it is not enough to rely on the power of the Samurai alone to take down the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Moreover, from the means just now, it can be seen that the daimyo of the Land of Fire is also proficient in space ninjutsu, and there is no point in fighting further. For the time being, it seems that the daimyo of the Land of Fire is indeed not hostile. Through negotiation, some information about the other party can also be collected. Moreover, George's words also made George full of vigilance. There must be a traitor around him, otherwise how could the other party know the secrets of the Akatsuki organization so well? Who is it? Uchiha Madara. Sir Daimyo, you are very strong, but as one of the 5 great nations, the existence of your country will cause war. If you are left here today, the Fire Nation will be in chaos, and only small nations like us will have room to survive. Ridiculous, Nagato. Can you only see here? Do you think the war in the ninja world is because of us big nations? George said contemptuously. George expressed deep sympathy for the experience of Nagato and the other two, and he also admired their ideals and persistence. But George sneered at the justice they insisted on, although George never thought that Konoha was just. Because in the ninja world, whoever is stronger always has the final say. Just like Nagato now, isn't he trying to gain more powerful power, to deter the entire ninja world, and achieve the goal of peace? Isn't it the ninja villages supported by you big nations, that wantonly launched wars that brought pain to our small nations? Nagato said hatefully. He clearly remembered that the second war between several major ninja villages was fought in the Land of Rain, which brought great disaster to the Land of Rain. The 3 of them became orphans in that war, and Yahiko also died in the wars between Iwagakure, Konoha, and Tsunagakure. As long as the forbidden weapons are used in the war, the person holding the weapons can instantly decide the life and death of thousands of people, and the living people will be afraid of this power. Then, ninjas, ninja villages, and countries will understand what pain is under such power. People will not dare to start wars easily, because of fear of this power, and there will be no wars from now on. Haha, a typical nuclear weapon theory. If George hadn't understood the means behind Uchiha Madara's death, maybe George would have taken this approach. Is this what you think? It seems that you are still so confident in the power of the Samurai. But do you really understand your eyes? George looked at Nagato with contempt. Do you think this Samurai is really yours? What do you mean? Hearing George's words, which were related to his fundamental Samurai, Nagato could no longer remain calm. Haha, speaking of which, Nagato, your identity is not ordinary. You inherited the blood of the Senju and Uzumaki clans at the same time. If I guess correctly, your parents should be members of the royal family of the Whirlpool Kingdom back then. George said. What does this have to do with the Samurai? Nagato now only wants to know what happened to his eyes. You know Uchiha Madara, right? I'm not talking about the fake Uchiha Madara you saw. Back then, by chance, Uchiha Madara met you. Then, George transplanted Senju cells into Uchiha Madara to awaken the Samurai. Then, in order to implement the Moon-Eye plan, Uchiha Madara transplanted the Samurai into Nagato, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, a distant relative of the Senju clan, hoping that Nagato could use the outer path Samurai natural-born technique to revive himself in the future. The story of Nagato having the Samurai from then on was roughly told to Nagato. Impossible. If what you said is true, then who is Uchiha Madara now? Why does he know so much about the Samurai? Nagato couldn't accept the fact that he was arranged at all, and shouted loudly. He's just a fool. He just wants you to carry out the previous plan more smoothly. Then he told the 2 of them all about the relationship between White Zetsu and Obito. Haha, Nagato, I've told you everything you should know. As for how to verify it, I don't need to tell you. But I want to warn you that I don't care what your plan is. For the time being, you are not allowed to touch my Land of Fire. Once I find out that your Akatsuki organization appears in the Land of Fire, you will have one more powerful enemy. George warned. Impossible. Is my life arranged? Then what am I? Nagato held his head and kept asking himself. Nagato, calm down. Konan beside him also hugged Nagato and comforted him. Sir Daimyo, how do you know all this? Is your purpose to warn us? Konan asked. I'm here to seek peace. I approve of your pursuit. Peace in the ninja world is also what I pursue. I don't want to see you being used by others, so I told you all this. I just hope that we won't become rivals in the pursuit of common goals. As for how I know this, I don't need to tell you. George glanced at Nagato, who hadn't recovered yet, and said, think about it carefully. I've said enough today. Remember not to reveal my existence. After that, George directly performed apparition and disappeared from his seat. Thanks to book friends Thor 1999 and Udeo 1990 for their recommendations. Thank you. Chapter 114. Remarks on the release. This book will be on the shelves on time at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. As a newbie, this is the first time to be on the shelves, and Zutao is very entangled in his heart. Zutao is writing a book for the first time. This book was just a pastime for self-entertainment at the beginning, so Zutao has always been very Buddhist and updates a little bit every day. But it was really unexpected that Zutao was signed. So I have to thank my editor-in-chief King Hu, thank Gideon for this platform, and thank the book friends who have always supported me. If it weren't for your recommendation votes, maybe I would have cut this book when it was 50,000 words. It was you who gave me the motivation to write. Back to this book, Zutao said that the reason why he was very entangled about putting it on the shelves was that he couldn't imagine that there would be anyone who would read it after it was put on the shelves. However, since the book has been written and signed, maybe someone will subscribe to read it. Although Zutao is not young, who doesn't have a competitive spirit. So, as long as there are people who read it, I will keep writing, even if there is only one person. I will skip the part of selling misery. The book will be put on the shelves tomorrow morning. According to the rules, I have to explode, but I don't have any manuscripts saved, and I have been typing on my phone, so just think that I owe you 2 chapters. Old book friends know that I keep my word and I will pay what I owe. Of course, if the first order results are good, I will add more chapters. As for awards, forget it, I won't dream about it. Dear readers, see you later. The author who is ready to fail, Zutao, wrote this on the train at 2:17 on the night of April 25, 2023. Chapter 115. Return to Marvel. After returning to Konoha from the Land of Rain, George found that Konoha had just completed the investigation of Shimura Danzo's base. The problems found inside can only be described as shocking. Even Sarutobi Hirozen couldn't help cursing after seeing the photos of the scene. Needless to say, the subsequent purge, Shimura Danzo was eventually taken over by Orochimaru. As for the ending, I believe Orochimaru will not let George down. After staying in Konoha for a few more days, George handed the rough plan of the Land of Fire for the next few years to Tsunade and the Minister of the Land of Fire who accompanied him, and asked them to implement it. After accompanying Tsunade and Miyu for 2 more days, George went directly back to the Marvel world. Of course, George also left a magic circle with Tsunade. Once something happened in the Land of Fire or Konoha that needed George's personal handling, as long as the magic circle was broken, George would know immediately. As for the reason for leaving, George directly said that he wanted to practice the collected ninjutsu in seclusion, which did not arouse the suspicion of others. Back in the Marvel world, George first took back the clones he left behind, received some information about his absence, and after finding that nothing serious happened, he opened a bottle of bourbon and lay down on the lounge chair on the balcony. "Honey, are you done with your experiment?" Alice asked when she returned to the bedroom and saw George lying on the balcony. "Haha, it's over for now, let me give you something good." After saying that, she took out a diamond necklace directly from the space. The pink diamonds on this necklace are nothing to George or Alice. The precious thing is the defensive magic circle engraved on the necklace by George. The material used is a special metal from the Naruto world. This metal has good conductivity for energy and is a good material for making ninja tools in the Naruto world. This time when he came back from the Naruto world, George didn't bring back too many things. For George now, there are very few items in Konoha that can bring him strength improvement. "Do you like it?" George put the necklace on Alice personally and gently hugged Alice from behind and said, "Of course, thank you, dear." Alice replied with a red lip. In the next month or so, George began to accompany Alice to practice magic. Alice is very talented in this aspect. Although she has only been in contact with magic for 2 years, she has mastered magic very well. George and Alice stayed quietly on Hogwarts Island and lived their own lives, but the outside world was not peaceful. In the past 2 years, the German Empire has been expanding. All countries can see that the signs of war have become more and more obvious. European countries, including the United States, are actively preparing for war. In the past 2 years, after taking over his father's business, Howard Stark has come up with many advanced weapon designs with his extraordinary wisdom. Howard Stark has also become a hot talent. Unlike George's Loki, Howard Stark is extremely high profile, and reports about him can often be seen in major magazines and newspapers. World War II broke out as expected. It was also in this year that Howard Stark established Stark Industries, and with the intentional support of the military, he quickly won the high-end market. Master, Paul called to report that Howard Stark's military orders through high-end technology have reached 1/3 of ours, and asked us if we should release some new products to occupy the market. Little Fred said. George, who was painting an oil painting for Alice, raised his head and said, "No, tell them to do it according to the previous plan." Therefore, at the Los Angeles Military Exposition in the United States in 1940, after the outbreak of World War II, the Military Exposition became one of the most important events of the current era. Various military-industrial enterprise groups desperately displayed their newly developed various weapons and equipment at the exposition. In sharp contrast to them, the previous industry giant Place Industry did not launch any special new weapons. On the contrary, the rising star, Stark Industry, has received more attention with its novel design. Just like a climber who always wants to step on the peak in front of him, Howard Stark naturally wants to step on George's Place Industry and the military industry to prove his ability. He not only thinks so, but also does so. Therefore, in the past 2 years, every time he exhibited, Howard would always choose to exhibit next to George's Place Industry, and then announce his new products to all parties in a victorious manner, and of course he would not forget to take the opportunity to suppress George's Place Industry. Even though Howard knew that the weapons and equipment he had taken out were not yet ready for production, and were still laboratory products, it did not prevent Howard Stark from wanting to defeat his opponent, although he might not know the strength of his opponent. Compared with Howard Stark's new equipment, the largest orders placed by various countries would still use those conventional weapons, which is why George was not worried about the sales of the weapons and equipment he produced. "Hey, Colonel Phillips, are you here to visit the weapons exhibition too?" Paul asked. "Long time no see, Paul. I came here today because I have something to do." Colonel Chester Phillips looked at Howard and replied, "Haha, what's up? Is Colonel Phillips also optimistic about that one?" Paul also looked at Howard Stark and said, "Haha, he is not inferior to your boss George in weapons research and development. Then, from a mortal's perspective, he is indeed good." Paul also said affirmatively, "Paul, have you told George about what I asked you to inform him about?" The colonel turned to look at Paul and said, "Oh, I'm really sorry, the boss is studying new things recently, so he doesn't have time to join your strategic science corps. But don't worry, the experimental equipment you need has been specially prepared for you by the boss, and will be delivered together with the weapons and equipment. Okay, tell George for me, I hope he can visit my department when he has time." Turning to Howard again, he said, "Okay, I have something else to do, let's talk another day." "Okay, goodbye, Colonel." "Goodbye, sir." After speaking, Phillips walked towards Howard who was about to step down with the guards. After watching Phillips walk towards Howard, Paul unconsciously curled his lips and secretly sighed at George's low profile. As the person who openly represents George in charge of the company, Paul certainly knows the strength of his own military industry enterprise. However, apart from the civilian products, George only regards many new weapons as technical reserves, and temporarily postpones the replacement of weapons. Otherwise, there will be no rise of Howard Stark Industries. Haha, of course, the most ridiculous thing is that Place owns 35% of Howard Stark Industries through the strategy of overseas acquisitions. This is the result of George's special instructions not to hold too much. Otherwise, it is unclear who owns this company. Hello, Mr. Howard Stark, your laser weapon is not bad. If the power is higher, it will be much better. Colonel Phillips greeted Stark skillfully. Haha, Colonel Phillips, why don't you have a satisfactory product on place? Howard Stark said proudly with his mustache. Let's go, I'll show you some good stuff. I hope you can put down your pride. As for Place Company, it has nothing to do with you. Colonel Phillips ignored Howard Stark behind him and walked straight to the backstage box. When he reached the door, Phillips took a shield from the guard, then opened the door and walked in. The guard also closed the door after Howard Stark entered the room. "Hey, staying alone in a room with a soldier, it will hurt me a lot if it gets out," Howard Stark said with disgust. "Shut up, Howard. Look at this." Colonel Phillips handed him a shield in his hand. "What is this? A shield? How come the military wants me to produce this kind of medieval war weapon? Haha, do I need to equip it with a hammer?" Howard Stark threw the shield on the table beside him with contempt and wanted to use the laser weapon in his hand to damage the shield to avenge Phillips's ridicule of his weapon's insufficient power. But even though the laser weapon in his hand was about to burn out, the shield on the table was not damaged at all. "What is this, Colonel? I can guarantee that this is definitely not any kind of metal I have ever seen." Howard Stark picked up the shield and looked at it carefully. "Thanks to the book Friends 201808162019282004. Book Friends Killin is not a demon. Book Friends Thor 1999. And Book Friends said that the refrigerator is not good for refrigeration. Thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Strategic Science Core. What? Mr. Howard Stark, the genius scientist, also has materials he doesn't recognize. Colonel Phillips, who was ridiculed by Howard, also took the opportunity to hit him hard. Then Howard Stark was seen looking at the round shield in his hand over and over again. Just when Howard was about to use the fruit knife on the table to scratch the surface of the shield, Phillips stopped him again and said, "Wait a moment, Howard. After you finish watching this video, you can take it back and study it slowly." Colonel Phillips took out a roll of film from his bag and handed it to Howard. Howard glanced at Colonel Phillips, then took the film and said, "Okay, let me see what surprise you have prepared for me." After that, he walked towards the projector next to him. After some operation, a picture of war slowly unfolded. The entire recorded image is not long, but it is very shocking. The huge war tank, like a bunker, gives people a deep sense of oppression. There is also the Gustav cannon mentioned in the documentary, which is more than 40 meters long and weighs 1,350 tons. Even the shells it fires are often several tons heavy. It is much taller than a person when erected. There are also high-tech weapons such as the Carroll mortar. In addition to having technologies that far exceed the current level of technology, these weapons have one thing in common. That is, these weapons are painted with Nazi swastikas and monster patterns with 9 heads like octopuses. This documentary is a video of the German organization called Hydra attacking Guernica in Spain not long ago. This organization is not simple. There are a large number of top scientists in it, and these weapons are the masterpieces of those scientists. These weapons are indeed good, but they only increase the amount of gunpowder and increase the power. It is not worth showing off. If it were me, I would do better. So, Colonel Phillips, tell me why you came. What made you come to me? Of course, I have my reasons for looking for you. Colonel Phillips took the film handed back and said. In fact, this time, Phillips took the opportunity to show Howard Stark the shield, to reveal to him the image of Hydra attacking Guernica, Spain with high-tech weapons, and invited Howard to organize the Strategic Science Corps to resist the pressure brought by the Academy of Sciences in Germany. Of course, Colonel Phillips's behavior was entirely at the instruction of President Roosevelt. The colonel had invited George, but George directly refused. However, it was not a waste to get some research and development equipment support from George. And compared with Howard Stark's achievements in weapons research and development, George should be more talented in biological genetic engineering, at least in the eyes of the outside world. I came to you this time to invite you to join the Strategic Science Corps, which is to target Hydra. Colonel Phillips replied. Oh, I'm a rich man. Why should I involve you in those things? I think the Earl may be more interested. As a businessman, Howard did not want to get involved in such things. At least you will get a large number of military orders. If you join us, you may have the opportunity to become the second largest arms dealer under place industry. You can also prove that you are more capable than those Germans and can better display your talents. The most important thing is that you can be the first to study the new high-tech weapons captured on the battlefield in the future. How about it? Colonel Phillips persuaded. Forget it, I have never been used to that kind of restrained life. Maybe we can have cooperation, but forget about joining your team. After all, you can't afford my salary. Oh, by the way, can I study this shield? I'm very curious about its material. It is very similar to a metal that our branch just obtained, Howard said to Phillips while holding the shield in his hand. Of course not. After all, if you don't participate in the plan, you can only be regarded as an outsider, and this shield is a national treasure. However, if I'm around, I can lend it to you for 2 days of study. Colonel Phillips, with drooping eyelids, was ready to use Howard's curiosity to attract him to join. One night is enough for this kind of thing. Let's go. Don't waste time. I can't wait to unveil it, Howard Stark said, and took Colonel Phillips to go outside. Just as Howard Stark, Colonel Phillips and his guards stood next to Howard's car, a car drove quickly in the distance. When it approached Howard and his guards, the car window opened quickly, and several gun barrels stretched out from inside. The experienced guards immediately found something wrong, and threw Howard and the colonel to the side of the car. Howard, who was lying on the ground, also reacted and raised his shield to block the bullets. But soon, the attacking gangsters were quickly controlled by the police department in charge of the venue. Then, after Phillips revealed his identity as a military figure and one of the victims of the attack, the criminals were quickly taken over by the military. The interrogation results came out soon. Although the gangster committed suicide in the end, the last slogan he shouted before his death also fully demonstrated his identity. Colonel Phillips returned to Howard Stark and said to Howard, "Do you know who attacked you? Aren't you investigating?" Howard asked with a puzzled look on his face. "It's the Hydra organization I mentioned before. As far as I know, this organization called Hydra. Its predecessor was the German National Weapons Research Center." After handing Howard the information about the German Hydra that he had collected before, he continued, "After being taken over by John Schmidt, nicknamed Red Skull, this organization gradually evolved into a German secret organization that integrates weapons research and development, secret operations, and military strikes. They are carrying out targeted assassinations in anti-German countries, especially weapons research and development talents. If they cannot be kidnapped, they will be directly assassinated." Howard Stark was embarrassed when he saw the reports in the file about the killings of officers and weapons researchers at all levels in various countries. In the past 2 years, he has been so high profile, so he must be on the list of this Hydra organization. Whether he was captured or assassinated, it was not what Howard Stark wanted to see. Just like today's assassination, if the guards hadn't discovered it in advance, and if he hadn't had a shield to block bullets, and there were so many armed forces on the scene, he might really be killed. Damn it, do I have to cooperate with place security and hire them to protect me? But Howard Stark still hates the feeling of admitting that he is not as good as others. Howard, you can see that you have been targeted by them. Joining the Strategic Scientific Corps would be a very good choice. You should know that the Strategic Scientific Corps is not just an organization for weapons research and development. Its primary target is the Red Skull's Hydra organization. And our organization is highly confidential and can provide you with very high security conditions. Colonel Phillips said, "I don't have much time to work for your department." Howard Stark said, "Don't worry about this. We will only provide you with all the necessary conditions for research and development, as long as you give priority to equipping our own people after obtaining the results, so that we can have the ability to fight Hydra. We will fully support your research, just like the human radiation enhancement theory you proposed before. In order to support your experiment, I have arranged for people to find partners for you. I believe there will be results soon. Okay, happy cooperation." Happy cooperation. The two shook hands, representing Howard Stark's official joining of the Strategic Science Corps. Please read, recommend, vote, like, comment, collect, everything. Originally, I should have released 3 chapters when it was put on the shelves. I only released 1 chapter, so I owe 2 chapters. Today's first order has 30, although it is less than 100, but in order to thank all the book friends for their support, I will add one more chapter. I owe a total of 3 chapters, and I will write it as a witness. Chapter 117 Agent Carter. On the same day, after Paul returned, he called George to report what happened at the exhibition, including the attack at the entrance of the exhibition. In the eyes of ordinary people, Paul has made great contributions over the years, leading the rapid development of Place Group, from an unknown company to a giant in the industry. But only Paul, as the person involved, knows that he is actually just following the boss's plan. Even if someone else were to do it, they would have achieved the same result. Boss, today's incident has been investigated, and it is clear that it was an organization called Hydra that attacked Howard Stark. At the exhibition, Colonel Phillips asked me to convey your invitation again. Well, have all the supplies prepared for them been delivered? Yes, boss. Very good. Thank you for your trouble. The military industry should still follow the previous plan and let it go. Next, I will also add security personnel for the company's senior executives, so you can rest assured about safety. Thank you, boss. After hanging up the phone, Paul, who was nearly 60 years old, couldn't help but recall the scene when he first met his boss 20 years ago. 20 years have passed. As one of the people who has followed the boss for the longest time, and one of the few people who can see the boss's true face, his boss is still so young, tall and handsome. It seems that time has no effect on him. The boss has never concealed or avoided him. This makes him feel at ease and afraid, but more of it is yearning. Youth and vitality are what people of Paul's age yearn for the most. George couldn't help but smile when he saw a report on the results of the Strategic Science Core. Monday, how is the replication experiment going? George shouted to the air. There are 35 minutes left to complete. George then went to the underground laboratory. This laboratory was brought back by George from the DC World line of Suicide Squad. The entire laboratory is at least 100 years ahead of current technology. George also installed many robotic arms inside the laboratory, which can be controlled by artificial intelligence. Monday to do some experiments. Half an hour later, George looked at the palm-sized piece of metal in his hand and said to Monday, perform the final test. Yes, sir. Sir, the original adamantium alloy replication experiment has been completed, and all the data and formulas have been recorded. Very good. Use the original adamantium alloy to help me modify my car, and the color is still black. Okay, sir. After saying that, George returned to the study. In fact, Colonel Phillips invited George to join the Strategic Scientific Corps, SSR, 2 years ago, but how could George agree? As the biggest capitalist, he only has others working for him. How could he let himself go to a subordinate department of the military and listen to others' orders? However, it did not prevent George from laying some foreshadowing in advance, such as adding some of his own people in it, and as the construction contractor of the entire laboratory, installing some miniature cameras in the entire Strategic Scientific Corps department at the right time. You know, these monitoring devices were brought back by George from the DC world. With the current technology, there is no possibility of discovering them, so every move of the entire department is under the monitoring of Monday. The results naturally emerged. In fact, George had arranged so much before, just for the formula of the original adamantium alloy. The original adamantium alloy is the material used for the shield that Colonel Phillips gave to Howard Stark for research. It is actually the product of an accidental experiment. After being recruited into the Strategic Scientific Corps, Dr. Mirren McLean wanted to create an indestructible alloy for the United States. Once when he was taking a nap in the laboratory, the vibranium, iron and several chemicals on the workbench accidentally combined to become the hardest metal known on Earth. However, due to the unknown synthesis process and the proportion of various components, Dr. Mirren McLean could not make this metal again. This accidental product of the experiment was later made into the round shield, which was later presented to Captain America, and became Captain America's iconic weapon. The original timeline was like this, but George certainly would not give up the metal formula after knowing it, so he arranged so many cameras in advance for it. Hard work pays off. After a long wait, the final formula was obtained by George. As for the other achievements of the Strategic Scientific Corps, George really looked down on them. While George was still studying the various uses of the original adamantium alloy in alchemy, in the secret base of Hydra in Kaufmann Castle in the Bavarian Alps in southern Germany, Agent Carter, disguised as a maid, took advantage of the night sentry shift change and came to a room. This castle, as a place for scientific research and material storage, was not taken seriously after Schmidt injected the serum. The long-term comfortable life had already made the Hydra soldiers in the castle relax their vigilance. Peggy Carter was originally trained in the British Secret Service organization and was later arranged to do code decryption work in the British Logistics Bureau. Her fiancé Fred Wells, who worked in the Ministry of the Interior, proposed to her successfully and planned to marry her back home as a full-time wife to take care of her husband and children. Colonel Edwards, the head of the logistics department, received a transfer letter from the Special Operations Department, but Carter, who was in love, refused. At the engagement party, Michael, who was already an officer, saw that his sister had an uneasy heart and would not be willing to be a mediocre housewife for life. He also recommended her to the Special Operations Department as a female agent to let herself go. Before the wedding, her mother put on her wedding dress and she cried with joy. However, the military sent bad news that her brother Michael died on the front line. The whole family was in grief. Carter resolutely took off her wedding ring and reported to the Special Operations Department. Later, she was directly transferred to the British Counterintelligence and Security Management Agency MI5 and became an agent. This time, her mission was to rescue a German doctor. According to the information, Dr. Abraham Erkins was a key figure in the experiment. According to clues, Dr. Erkins is now imprisoned in a room in this castle. Since seeing the horrific scene of the Red Skull injecting his enhanced serum, Dr. Erkins has been deeply remorseful and blamed himself for creating a horrible monster. In the few days after the serum injection, Dr. Erkins saw Schmidt beat dozens of prisoners to death in order to test and familiarize himself with the transformed body. Moreover, even if someone around him made a mistake, he would be killed directly. In the past 2 years, Dr. Abraham Erkins has been researching the serum in the hope of perfecting the medicine. This is also the task left to him by the Red Skull, otherwise he might have been killed by Schmidt long ago. Moreover, since Schmidt was injected with the serum, Schmidt no longer brought him information about his family. Now the only reason that supports Dr. Erkins to live is a photo of his family. That's right, after Schmidt no longer provided information about his family, Erkins also lost the courage to live. After waking up from an unsuccessful suicide attempt, he found a photo of his wife with 2 children in his pocket. From the height of the child in the photo, it can be inferred that this is a recent photo. And from the clothes and complexion of the family, they have been living well. Although I don't know who gave me this photo and what the purpose is, Dr. Erkins knows that the person behind this must want me to live. And only by living can I have the opportunity to see my family again. This picture was also hidden in the innermost part of Dr. Erkins' clothes. This photo was naturally sent by George, and the purpose was naturally to want the doctor to live well. Ding. Ding. Drive Erkins. Dr. Abraham Erkins. Following the low voice outside the door, Dr. Erkins, who was already lying on the bed, sat up again. A woman dressed as a maid opened the door and walked in. Who are you? I'm Peggy Carter, an agent of the British MI5. I'm here to rescue you. Doctor, follow me. Without waiting for Dr. Erkins to speak, Carter took out a backpack and put it on him. Okay, doctor, follow me. Time is running out. As he said that, he walked out of the door. The two of them went down the stairs to the top floor of the castle. The soldiers guarding here had been dealt with when Carter came in. Since they had just changed shifts, they were not afraid of being discovered in a short time. After meeting the person who was supposed to pick them up, the team took advantage of the night to escape. Thanks to bookfriend Diamond Man for his reward, bookfriend 2021090809093519114 for his monthly ticket, bookfriend Thor 1999, bookfriend 20170304124152801, bookfriend Yu Yeben, and bookfriend said the refrigerator is not good for refrigeration. Thank you all for your subscriptions, comments, and collections. Thank you everyone. Chapter 118 Rebirth Plan. A few days later, in Kaufman Castle, Dr. Erskine's bedroom, Schmidt took off his gloves and casually flipped through the pages of data on the desk. "Have you found him?" Schmidt asked. "Report to the commander." "No," the Hydra soldier at the door replied. Schmidt didn't even look at the soldier at the door and went straight to the castle's hall. A group of people stood in the middle of the hall. These people were the original castle guards and all the servants. Schmidt looked at the soldiers below on the steps, then put on his gloves and walked straight to the castle door. After arriving at the castle door, Schmidt raised his right hand and waved, and then gunfire and screams immediately sounded behind him. "Take all the information back and study it carefully and find him for me." "Yes, Commander." Schmidt got on the car and the convoy drove out of the mountain. On the other side, Carter and Erkins and his group finally set foot on the land of New York, USA after twists and turns. Many places in Europe have now fallen, and only the United States, which has not yet joined the war, can provide a perfect research environment. I don't know what the United States promised, but in the end, Dr. Abraham Erkins was successfully brought back to the United States. Of course, there must be many deals. One of them is that Carter stayed in the United States as a contact person for cooperation and joined the Strategic Scientific Army with Dr. Abraham Erkins. "Drive Erkins, welcome," Colonel Phillips said, shaking the doctor's hand. "Thank you, you saved me. Can you tell me where my family is?" Dr. Erkins said. "I'm very sorry, we didn't find any information about your family," Colonel Phillips said with a sad face. "Well, I know," Dr. Erkins said with a relieved look. In fact, on the night Carter saved him, he once thought that Carter was a member of the mysterious force, but after he asked about his family twice and didn't get an answer, Dr. Erkins realized that Carter was not from that force. Asking about this again today is just to make a final confirmation. Of course, there is no need to tell these people about these things. Drive Erkins, the purpose of establishing our strategic scientific corps is to fight Schmidt and his Hydra organization and avenge all those who have been persecuted. We need your strength. I know. I will continue to study the super soldier serum and try my best to improve it. I will create a better super soldier to defeat Schmidt, Erkins said. Yes, this is a rebirth plan of the military. The purpose is to create super soldiers on a large scale. You are the person in charge of this project. Colonel Phillips just saw Howard coming in and then pointed at Howard and introduced him to Erkins. "Mr. Howard has done some research on human radiation enhancement. I believe it will be very helpful for you to improve the serum." Then, everyone started a new round of research on the super soldier serum. "Boss, Dr. Erkins has successfully arrived in New York today and joined the Strategic Scientific Corps," the person on the other end of the phone reported to George. "Very good, you have worked hard too. Erkins doesn't need to follow for the time being," George said to the phone. "Yes, boss." George just hung up the phone and saw Alice walking in with a fruit plate. "Honey, what are you so happy about?" Alice picked a grape and put it into George's mouth and asked, "Haha, is there anything? It's just that an old friend came back and invited me to get together." George ate another grape and said, "Didn't you read in the library today? The British called and said they hope to get some autonomy," Alice said embarrassedly. In fact, Alice and George's acquaintance and understanding were arranged in advance, and the purpose was to win over George. As a princess of the kingdom, she enjoyed the welfare of the royal family and naturally had to bear the corresponding responsibilities, not to mention that she was not a real princess. Alice had already realized this, but she was very satisfied with George himself. In the process of getting along with each other, Alice also fell deeply in love with each other. So, not long after the two got married, Alice confessed this matter to George. What Alice didn't expect was that George actually knew about this matter a long time ago. This also made Alice cherish this relationship more. So since the marriage, Alice has never revealed George's information to the royal family. George was a person who had been baptized by the information explosion in his previous life. If there was no royal authorization in the encounter between the princess and the princess, George would never believe it. However, there is no reason to say that you can't just eat candy and return the shells. Moreover, George deliberately let people reveal the Duke of Windsor's affairs so that the king could not stay in that position for a full year. It was a revenge for the royal family, to make it look so bad. Maybe the battlefield in Europe was too difficult, and the British royal family thought of Alice again, so there was this call. In fact, Hitler invaded Poland in September 1939, forcing Britain and France to declare war on Germany, and World War II began. Among them, Britain's position was the most embarrassing, because not only did their king have a deep personal relationship with Hitler, but even their own Prime Minister Arthur Neville Chamberlain was condemned by international public opinion for his appeasement policy towards Hitler's Nazi Germany on the eve of World War II. Later, Winston Churchill served as British Prime Minister from 1940 to 1945 during World War II, and played a major role in the struggle against German rule in Europe, regaining some face for Britain. Since Britain declared war on Germany, the British Army has not performed well on the battlefield, and has not been fooled by the United States, and has formed an alliance with the United States. This can be seen from the cooperation between MI6 and the US military. George suspected that the British government departments were stupid to send Abraham Erskines to the United States to develop super soldier serum for the United States. At least send a few R&D personnel to secretly learn something. Even if they can't steal the complete formula, they can get some information back for research. Can they just rely on a female agent? Haha, they almost sent a female agent out. Therefore, the British honey trap should be quite a failure. Alice is one of them, and George estimates that Carter should be the same with Captain America. It's just that they should have fallen in love halfway. Haha, okay, I'll let the company contact them. Let's work harder for the child, George said, and picked up Alice and walked towards the bedroom. The next day, George called Paul and arranged for them to contact Churchill. The price of materials can be a little more favorable, mainly in exchange for some post-war dividends. After dealing with the company's affairs, George came to the underground laboratory, where a large aircraft frame was suspended. This aircraft was the blueprint George got from Batman's underground space. After getting the original adamantium alloy, George thought about building an aircraft himself, so this flying fox was born. This aircraft, the whole material used, is the original adamantium alloy, divided into 3 layers. The bottom of the plane is a huge cargo hold, used to hold 3 Batmobiles. The second layer is the central part, connected to the computer terminal, and the third layer is the cockpit. No matter which layer you are in, you can see the conditions of the other 2 layers. George is also preparing to use all chemical techniques and enchantments in the entire aircraft refining process. Now this aircraft has just begun to be refined. Ordinary people assemble cars to play with, and George plans to learn from Bruce and build a plane to play with. The mother of the future Captain America, since George arranged for someone to cure tuberculosis, and arranged a job as a nurse. Although it is still very hard, it is no longer a problem to raise Steve. In the original timeline, Steve was sent to an orphanage after his mother died of tuberculosis, but now George's appearance directly avoided his fate of becoming an orphan. Hey, Steve, how about going to watch a baseball game? Steve's friend Bucky asked. Okay, let's go together then. But you have to help me buy these things today, Steve said. Although Steve's mother has a formal job, Steve, who has been very sensible since childhood, will still take advantage of the holidays to work to supplement the family income. Unfortunately, he has been weak and sick since childhood, and he looks too thin. Even though he has graduated from high school this year and is almost 19 years old, he doesn't look as strong as girls of the same age. May 1941, Ebbets field another pitch, a foul fly, and the score is tied with the Dodgers at 4-4. There is no suspense in the score. He swings the baseball. This guy has the ability to strike out the opponent again. This game at Ebbets field is so exciting. The Philadelphia team controlled the situation at 4-4, and the Dodgers still had 3 people on the field. Pitch. Strike. He drove up and pitched. Swing. An arc. Pass Grimson. Rizzo scored. Reiser ran to third base. Duracher was waiting to take over, and they were about to hand over. But keep steady. Peter Reiser pitched in. The Dodgers led 8-4. Dodgers. What a wonderful game. The game was really good. Boom. The supporters of the Brooklyn Dodgers in the stands stood up and shouted for victory. The applause and cheers merged into one. The most exciting game of the season at Ebbets Field was born. Steve and his partner Bucky screamed excitedly. They were all fans of the Dodgers. In fact, all Brooklynites liked this team. Oh. Today, the owner of the Dodgers, our Lord George Orwell Swent, is also here. He invites everyone present to have lunch. 2 hamburgers per person. A Coke. Adult men can also choose a bottle of beer. Thank you, Lord Earl. As the host announced, cheers rang out again. This time, all the audience were included. Everyone looked at the highest stand box. The applause lasted for a long time. Hi, Bucky, it's Lord Swent. Steve pulled Bucky and cheered continuously. Yes, I heard it. What a generous guy. Bucky said enviously. I told you, Bucky, that's our family's benefactor. Don't call him that guy. Steve hit Bucky and said, okay, I know, idiot. After the game, Steve came out with Bucky, still talking about the wonderful moments of the whole game. Especially for the last winning goal. Steve gestured excitedly. At this time, Steve saw a tragic photo depicting the European battlefield on the ground, which caught his attention. Bucky, who was standing next to him, saw that Steve suddenly stopped talking, followed his gaze, then put his arm around Steve's shoulders and said, let's go, Steve. This is not something we need to consider. The United States is still far away from this war. Yes, with the whole of Europe fighting fiercely, this world war is more cruel than the First World War, but God bless America. Far away from the battlefield, the United States is still singing and dancing, and the American people are still pursuing the American dream of freedom. November 20th, 1941. Boss, the spy planted in the Japanese army sent back the news that the Japanese military has formulated a plan to attack Pearl Harbor, but the specific execution date has not yet been determined. The news sent back also said that traces of other spies were found outside the Japanese military base. Okay, I know. I will contact you after the date is determined. As for the other spies, don't worry about them. Also, their mission is to find people, so focus on your own mission. Yes, boss. After hanging up the phone, George took a cigar from the cigar box on the table, cut off the cigar head, and gently roasted it with fire before lighting it. After blowing out a puff of smoke, George smiled slightly, because it finally confirmed a guess about Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor in the previous life. There were 2 statements about Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor in the previous life. One was that the attack on Pearl Harbor was a real attack. The other was a conspiracy by the Americans, who deliberately made the attack successful. The first statement is of course recognized history, and the second statement is circulated among some military fans, especially some Japanese who always insist that the Pearl Harbor incident was a huge conspiracy. Why is there such a saying? Because the Japanese sneak attack seemed very successful, but some inexplicable coincidence has made the Japanese strategic intentions not achieved. Of course, there are still many doubts. For example, before the attack, the US military suddenly dispatched a large number of medical supplies and medical personnel to Pearl Harbor, and notified the cancellation of the next day's vacation the day before the attack, to carry out combat readiness duty. The day of the attack was Sunday. This is documented. There are also some unreasonable military mobilizations. Before the attack, the US military dispersed some fighters to remote small airports, while the aircraft left in the main airport were left in empty hangars and neatly placed on the runway, giving people the illusion that all the aircraft were there. After the attack began, the aircraft that took off to fight all took off from small airports, which was described in the blockbusters Tora and Pearl Harbor. It is precisely because of so many doubts that many people believe that the Pearl Harbor incident was a conspiracy of the United States. The United States had long known about the Japanese sneak attack plan, and the Pearl Harbor incident was just Roosevelt's self-torture. The purpose was to awaken the people's awakening and hostility and crush the isolationist thought at the cost of Pearl Harbor. At the same time, Japan must make a successful sneak attack in order to arouse the determination to crush the isolationists and join the war. Of course, in fact, if George really wants to know whether there is any intentional element in this, he can get it from the White House. However, the White House does not take the lives of soldiers seriously, so why should he be a saint? On December 7, 1941, the Japanese Navy Combined Fleet attacked Pearl Harbor, the US fleet base in the Pacific, and sent a total of 354 aircraft to bomb the US Pacific Fleet and its facilities in 2 times. Because the US military was unprepared, 188 planes were sunk, about 20 warships of various types were damaged, and 2,280 officers and soldiers died, with heavy losses. On the same day, Britain and the United States declared war on Japan, and the Pacific War broke out. The United States, Germany, and Italy also declared war on each other, and World War II broke out in full swing. Thanks to book friends Count of Monte Cristo, Messire, 201903180048347889. 20210301106593811486. 202220601072438503. For their monthly tickets. Thanks to book friends Diamond Man, I Love Robots, 201703041241528001. 202220206080234742. Thor 1999, 140,602,232,513,693. Demon God Emperor, Jin, I say the refrigerator is bad and needs refrigeration, and I'm a rogue for their recommendation tickets. Thanks to all book friends for their subscriptions, comments, and collections. Then I want to ask, is it better for me to code 4,000 words in one chapter, or divide it into 2 chapters? Chapter 119 Church. After the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, the military base of the US Pacific Fleet, US President Franklin Roosevelt stood up with his crippled legs, delivered a famous national humiliation speech to all American people, and declared war on Japan. The United States was fully mobilized to participate in the war, and the whole country was boiling. The war to defend the country became the biggest topic for Americans. Ms. Carter, this is a secret report sent from Germany. You need to translate it. Okay, give it to me. After that, Carter took the information from the female clerk, and then returned to his desk to start translating. Half an hour later, a new intelligence report on Germany's uranium plan appeared on the desk. Carter picked up the translated document and knocked on the door of Colonel Phillips' office. 2 days later, more than a dozen people sat in the Oval Office of the White House. In addition to the generals and think tanks of the military, there were also several nuclear experts. Colonel Phillips, is this information reliable? Roosevelt asked. Absolutely reliable, Mr. President. We lost 3 soldiers for this information. Colonel Phillips replied. Everyone, what do you think? President Roosevelt asked the others in the office. General Arthur said, Mr. President, we should start the nuclear program as soon as possible. Otherwise, once Germany develops nuclear weapons first, the consequences will be disastrous. Yes, Mr. President, the atomic bomb program must be started as soon as possible. This destructive weapon must be in our hands. General Bush said. Agree. Then I want to know, what do we need to prepare? Dr. Robert Oppenheimer. President Roosevelt looked at the middle-aged man on the side and said, uranium, Mr. President, we need a lot of raw uranium ore for experiments. We also need a lot of nuclear scientists. Robert Oppenheimer said, okay, I will have people prepare these for you. You can start working, Doctor. President Roosevelt said to Robert, Mr. President, I want to tell you that the main uranium mines in the country are all in the hands of a company, so. Robert Oppenheimer glanced at the waiting crowd and continued, in fact, there are only a small amount of uranium ore suitable for use in the United States. These uranium mines were bought by Mr. Orwell more than 10 years ago. The most nuclear research experts in the country are also in the institute under Mr. Orwell. What about foreign uranium mines? Someone asked. Well, some good uranium mines are in Canada and Czechoslovakia, but the best uranium resources are in Australia. Now Czechoslovakia has been occupied by Germany, and as far as I know, Mr. Orwell also has a lot of uranium mines in 2 other regions. The office calmed down briefly, and most people present began to envy, but there was no way who could have thought that the waste mine, which was called the Devil's Mine, would become so valuable. Okay, the White House will contact Mr. Orwell. You make a plan. Roosevelt said to everyone. Okay, Mr. President. X5 After everyone left, Roosevelt looked at the phone on the desk. He couldn't help but recall his first meeting with the Count. In fact, Roosevelt was also very curious about that person. Since he participated in the New York state election, that gentleman has started to sponsor him. It can be said that he is a noble person in his political career. If it weren't for that person, he might not have been able to sit in this position in the first place. After all, how many people would be optimistic about a disabled person becoming a president? However, along the way, his sponsor did not make too demanding demands. However, a report from his think tank showed that his company has penetrated into every aspect of the United States. Sometimes, this kind of lack of desire is the most terrifying. Before, some think tanks proposed the Count threat theory, which intentionally supported some companies to seize the military's share. Coupled with Roosevelt's deliberate indulgence, Howard Stark Industries has risen rapidly. Today, through the uranium mine incident, it seems that the threat theory proposed by those people is not unreasonable. But now it seems that he has to rely on this company. After thinking again and again, President Roosevelt finally dialed the phone. Hello, Mr. President Roosevelt. It's been a long time since we last contacted each other. Yes, Mr. Orwell, it's been a long time. This is the case. I would like to invite you and your wife to dinner at the White House tomorrow night. I wonder if you have time. Roosevelt said. Of course, then Mr. President, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Just after hanging up the phone, George saw the butler Fred standing at the door. Come in. Yes, sir. Sir, this is the news from Washington just now. Fred handed over a piece of paper. George took the paper and saw what was written on it. He suddenly understood the intention of President Roosevelt to invite him to dinner today. Fred, tell Paul to select a few nuclear experts and prepare a batch of uranium ore. Also, help me prepare a gift for President Franklin Roosevelt. Yes, sir. The next day, Washington, the small banquet hall of the White House, has held countless banquets and entertained countless guests. The maids, who are used to it, are busy in an orderly manner wearing standard black skirts, white headdresses, and white aprons. Mrs. Anna Eleanor Roosevelt, the First Lady, looked at the busy maids, then came to Roosevelt's desk and asked, "Are there any guests tonight?" This First Lady is not simple. She is a feminist and strongly advocates the protection of human rights. She has essentially changed the traditional image of the White House hostess and has become an active advocate of various social activities, an enthusiastic participant in political activities, a strong supporter of her husband's career and a political partner. This phenomenon is unprecedented and has been imitated by subsequent First Ladies. Yes, that Earl, I introduced him to you, my sponsor. Oh, that gentleman. Although I have seen his photo in the newspaper, I have not met him in person. Well, yes, he is usually very low-key and does not like to show up outside. Tonight, I invited the couple to come as a guest, so you should also prepare. His wife is the British princess. They are really a perfect match. Okay, I will prepare it now. In the evening, George took Alice, who was dressed gorgeously, and came to the small banquet hall under the guidance of the reception officer. Hello, Mr. President. Haha, hello, Mr. Orwell. You are still so young. The dinner was well received by both parties. After dinner, the two ladies chatted about flowers and plants in the tea room, and George and the president came to the president's study. They each lit a cigar given by George. President Roosevelt was not a professional cigar smoker, but after smoking a lot, he could taste the mellow and sweet aftertaste of the cigar. After the two of them took 2 puffs quietly, President Roosevelt said, "This is massacus, right? I heard it's your family business now?" "No, this is made for me to smoke, and it's never been delivered." Roosevelt took another puff and said, "It's really good." George smiled and said, "If you like it, I'll have someone send it to you regularly." Haha, as a friend, I won't be polite. Roosevelt said. Of course. The two smiled at each other. Then I'll just say it directly. After that, Roosevelt picked up a document from the desk. George took it and flipped through it. It was a detailed report on the German uranium plan. From the 1937 plan to a series of descriptions of the latest experimental progress. I don't know. What does Mr. President mean? George pretended not to know. In today's environment, the White House needs your strength. Roosevelt paused, glanced at George who did not respond, and then said, the White House has prepared a nuclear weapons plan. The whole plan requires a large amount of funds, and a large amount of uranium, or is needed during the experiment. How much? What? How much do I say? 1 billion. George felt disgusted. Damn, I have also seen the plan, and the total plan only requires about 2 billion. This is to let me pay half. If I don't want the whole plan to go too smoothly and scare the president again. George really wants to take out the nuclear weapon and put it in the president's face. Yes, George now has complete nuclear weapons manufacturing information. In the DC world, George still plundered a lot of various technical information. However, in order not to shock the world and affect the development of World War II, forget it. Okay, what do you need? George puffed on the cigar in his hand, thought for a moment, and said, qualifications for the development and research of nuclear energy. Non-weapon direction. Roosevelt asked. Our nuclear experts will participate in the entire process of the first nuclear weapons development. After the experiment is successful, they will withdraw to the institute. George replied. After another silence, Roosevelt replied, okay. A few days later, the United States officially formulated a top-secret plan codenamed Manhattan. President Roosevelt gave this plan special priority above all actions. Oak Ridge in Tennessee was selected as the base of the uranium isotope separation plant. Because the general office was originally to be located in New York City, they decided to name the new district Manhattan. Thus, the Manhattan Engineering District, or simply the Man Engineering District, was born. The entire nuclear research program in the United States was soon named the Manhattan Project. In this life, the Manhattan Project was proposed 6 months earlier than in the original time and space. March 1942, the town of Tunsberg, Norway. As one of the oldest towns in Norway, there are a large number of ancient royal families on the outskirts of the town. At this time, Norway has become a German-occupied area, but the night in this remote town is still quiet and peaceful. Unfortunately, this tranquility was soon broken by the German leather boots and roaring tanks. A huge tank, 3 stories high and dozens of meters long, roared into the town. The neat stone slabs broke under the tracks, and the surrounding houses shook. A young man with golden hair and a beard quickly crossed the small square in the town, and ran all the way to the church next to the square. He pushed open the door of the church and immediately shouted, "They are coming," and then closed the door from the inside. A sarcophagus was placed in the middle of the church, and mottled iron candles were scattered around. The old man with grey beard slowly came down the stone stairs and replied, "They have been here before." The young man walked up to the old man and said, "This time is different. Let them come, they won't find it." Boom boom, the stone fortress shook violently, and the feet of the 2 people were shaking. Boom, with a loud noise, the wall where the church door was located was forcibly broken by the tank equipped with a battering ram, and the collapsed boulder raised a cloud of dust. When the old man found it, the man who came to report the news had been killed by the stone. A team of soldiers filed in from the collapsed gate, and several of them quickly occupied various corners of the church and searched quickly. The old man was pushed to the ground. After searching in vain, the soldiers set their sights on the sarcophagus in the middle of the church. 3 soldiers came to the sarcophagus and tried to push it open. But the huge and heavy sarcophagus did not move at all, as if the whole sarcophagus was connected. The team leader shouted, "Open it quickly. Why can't you find it?" A domineering 6-wheeled black sports car slowly stopped next to the tank. A tall figure got out of the car, and the black long boots stepped on the hard cobblestone road, making a dada sound of footsteps. A black military windbreaker, slightly majestic, stood at the collapsed gate. After hearing the footsteps, the 3 soldiers who couldn't push the sarcophagus stood up together and turned to look at the black figure standing at the gate. Dada in the quiet church, the sense of oppression was full. As the man approached the church, he showed a cold and stiff face, and his cold eyes revealed cruelty and madness. The man was Schmidt. The officer walked slowly into the church, and the soldiers inside stood at attention and saluted. "It took me a long time to find this place. I really have to praise you." Schmidt's cold face was expressionless. "Help him up." A soldier hurriedly pulled the old man up. Faced with this sudden change, the old man seemed a little flustered. "I think you are a very far-sighted person. We are very similar in this respect," Schmidt said while helping the old man tidy up his messy clothes. "We are not alike at all." Although there was some panic in his eyes, the old man was not afraid to give in. "Really? But what others regard as superstition, you and I both think is science." Schmidt looked at the old man and said, "What you are looking for does not exist." The old man's voice was already trembling. "Then why bother to hide it?" Schmidt seemed a little impatient, took off his hat, and handed it to the soldier next to the sarcophagus, and walked to the sarcophagus. With both hands on the coffin lid, Schmidt pushed hard. The sarcophagus that the soldiers had tried their best to move was easily pushed open. As the heavy coffin lid fell to the ground, everything inside was revealed. In the sarcophagus was a decayed skeleton. The armor and cloak on the body had long been rusted and rotted, but on its body was a long sword, and between its hands was a transparent crystal cube. First of all, I would like to thank the book friend Skysound for the reward, and thank the book friend 201803062300398868 and the book friend Jiling Rinchi for their monthly ticket support. Thanks to book friends Diamond Man, Thor 1999, 2022602080234742, Kirin is not a demon, Makafang 777, Yi Beishu, Huafan Zenbeo Deo, Huz Hangshu. Refrigerator is not good, 201803062300398868, and Kiss Goodbye Baby for their recommendations, as well as subscriptions, comments, and collections from all book friends. Thank you all. Chapter 120 Joining the Army. Schmidt reached out and took out the crystal cube from between the mummy's hands, put it in front of his eyes, observed it, and said to himself, "The hypercube is Odin's treasure." Then he turned around and looked at the old man coldly, letting him see the crystal cube in his hand. Then, in the surprised eyes of the people around him, Schmidt loosened his palm, and the crystal cube fell to the ground with a crisp sound. This thing shouldn't be hidden. Schmidt walked towards the old man, stared at the old man's eyes with cold eyes, and then said, "But I think it's very close." "I can't help you," the old man replied with a hoarse voice, but still firmly. "Yes, but maybe you can help your village. There must be your friends there. There may be some children." At this time, Schmidt changed to a brisk tone again, as if chatting with a friend, and said, "I don't think you want them to die." The old man, who understood the meaning of Schmidt's words, also showed a panicked look at the sound of the tank barrel turning around outside the church. The still stubborn old man just looked at the wall behind Schmidt. Schmidt followed the old man's gaze and turned around to look at the wall with the carved scene. Schmidt walked forward gently. As a man who had studied mysticism deeply, he recognized the carving on the wall at a glance. Yggdrasil, a giant tree in Norse mythology, the world tree, guarding wisdom and destiny. Legend has it that the world tree is as high as the sky, and 9 kingdoms have been derived from this tree. Schmidt looked at the statue lightly and recalled the information about the world tree in Norse mythology that he had read before. The world tree has 3 roots. The first root goes deep into Asgard, and under the root is the spring of Erd. The second root goes deep into Jotunheim, the home of giants, and under its root is the spring of Mimir, the spring of wisdom and knowledge. The third root goes deep into Niflheim, the land of mist, and under its root is the spring of Niflheim and a black dragon Nidhogg that keeps gnawing at the roots. It keeps gnawing at the roots until one day when it finally bites off the tree, the Ragnarok will come. Schmidt was talking to himself about the information about the world tree, and his hand gently brushed over the 3 major root systems. Finally, it landed on the black dragon Nidhogg, and pressed on the slightly protruding dragon eye of the black dragon as if by magic. Click. There was a slight sound. The relief formed a square gap, and then the square object popped out slightly. Schmidt held the square box with both hands and gently pulled it out. The old man saw the box in Schmidt's hand, and the corners of his mouth trembled unconsciously. Schmidt turned around, looked at the old man, and held the box in one hand. With the other hand, he gently lifted the cover on it. As the box was opened, an ice blue light shone on Schmidt's face, and Schmidt looked even more terrified. The furrower is still digging for rubbish in the desert. Schmidt glanced at the old man and then said, "You must not have seen this, right? This is not for mortals to see." The old man warned. "That's right," Schmidt said confidently, and then he put the cover back. The wooden box once again perfectly covered the light of the cosmic cube, without a trace of light. This wooden box can perfectly cover the radiation of the Rubik's Cube and isolate detection. It should also be a rare item. For thousands of years, the church's caretaker should only be a guard. The material used to make the wooden box is still what ensures that the Rubik's Cube is not found. Schmidt held the mother box in his left hand and walked towards the collapsed church door. After taking the soldier's cap and putting it on, he ordered, "Give the order to fire." The old man standing in the middle of the church knew that it was irreversible, so he warned him in the end, "Foolish, you can't control that kind of power. You are playing with fire and getting burned." Schmidt stopped, turned back and said to the old man, "I'm already playing with fire." He then took out a pistol from his waist. Bang! The old man fell down, and blood splattered on the Hydra logo on Schmidt's chest, making it even more hideous. Looking at the old man lying on the ground, Schmidt expressionlessly used his right hand to gently smooth his slightly loose face. With the sound of artillery, another village disappeared under the brutality of the Nazis. On the other side of New York, the conscription office. Michael O'Connor Henry Kaminsky waiting for the next round of physical examinations. The young man sat quietly on the bench and read the newspaper. The newspaper reported the cruel reality on the European battlefield, and a large number of people died in the war. "Oh my god, so many people died." Steve, who was waiting for a physical examination on the seat, said to the person next to him. At this time, Stephen Rogers, it was Steve's turn. The person next to him laughed and joked, "Are you a little bit backed off now?" "No." Steve stood up and answered firmly while folding the newspaper neatly and putting it on the stool. Steve, who was shirtless and extremely thin, was very obvious in the room full of muscular men. The people who had just talked to him showed surprised eyes. Rogers looked at the examiner who was calling the number in front of him, and his heart was also very uneasy. Although he finally persuaded his mother Sarah to sign his name in the recruitment column. However, both parties knew that it was because his mother knew that with his several congenital diseases, he would not be able to pass the physical examination. However, Steve still resolutely came to the recruitment office, just for that glimmer of hope. The examiner Rogers looked at the physical examination report in his hand, and looked up at the thin young man in front of him, as if he didn't believe it. After looking through the file again, he said, "What caused your father to die?" "Mustard gas, a biological weapon popular during World War I. He served in the 107th Infantry Regiment. I also hope to be assigned to." Steve answered seriously. But before Steve could finish, the examiner interrupted. "Nurse." The examiner looked at the series of case summaries in the file. Scarlet fever, rheumatic fever, chronic or acute typhoid, hypertension, palpitations, fatigue, heart disease, etc. Then he looked up at Steve and said, "I'm sorry, kid. Your mother must have told you that you are not suitable for military service. Give me a chance." Steve said sincerely, "Asthma alone is not acceptable." The examiner said, "Can't you do something?" Steve was still trying to get the examiner to make some concessions. "I'm doing it." The examiner glanced at Steve, then picked up the seal next to him and stamped the 4F unqualified mark on the file, and then said, "I'm saving you." Steve could only walk out of the physical examination team disappointedly. "Hey, Steve, how's it going?" Bucky, who came with him, stood up and said, "Unqualified." Steve replied, "It's expected, isn't it? Aunt Lisa told you before." Bucky said, "Okay, you continue to line up. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first." After saying that, Steve put on his shirt and walked out of the recruitment office without waiting for Bucky to reply. Inside the Hogwarts Island, George sat cross-legged on the futon and meditated. Unlike the meditation in Kamatage, a ball of chaotic energy would appear between George's hands during his meditation, and it kept spinning. This is the training method George summed up after practicing meditation for a long time. Because, as George learned more skills, he found that only chaotic energy was his foundation, and various techniques were just branches and leaves on the tree. With the increase in energy collection in recent years, George found that his control over the energy in the Chaos Orb was getting worse. This changes not only in precision, but also in quantity. For example, it used to be a bowl of water, and George could use it however he wanted. But now the energy in the Chaos Orb has become as big as a pond, but George can only control so much water. This is something George cannot accept. George has always believed that only the power he can control belongs to him completely, so after discovering the problem, in addition to meditation every day, George also increased the training of energy control. There is another benefit of increasing energy control, that is, as George's sensing ability expands, George can already sense the people who have been given the mark by himself at any time in the whole North America. As long as he thinks, George can not only teleport with the mark as the coordinate, but also directly control the energy in the mark to self-destruct. It can be said that the person who is marked will never betray himself in his life. Even after death, the soul will return to the chaotic space and become part of the chaotic energy. This is the change brought about by the characteristics of the Speed Force. This is also the result of the experiment, after losing more than a dozen silents. Of course, the premise is that you must first give the other party energy. A few days later, Steve, a soldier who has been in the army many times, returned home and saw his mother preparing to go out. "Hi, mother. Are you going to work?" Steve said with a little trepidation. "Where have you been these days, Steve? Don't tell me you were with Bucky." His mother sat back on the sofa and looked at Steve sternly. "I'm sorry, mother, I made you worry. I left a note before I left." Steve came to the sofa, took his mother's hand and said, "Use a lie to deceive me? That girl asked you to accompany her to camp. Tell me." Sarah said angrily. I went to other places to try to join the army," Steve said without hiding it. "Hey, Steve, you know your own body, so don't have such unrealistic fantasies anymore, okay? Finding a job is also a contribution to the war," Sarah said in a gentle tone. "Okay, I'm going to work. You can go out and relax, watch a movie or something, and wait for me to come back." After Sarah finished speaking, she picked up her backpack and went out. In the cinema, Steve chose a war film called The House of Bravery, produced by Place Films, directed by William Wheeler, starring Greer Garson, Walter Pidgeon and others. The film is set against the backdrop of World War II, and tells the story of how a middle-class family defends their homeland during the war. Also released at the same time as You Run, I Run, which is also a work of Place Films. In the cinema, before the movie started, a recruitment advertisement was played for the purpose of conscription. For Steve, who longed to join the army, even this short film introducing the battlefield was interesting to watch. At this time, a discordant voice sounded. "Who cares about this? Hurry up and show the movie. Show it with respect." Steve, who was not used to the man's behavior, stopped him. Less than 2 minutes later, when the screen was showing the scene of brave soldiers lying on stretchers wounded in the European battlefield to defend their country, the man in the front row shouted again, "Come on, stop it. Hurry up and show the movie." The shouting attracted the attention of most people in the cinema, but no one was willing to speak out to stop it. Only Steve said, "Hey, shut up." Maybe Steve's words directly annoyed the other party, and the other party stood up and turned to look at Steve. That burly and strong body was very oppressive. In the alley behind the cinema, the strong and powerful man punched Steve on the left cheek. The thin Steve was no match for the strong man, and was knocked down with one punch. However, Steve stood up again, and rushed towards the other party with his fists clenched. The man did not stay, and punched Steve on the shoulder again. Steve fell sideways on the trash can next to him. Steve, who struggled to stand up, took the lid of the trash can as a shield. The man grabbed the lid of the trash can and threw it down and knocked Steve down again with a punch. This time Steve stood up a little slower. After standing up, Steve moved his arms. The man on the opposite side saw it and said, "You just won't give up, right?" Steve took a stance and said, "I can spend the whole day with you." Then he rushed towards the man again. This time the man did not hold back and blocked Steve's right hand. The man clenched his right fist and punched Steve hard in the face, knocking Steve to the ground again. Just as the man was about to lower his body to continue attacking, his arm was directly grabbed by someone. "Hey, don't bully the weak." As he said that, he pulled the strong man to the other side of the alley and protected Steve behind him. The man was Bucky in military uniform. The muscular man wanted to rush over and punch Bucky, but Bucky dodged and punched him back, making the man stagger. Bucky kicked the man from behind, sending him a few steps forward. The man saw that he couldn't beat Bucky, so he left the alley. Bucky saw the man leave the alley, turned around and walked towards Steve again. As he walked, he said, "Sometimes I think you just like to be beaten. I'm going to beat him." Steve replied. Bucky picked up the document that fell on the ground, and after reading the content, he said, "How many times do you want to come? This time it's the Paramus people. Do you know that it's illegal to falsify on the draft form?" Seeing Steve treating his injuries, he continued, "There's also New Jersey, is that true?" At this time, Steve noticed the military uniform Bucky was wearing and said, "Have you received the order? 107th Infantry Regiment, Sergeant James Barnes, will set sail for England tomorrow morning." Steve lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, "I should go with you." "Come on, buddy. This is my last night before I join the army. I'll change your clothes for you first." Bucky put his arm around Steve's shoulders and said, "Why, where are we going?" Future said and handed over a newspaper. The front page of the newspaper said Tomorrowland World Expo. "Master, it's almost time." Butler Fred Jr. came to the bedroom and said softly, "Okay, I'll be down right away." George replied. Then he turned to Alice, who was still wearing her home clothes, and asked, "Honey, are you sure you don't want to go?" Alice put down the book in her hand, walked to George, straightened his already neat tie, and replied, "I'm not interested in those. You should go by yourself." "Okay, wait for me to come back in the evening," George said, and kissed Alice lightly on the mouth. George opened the bedroom door and said to little Fred, "I'll drive myself tonight, and there's no need to arrange for someone to follow me." "Master?" George ignored the butler behind him and went directly to the garage, selected a car, and left Hogwarts Island with a roar. Thanks to book friends, book friend Marksy, book friend 202001201956088885, book friend 1, book friend 201711201208333107, book friend 62 for their monthly tickets. Thanks to book friends 201703041241528001, book friend Marksy, book friend 201703182307420053, book friend Diamond Man, book friend said that the refrigerator is not good and needs refrigeration, book friend Zuanji 189, book friend Thor 1999. Book friend Meng Hui Jushi, book friend Crying Demon, book friend Hularo, book friend ZZW Gudeng, book friend Dong Jia for their recommendation tickets. Thanks to all book friends for their subscriptions, comments, and collections. Thank you. Finally, I ask for monthly tickets, subscriptions, recommendation tickets, and collections. Chapter 121 Chapter 119 Tomorrowland World Expo. "Boss," Paul said to George, who just got off the car. "Paul, you've worked hard," George said. "It's all my duty, boss." "Then accompany me around and let them all go," George said with a smile. "Okay, boss, this way," Paul said, a little behind George. "Boss, for this Tomorrowland Expo, our company has set up corresponding booths in each exhibition area. Judging from the flow of people, the most popular place for ordinary people is the Modern Wonders Pavilion, where we are exhibiting computer projects. The Tomorrowland Expo showcases future technology. It mainly provides a platform for various companies to display innovative technology and even conceptual ideas. This kind of technology exhibition satisfies people's curiosity about new things, so it attracts a large number of visitors as soon as it starts. As they talked, the two walked towards the Modern Wonders Pavilion. The exhibition hall was crowded with people, and there were booths and products with unique shapes everywhere. George and Paul came to their company's computer booth and listened to the staff's report. "Paul, we need to strengthen the security inside the company, especially for project leaders like Turing and von Neumann. We must ensure their safety," George said to Paul beside him. "Okay, boss." Paul responded. At this time, Steve and Bucky just happened to accompany the two girls into the exhibition hall. A male announcer with a deep and penetrating voice reported, "Welcome to the Modern Wonders Exhibition Hall, a more powerful world of tomorrow. A more perfect world. Bucky, PL''S computer." Steve patted Bucky's arm and said, "Yes, I saw it, but do you know what it does? You don't understand it." Bucky joked, "Is that Mr. George Orwell's went in the newspaper over there?" Steve pointed to a handsome man in the booth and said to Bucky, "So what? He doesn't know you. He saved my mother's life, but it's a pity that I haven't been able to thank him in person." After saying that, he was about to walk over there. "Hey, don't go over there," Bucky dissuaded. But he had to take care of the two beauties beside him, so he could only watch Steve walk through the crowd to the booth. "What is he going to do?" Bucky's female companion asked. "Well, maybe he's going to say hello," Bucky explained. Just as George and Paul were chatting, they heard someone shouting next to the booth, "Mr. George Orwell's went." There were many reporters here, and it was normal to be recognized. George, who had just been interviewed at the door, didn't care. After a sideways glance, he found that it was not a reporter. Steve, who was stopped under the booth, continued to shout, "Mr. Orwell, thank you for saving my mother." Looking at the other person's thin body and mentioning that he saved the other person's mother, George immediately knew the other person's identity. He didn't expect to meet him by chance. George waved his hand and asked someone to let him come over. Steve came to George and said excitedly, "Sir, thank you. My name is Steve Rogers, and my mother is Sarah Rogers. A few years ago, my mother was infected with tuberculosis, and you sent people to rescue her. If you had delayed it at that time, she might have." "It's okay, Steve. It's just a small effort. I respect a brave mother," George said. "But you later provided a job for my mother. My mother has always been thinking about you and wants to thank you in person. Sir, thank you so much." Steve thanked him again solemnly. "Okay, I accept your gratitude. Are you here with your girlfriend today?" George asked. Steve suddenly became shy and said, "I came with my brother, over there. The girl is someone I just met, and she is not my girlfriend yet." After that, he pointed to Bucky's side. Bucky and the others saw that Steve was really chatting with the big shot over there and pointed to their side. The two girls immediately waved excitedly in response. Very energetic. "Well, Steve, I received your thanks. Here is my contact information. You can call me if you have anything. You must seize the opportunity tonight. You will start a different life," George said meaningfully. Steve took the contact information from George and said, "Thank you, sir. Have fun, Steve. Goodbye, sir." After that, Steve walked off the stage and walked towards Bucky. Just as he came to the three people, Bucky hadn't spoken yet, and the girl in red next to him asked, "Do you really know that gentleman?" "No, it's just that gentleman saved my mother before, so this time I want to thank him specifically," Steve answered honestly. At this time, passionate jazz music sounded from the Stark booth not far away. Two teams of sexy girls in black dresses and top hats ran to the center of the stage with their long white legs and danced. Soon the crowd around was attracted, and the two girls also pulled Bucky to squeeze under the stage. Compared with George, the high-profile Howard Stark is obviously more popular. "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Howard Stark." Howard Stark came to the center of the booth with exaggerated dance steps as the hostess opened loudly. Howard Stark, who also wore a top hat and a decent suit, stood in the middle of the booth and handed the top hat to the hostess. He then took the microphone from the hostess and wiped the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief. Then, he said confidently to the audience, "Ladies and gentlemen, if I tell you, in just a few years, your car will never touch the ground again." As soon as Howard finished speaking, several girls in black tuxedos came to a red car in the middle of the booth, bent down, and took off the tire together. A mysterious metal device was exposed at the original tire position. Howard Stark showed the super control console to everyone, while flirting with the girl who was removing the tire. "As long as we have Stark's anti-gravity technology, all this will be possible." As Stark turned on the switch knob and slowly pushed the control lever, the red classic car in the middle of the stage began to slowly float up, causing the audience to exclaim, "Oh my god. It's incredible. Oh my god." Unfortunately, the car had only been floating for less than 10 seconds when the anti-gravity device sparked, and then with a bang, the car fell heavily on the stage. Howard explained with a slightly teasing embarrassment, "I said it would take a few more years, right?" The audience still gave face and applauded at the right time. Steve, who was not interested in these, looked around, and a picture caught his attention. "Want you, Steve, let's invite these girls too." Bucky, who had just come back from the wonderful performance, was about to invite his good friend to dance together, but he could no longer see Steve. Of course, relying on his understanding of his friend, Bucky quickly found him at the recruitment office. "Come on, what's the point of calling it a double date? Let's go dancing." Bucky patted Steve on the shoulder and said, "Go ahead, I'll come find you later." Steve said a little sadly. As soon as he saw his good brother's expression, Bucky knew what Steve was going to do, and asked, "Do you really want to try again? Anyway, this is a carnival, just treat it as a chance. I have made up for a regret today, haven't I?" Steve replied. "Where is it this time?" "Ohio?" Bucky also advised Steve about fudging his enlistment information. "You know, that kind of behavior is illegal. They will catch you, and if they recruit you, it will be even worse." Bucky, who understood Steve's physical condition and the cruelty of the battlefield, advised again, "I know you think I can't do it." Steve saw that his good friend didn't support him, and he said even more disappointedly, "This is not a fight, Steve, this is a war." Bucky raised his voice and said, "I know it's a war." The two didn't notice that their quarrel attracted a gentleman middle-aged man wearing glasses to stop and watch. This person is none other than Dr. Abraham Erkins, who is preparing to personally look for a test subject for the super soldier serum. "Then find something to do. Find a job first," Bucky said. "Then what do you think I can do? Pick up trash?" Steve said excitedly. "Yes, I know." Bucky was interrupted by Steve before he finished. "I don't want to go to the factory, Bucky." Steve looked directly into his good friend's eyes and said, "Please, Bucky, everyone is fighting hard on the battlefield. I can't hide behind. You don't understand this. I don't want to prove anything." "No, you just want to prove yourself," Bucky said. At this time, the two girls waiting in the distance asked, "Excuse me, are we still going to dance?" "Of course." Bucky turned around and answered. Then he turned back to look at the stubborn Steve and said as he retreated, "Don't do anything stupid, wait for me to come back." "How could I? You took all the stupidity away. You bastard." Bucky came back and hugged his good friend goodbye. "You are the bastard, be careful." Steve also warned Bucky, "Wait until I get there and win the war." Steve shouted to Steve, who was walking away, and Bucky saluted Steve in return. This was the last time Bucky saw the thin Steve, and he didn't know how much his friend would change when they met again. Watching the thin Steve walk away from him to the physical examination center, this also attracted Dr. Erkins's curiosity. What made such a thin young man stubbornly join the army? With curiosity, Dr. Erkins also followed Steve to the physical examination center and used his authority to talk to Steve alone. Sure enough, as in the original plot, Steve's simple words finally moved Dr. Abraham Erkins. The conversation between the two made Dr. Erkins see the good side of Steve, and he was sure that Steve was the best experimenter he was looking for. Congratulations, soldier. So, in the end, Dr. Erkins stamped A on the enlistment report. This also meant that Steve finally fulfilled his wish to join the army. Excited Steve ran out of the conscription office with the notice excitedly. At this moment, he was eager to share this good news with others, but unfortunately, his good friend Bucky didn't know which bed he was staying in. So, he could only wave his fist in the air to vent his inner joy. "What makes you so happy?" George asked, standing behind Steve. Sorry, sir. I was so happy just now that I didn't notice you," Steve answered shyly. "Did that girl agree to be your girlfriend?" George asked. "No, sir. I passed the physical examination and can finally go to the battlefield," Steve answered. "Go to the battlefield to kill the devils?" "No, sir. I'm going to end this war. I don't want to kill anyone," Steve answered seriously. "Where is your mother?" Will she support your decision? George asked. I think she will. She will understand me. Steve answered hesitantly at this time. Well, then congratulations. You got what you wanted. But you are still far away from the battlefield. Come on. George looked at Steve and said, goodbye, Steve. I believe we will see each other again soon. Goodbye, sir. Steve waved goodbye to George. On the other side, at the Hydra experimental base, are you ready, Dr. Zora? Schmidt asked. Dr. Zora, who was still calibrating the equipment with a magnifying glass, replied, this instrument requires extremely precise calibration. Please forgive me, I have to make sure everything is foolproof. Schmidt picked up the document on the table and took a look, then asked, are you sure those soldiers can withstand this energy surge? Can they accept this deformation? In front of this device, I can't be sure of anything. Dr. Zora replied, I'm worried that it won't work at all. This is a new experiment that Schmidt asked Dr. Zora to conduct in combination with scientific and technological means after obtaining the cosmic cube, based on the records in the myth book, with the purpose of creating new means to strengthen soldiers. Schmidt gently placed the wooden box containing the cosmic cube on the experimental table. As the lid of the box opened, the ice blue light shone out again. Schmidt used a special metal clip to fix it, then took the cosmic cube out of the wooden box and put it into the equipment. On the other side, Dr. Zora, who was wearing goggles, turned on the instrument switch and began to increase the power of the equipment. 20%, 40%, 60%, and stabilize at 70%. Seeing the slow progress, Schmidt walked to the control panel, pushed Dr. Zora past him, dodged the console, and said, I spent so much effort, not for safety, Doctor. Then he adjusted the power to the maximum. As the power increased, the cosmic cube began to emit ice blue arcs, which expanded in circles. Then they were transmitted to the entire device along the cable of the instrument. The room began to be wrapped in ice blue energy, and Schmidt and Dr. Zora were stunned. After a few seconds, because the equipment could not withstand this energy, ice blue sparks appeared, and the equipment stopped running. What is that? Dr. Zora asked. At this time, Schmidt noticed a part of the instrument, pointed at it, and said to Zora, congratulations to you, Arnin Zora, your design did not disappoint me. Then he turned Zora's body around, and let him see the extract on the laboratory table. Schmidt then took a look at the burnt part and said, although it still needs a little reinforcement. Dr. Zora came to the experimental table, looked at the extract, that was also ice blue, and said, the conversion process is very stable. It's amazing. The energy source you mentioned makes all my designs a reality. He took off his goggles and continued, this will change the war. Drive Zora, this will change the world. Schmidt looked at the cosmic cube and said, thanks to the book friends who are interested in reading books, book friend 2022601072485503, book friend Blackwing Earl, book friend 201803062300398868, book friend Silent Night Eye, book friend Hard Satan, book friend 202301020032044448 for their monthly tickets. Thanks to book friends Diamond Man, book friend Thor 1999, book friend Half Moon Knife, book friend 201703041241528001, book friend said that the refrigerator is not good for refrigeration. Book friend War of Light Show, book friend Zati is a bookworm for their recommendation tickets. Thank you all for your subscription, collection, and comments. Chapter 120 to Captain America. Knock, knock, knock. A Hydra soldier knocked on the door outside the laboratory. Come in. After receiving the order, the soldier came in, saluted Schmidt, and reported. Report to the commander. Dr. Whitehall applied to go out to find the Blow Legend. Schmidt, who had just made achievements in the cosmic cube, naturally looked down on that little thing, and then said to the Hydra soldier, Humph, in this case, let him go, and send a team to cooperate with his work, so as not to make it difficult to explain to the head of state. Yes, Commander. Wait until I make the cosmic cube weapon, then Hydra can only have one voice. Schmidt looked at the cosmic cube coldly. Dr. Zoller on the side couldn't help but be frightened by Schmidt's momentum and took 2 steps back. Theodore Roosevelt Military Base, United States. Hurry up. Hurry up. Pace faster. Hurry up. Rogers. Hurry up. Hurry up. Return to the team. Rogers. I said return to the team. New recruits, stand at attention. Along with a clear female voice, a heroic female officer in military uniform walked up to the soldiers. She had long wavy reddish brown hair, sexy red lips, and a sexy and hot body that revealed a strong wildness. Gentlemen, I'm Agent Carter. Seeing the soldiers quickly stand at attention, Peggy Carter said in British English, I'm responsible for supervising all affairs of the department. What's wrong with your accent, Queen Victoria? Obviously the new recruits who had just joined the army had not learned how to respect their superiors. I thought I was serving the US military. What's your name, soldier? Carter asked. Gilmer Hodge, Her Majesty the Queen. The soldier answered indifferently. Step forward, Hodge. Carter ordered the soldier. The indifferent soldier Hodge walked in front of Carter, as if taking a walk. Take another step forward with your right foot. Carter said to the soldier indifferently. Are we going to fight? I have a move you like. Hodge said jokingly, not knowing what punishment he would receive. The other soldiers had already received the subject training table from another sergeant. After Hodge finished speaking, Carter punched him in the face. Hodge, who had not been trained, was no match for Carter, and was knocked down by Carter before he could react. At the same time, Carter also received the surprised looks of the recruits. All this was seen by George, Colonel Phillips and Dr. Erkins, who got off the jeep. George came here today as a sponsor. Although George did not join this department, when the Strategic Science Corps was established, George sponsored a large number of scientific research equipment and materials. Agent Carter. Colonel Phillips. Carter turned around and saluted. Colonel Phillips looked at the soldiers on the ground and joked, it seems that you have gotten along well with our recruits. Not bad. Then he looked at the soldiers on the ground and said sternly, get your butt off the ground, then return to the team, and stand until someone tells you to stop. No commander would like a troublesome soldier, and Phillips is certainly no exception. The soldier with a bleeding nose stood up awkwardly, sniffing his nose, and replied, yes, sir. Steve in the team looked at George with a surprised expression, and George also looked at him at this time. Just giving Steve a look of encouragement, George did not interrupt Colonel Phillips's lecture. General Patton once said. After a pause, Colonel Phillips said loudly, war depends on weapons, and victory depends on soldiers. We will win this battle, because we have the best soldiers. When the colonel said this, he happened to see Steve, who was short and thin and extremely conspicuous in the team, and he couldn't help but pause. Turning his head and looking at Dr. Erskine speechlessly, the doctor looked straight ahead and pretended not to see it. Colonel Phillips glanced at Steve helplessly and continued, and they will get better and better, much better. The Strategic Scientific Reserve is composed of alliances from various countries and the elites of the free world. Our goal is to build the best army in history, and all armies have a forerunner. After this week, we will select that person. He will be the first of our new generation of super soldiers. Soldiers, run. As the team left, Steve glanced in George's direction. Looking at the soldiers going away, Phillips turned to Dr. Erkins again and said, Doctor, give me a difficult question. You will find something different, Colonel. Dr. Erkins shrugged his shoulders and said, on the other side, Agent Carter, who obviously knew who George was, immediately came to George and saluted, Your Excellency the Earl. Hello, Agent Carter. George replied with a smile. You can contact me if you need anything. You know my contact information. Thank you, Your Excellency. Carter answered seriously. Although George just said this casually, it was also an endorsement for Carter. In the future, Carter's treatment within the Strategic Scientific Corps will at least be much better, and he will not be arbitrarily troubled on some small matters. Even Colonel Phillips will take care of him a little more for George's sake. George still admires Agent Carter very much. Although her image does not conform to his aesthetic taste, her ability is still very good. She is ambitious and has means. If she was not too deeply involved with Captain America, George would have wanted to dig her over to work for him. Come on, George, I'll take you to see the equipment manufacturing department. That place is Stark's territory now. That guy will probably say a lot of sarcastic words when he sees you coming. Phillips said to George, until now, Stark still remembers that I invited you first. Although George has seldom appeared in the public eye in recent years, he has not lost any of his previous interpersonal relationships. Like Generals Pombo, Phillips, and Arthur in the past, George would visit them in person every year in addition to sending them some fine wine from time to time. In the United States, the president of the White House is just a tool of the capitalists, and he takes turns on duty. Only the military stands firm, although the military is also divided into many factions. For George, who has many military industries, relationships with the military are also indispensable. Forget it, I just came to see you this time. When you do the experiment, I'll come and watch. George replied. Okay, I'll send you an invitation letter when the experiment starts. Colonel Phillips did not force it. After all, everyone knew that Howard Stark was not a very generous person. Now was the critical moment of the experiment, and there was no need to cause unnecessary trouble because of some trivial matters. When one's status reached a certain level, the so-called secrets were no longer a secret in their eyes, not to mention that the person in charge of the plan was one of their own. The main purpose of George's coming here today was to meet with Dr. Erkins and take a look at Steve, who had just joined the army, to grasp the progress of the incident. The Super Soldier Project is to mass produce super soldiers and form a super legion. With the assistance of Howard Stark, Dr. Erkins' super soldier serum has been successfully developed. In a week, they will select one person from this batch of outstanding soldiers for the first strengthening experiment. Physical training, climbing obstacles, 100-meter sprint, cross-country running. The training volume on the first day was very large. Steve, who was thin and had never received military training, performed poorly in all subjects. At the same time, Steve, who already had a hard time training, had to face the teasing of his teammates. Especially Hodge, who had the best training results, often teased Steve for fun during training, and all of this was seen by Carter, who was in charge of supervision. When almost everyone thought that this short and thin little man could not complete the training at all, the results surprised everyone. Although Steve's grades were at the bottom of every subject, he insisted on completing every training project. This strong will also made people look sideways. In order to complete the training and have the best performance, Steve would try his best every time. After each training, he would be exhausted and collapsed on the ground, with his physical strength completely overdrawn. To achieve the current results, Steve paid more than others. Naruto World Orochimaru Research Base Orochimaru, how is the clone I asked you to make? George asked. Sir, it has been cultivated and is here. Orochimaru replied. After that, Orochimaru took George to a laboratory, where a clone was placed on the laboratory table. Sir, this is the clone you wanted. Well, okay, then I'll take this clone with me. Thank you for your hard work, Orochimaru. George said with satisfaction. It's my duty, sir. Orochimaru replied. Although he spent most of his time at Marvel, George, who would take time out every month to enter the Naruto world, to accompany Tsunade and Miyu, did not stay here for long this time. After letting Orochimaru clean up the clone, George put the clone into the space and returned to the Marvel world. Marvel training base. Hurry up, girls, even my grandma is stronger than you. God bless her, get moving. Agent Carter, holding a timer, directed the reserve team members. You don't really want to choose Rogers, do you? Colonel Phillips, who walked from the barracks to the reserve team, asked Dr. Erkins beside him. No, I've decided to choose him. Dr. Erkins answered affirmatively. This is a wise choice. I didn't object when you brought a 90-pound asthmatic cat into my army. Phillips glanced at the doctor walking beside him and then said, I want to take care of him. Maybe you just treat him as a guinea pig. I never thought you would choose him. Agent Carter looked at the timer and asked the reserve personnel who were doing push-ups to stand up. Get up. This kid's arms are thinner than noodles. Colonel Phillips said, looking at the thin Steve. Look at him. I think he's about to cry. The colonel said jokingly to Dr. Erkins. I value quality more than body shape. Dr. Erkins explained. You know how much effort we put into this project. The colonel said to Dr. Erkins in a low and formal voice. I know. I also have to be humble to those damn committee members whose names God knows. The colonel also tried to persuade the doctor. Yes, I know how much effort you have put in. The doctor replied. Then give me a little reward. Hodge passed all the tests. He is strong and fast. He obeys orders, and he is a soldier. Compared to the skinny Rogers, among this group of trained reserve team members, Phillips obviously prefers Hodge, who has more outstanding physical training. The final experiment date is approaching, and the colonel still wants to persuade the doctor to change the experiment candidate. He's a bully. Dr. Erkins said. You can't win the battle by kindness, doctor, said the colonel. Looking at the training equipment on the truck next to him, Colonel Phillips stepped forward, took out a training bomb from the wooden box, pulled out the safety, and said, to win the battle, you need courage. After that, he gestured to the doctor with the grenade, then threw it to the reserve team members who were in training, and shouted, there's a grenade. The crowd was in chaos, and everyone immediately scattered. Only Steve rushed to the grenade, protected the grenade under his body with his own standard, and shouted to the people around him, run, hide. Even though he was so scared that he had already hugged his head, he still warned everyone loudly. But time passed second by second, the grenade did not explode, and the reserve players also stretched their heads out to observe the situation of the grenade. Everyone who reacted already knew that it was a fake grenade. Steve also sat up from the ground and looked at everyone blankly. The alarm is lifted. Return to the team. Is this a test? Steve asked Carter on the side. Seeing Steve's satisfactory performance, Dr. Erkins looked at Colonel Phillips. Although Colonel Phillips was very satisfied with Steve's performance just now, he still said stubbornly, he is still too thin. However, it is obvious that Colonel Phillips agreed with Dr. Erkins' choice of the experimental candidates. Dr. Erkins looked at Steve, who knew nothing about all this, and smiled with satisfaction. The night before the experiment, Steve was the only one left in the barracks. The other reserve players had been dispersed and sent to the front line to start fighting. Can I come in? Said Dr. Erkins, holding a glass of wine in his hand. Of course, Steve, who was reading a book, said to the doctor at the door. Dr. Erkins walked to the bed opposite Steve and sat down. Can't sleep? Maybe I'm nervous. Steve replied. Me too. Can I ask a question? Steve said. Just one. The doctor joked. Why choose me? Just this one question is enough. The doctor looked at the thin young man opposite. The doctor glanced at the wine in his hand and then slowly told Steve about Schmidt. He told Steve about the side effects of the super soldier serum, which would make the good better and the bad worse. This also made Steve understand that his kindness was the reason why he was favored by the doctor. It can be said that Dr. Abraham Erkins became Steve's life mentor that night, and his words made Steve become the Captain America of later generations. Thanks to the book Friends Leisurely Koala, Man Proposes, God Disposes. 201908190934372251, John Penksha, and Shan Jun for their monthly tickets. Thanks to Book Friends for 1999. Book Friends say that the refrigerator is not good and needs refrigeration. Book Friends 201908190934372251. Book Friends Get Rich in a Year, and Book Friends Woo Jan Shusham for their recommended tickets. Thank you all for your subscriptions, collections, and comments. Thank you everyone. Please support if you have tickets. Thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, Strengthening and Faking Death. Brooklyn, New York. Steve and Carter took a car together and arrived outside an old antique shop in the Brooklyn neighborhood. He looked at this neighborhood with some familiarity. He had left too many memories here since he was a child, being beaten and then being beaten back one by one. Congressman Brand, I'm glad you're here. Colonel Chester Phillips greeted George in the observation hall above and then walked through the crowd and said to a middle-aged man. George looked at the man who was greeting Phillips. George knew that the other party was a Hydra man. It turned out that the Red Skull, who had never given up sending people to find Dr. Erkins, finally got the details of the doctor after a while. In order to prevent Dr. Erkins from making super soldier serum again and ensure the victory of the Nazi war, Schmidt directly ordered the Hydra spy far away in New York to kill Dr. Erkins and take back the super soldier serum. The man with glasses next to Congressman Brand was the Hydra spy sent to carry out the mission. What on earth am I doing here? Obviously Congressman Brand didn't know why he was invited to visit. We need to use the city power grid if you agree to my application. Many people are applying for funding. This is Clem. Senator Brand introduced a man wearing glasses, a high-nose bridge, and a wide-brimmed collared suit to Colonel Phillips, but he seemed unfamiliar with him and could not remember his name. Fred Clemson, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If your project is successful, we can't let the media take the lead. Mr. Clemson took over the senator's words and introduced himself. In the laboratory, Steve took off his coat and hat and lay down in the much larger experimental cabin. The cold touch around his body made him a little nervous and uncomfortable. He and Ms. Carter looked at each other for the last time and watched her back as she walked into the observation room and took a few deep breaths. The experimenters finally adjusted and prepared the equipment. Professor Erskine said something with the microphone and exchanged glances with Howard Stark. Steve's mind was a little confused and he didn't listen. He kept adjusting his own ki and blood and finally stabilized and looked normal. Point first, a series of minimally invasive injections are performed to inject serum into the muscle groups. After the serum is injected, it will cause rapid changes in the cells and then stimulate growth. Then, it will penetrate the main body through the life ray. The serum injection countdown is 5, 4, 3. Dr. Erskine finally gave the order to start the experiment. The serum was injected into Steve's body at the same time, and the experimental chamber slowly closed, like a huge metal silkworm chrysalis. But, Howard Stark pushed the control lever, increasing the energy input bit by bit. A dazzling strong light was ejected from the experimental chamber. As the energy was pushed forward, Steve could not help but roar inside. This pain seemed to break and tear his bones and muscles all over his body. Agent Carter saw this and hurriedly shouted, "Turn it off, Steve." Dr. Erskine knocked on the enhanced chamber and shouted. Seeing that Steve did not respond, the doctor hurriedly shouted, "Turn back, Mr. Stark, turn it off." Howard was about to turn off the ray, and Steve suddenly screamed, "No, don't turn it off. I can handle it." Howard paused after hearing this and looked at Dr. Erskine. The doctor nodded to Howard, and Howard slowly turned the switch to the maximum. As the white light from the window became brighter and brighter, everyone lowered their heads and raised their hands to cover their eyes. As the radiation energy reached 100%, sparks and white smoke appeared on the experimental equipment, and finally all stopped. The strong light gradually dissipated, and the enhanced cabin stood there quietly without any movement. "Mr. Stark." Dr. Erkin signaled Howard to open the enhanced cabin. Under the anxious gaze of everyone, the enhanced cabin slowly opened, and a tall and muscular figure slowly appeared. The experiment was successful. Steve successfully grew from the original 1.6 meters to nearly 1.9 meters. His muscles burst out, and the muscles were like an ancient Greek sculpture. Steve, who already had good facial features, really turned into a handsome and tall man. Everyone in the observation room above also hurried down to witness this miracle up close. Agent Carter had already rushed into the experimental site. "How do you feel?" Carter asked with a deep breath. "Grown taller." Steve still responded weakly. Agent Carter, who was always vigorous and heroic, rarely showed a little woman's attitude at this time. Looking at the developed chest muscles in front of him, he couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Everyone congratulated each other and celebrated the success of the experiment. George, who came down with the people in the observation room, noticed that Fred Clemson, who claimed to be from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, left a small square box on the chair. However, George did not stop him, but came to the experimental table with everyone to congratulate Colonel Phillips. "Colonel, congratulations, the experiment was successful." George shook hands with the colonel. "Thank you, after so much effort, I finally got something." Haha. Mr. Fred Clemson from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs stared straight at the center of the field and finally pressed the switch of the remote control bomb. The observation room above instantly turned into a sea of fire. The shock wave generated by the explosion shattered the glass above and splashed towards the people on the first floor. The people downstairs squatted down to prevent themselves from being hurt by the explosion. The Hydra agent took advantage of the panic and came to the strengthening instrument to take the last tube of reagent into his arms. At the same time, he took out a pistol from his pocket. Seeing that the Hydra spy had already pointed the gun at Dr. Erkins and the crowd. At this time, George, who had been watching from the sidelines, turned on the Speed Force. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. George first came to Dr. Erkins' side, knocked him unconscious, and then put him into the space. George took out another clone from the space. Yes, the clone that Orochimaru had prepared before was prepared for this time. George put the clone of Dr. Erkins, whose clothes were exactly the same as the original, in the original position of the doctor. Then he flashed back to his original position, turned off the Speed Force, and the outside world returned to its original state again. Bang, bang. 2 consecutive shots hit the clone. After shooting, Clemson turned around and ran out, escaping frantically while everyone was still not reacting. Steve, who had just obtained superhuman powers, watched Dr. Erskine, who created him, being shot and dying in his arms. He got up angrily and chased the Hydra spy. The Hydra spy rushed out all the way, killed several guards and the female owner of the antique shop guarding outside the secret laboratory, and fled in a car with the help of his accomplices. Agent Carter, who was the first to chase out, shot the driver in the head with his accurate shooting skills, and the car crashed on the side of the road and stopped. The Hydra spy quickly got out of the car, robbed a taxi parked nearby, and rushed directly towards Carter. Carter remained calm and raised his gun calmly. Seeing that the car was about to hit Carter, Steve rushed over quickly, hugged Carter and rushed out, avoiding the impact of the car. I aimed at him. Carter shouted angrily. If Steve hadn't thrown her down, her last shot would definitely hit the spy. Of course, she herself would inevitably be hit by the car at that time. Sorry. Steve didn't have time to say more and got up and chased the spy. The chase ended at the dock. The Hydra spy who was trying to escape by driving a hidden single-person submarine was caught by Captain America and thrown ashore. Knowing that he had no hope of escaping, the Hydra spy shouted "Long live Hydra!" and finally committed suicide by taking poison. The tube of super soldier serum that was taken away by the Hydra spy was also broken in the fight. The experiment was successful, but the most important researcher was shot in the end, and the last batch of finished serum was also destroyed. Steve did become a super soldier. Everyone saw his great power, but the military and the government wanted super troops that could be created in batches and affect the war situation. Just one successful case is not enough to change the form of war on the front line. 2 days later, Steve also walked out of the laboratory. During these 2 days, he underwent various tests, that is, many tubes of blood were drawn. But as an experimental subject, Steve obviously couldn't refuse. The experiment ended unhappily. With the death of Dr. Erskine, there was no serum, and the super soldier project came to a standstill. But in the invisible corners, many experimental data, including Steve's blood, were obtained by different forces and studied privately. Among them was Howard Stark, who participated in the entire experiment. It can be said that he obtained the most comprehensive experimental data, but the entire plan was sealed on the surface. A few days later, the Colonel, Carter and Howard flew to London together. The Colonel has received a new order that the Strategic Scientific Reserve will take on the task of destroying Hydra in the future. The spy hunting incident in New York was published in the newspaper, making Steve famous. Senator Brad saw this and used his power to recruit Steve from the laboratory. They packaged Steve as an American hero, helped them sell defense bonds, filmed propaganda films, and toured around the United States, so that the name of Captain America soon resounded throughout the country. At the same time, on the other side, Dr. Abraham Erkins woke up from his sleep, and the sun shone on his face, making him unable to see the things around him. Dr. Erkins, who stroked his chest with his hand, didn't understand why he was lying here when he was supposed to die under the gun of the Hydra spy. Driverkins, are you awake? A steady voice woke the doctor from his memories. The doctor sat up, looked at the servant standing in front of his window and asked, "Where am I? Please have breakfast first, and I will take you to see the master after breakfast." The manservant replied. The doctor, who was indeed a little hungry, looked at the dinner plate at the head of the bed, ate the food in it as quickly as possible, and said to the servant, "Is it okay now?" "Of course, please follow me, doctor." After that, he led the way out. "Your Excellency the Earl." Dr. Erkins was also surprised to see George sitting at the top and eating breakfast in the restaurant. In fact, Dr. Erkins did not have much contact with the man in front of him. The first time they met was on the morning of the military training of the Strategic Scientific Corps Reserve. But later, he learned from Colonel Phillips that the young man in front of him, who was called the Earl by the outside world, was actually almost 40 years old, and he also learned about his status in the military, political and business circles. It can be said that His Excellency the Earl has extended his hands to all aspects of the United States since 20 years ago. In the arms industry, even Stark only occupies a partial market share, and this is under the condition of special support from someone. Capitalist countries are born from capital, and the government naturally becomes the spokesperson of capital. But the contradiction is precisely here. The capitalist government must always ensure the balance of capital, while also curbing the unlimited expansion of capital. Just like the United States, it is constantly improving and strengthening antitrust laws, inheritance laws, etc., which are all curbing the development of capital and mutual annexation. Therefore, in capitalist countries, there is a relationship of mutual compromise, mutual cooperation, and mutual restraint between capital and the state. This is why George did not continue to expand after the economy has developed to a certain extent. Unless George wants to take another path. I have gone too far. Back to the present. Driverkins, don't be nervous. George put down the cutlery and said, "I think I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I would." James smiled. Driverskine, don't worry. We still have a lot of time. We can talk slowly. But several people have been waiting for you for a long time. Dad X2 Dr. Abraham Erkins followed the direction of George's finger and saw a large into children being brought into the restaurant. He ran over excitedly. A few days later, Hogwarts Island, Castle Laboratory. George walked down the stairs slowly, saw the busy Dr. Erkins, and said, "Doctor, aren't you going to rest more and spend more time with your family?" "Thank you, sir. Let our family be reunited again." The doctor returned to the laboratory and said to George, "They are doing well, and we will have plenty of time to accompany them in the future. I just want to complete the experiment further now." "Okay, but you have to take care of yourself. It's no problem to spend more time with your family. Time is on our side. Here, this is Steve's blood before and after the experiment that you asked for." George put 2 tubes of blood on the laboratory table. After Dr. Abraham Erskine got the blood, he lowered his head again and began to look at the experimental materials under the microscope with full concentration. The spacious room became a high-tech experimental base, with bright lights all over, and various experimental instruments and mechanically swinging reagent bottles working in an orderly manner. This is a new laboratory arranged at the request of the doctor, and brand new experimental equipment has been installed in it. George started the layout many years ago, of course not just to save Erkin's life, or just for a single super soldier serum. George is interested in Dr. Erkins' attainments in genetic engineering, which is not enough for knowledge. The reason why a genius is the opportunity of a flash of inspiration. In terms of knowledge, George himself can be said to be no weaker than anyone, but it is often that hint of inspiration that opens the gap. Now Dr. Erkins has already handed over the formula of the super soldier serum to George, but George is not satisfied with the super soldier serum. The key is still its side effects, and the human heart is unpredictable. Therefore, George will not inject this kind of reagent that affects the mind, let alone strengthen his men. The enhancement given to the Winter Soldier by Hydra in the later period and the enhancement reagent copied by Howard Stark all show that there is still room for improvement in the super soldier serum. Moreover, judging from the performance of that batch of winter soldiers, that was the enhancement serum that satisfied George. Thanks to the book friends Eritrea, the book friend Count of Monte Cristo, the book friend 20180226004341545, the book friend Reading 3000 books, the book friend Crying Demon, and the book friend Gjid for their monthly ticket support. Thanks to the book friends 20170304124152801, the book friend Yeoshura, and the book friend said that the refrigerator is not good and needs refrigeration for their recommendation tickets. Thank you all for your collection, subscription, and comments. Chapter 124 or a triangle. According to the deployment, the part that George needs to complete personally has been completed, and the rest will be handed over to Ryan. On this day, George was accompanying the doctor in the laboratory to conduct serum experiments. Monday's cold voice sounded in the room. Master, the monitoring found that the equipment in Branklin laboratory was transferred by the military. Oh, which department did it? George put down the reagent tube in his hand and asked the camera in the corner. It's the military, Master. Monday said. Well, okay, I know. George said indifferently. What are they going to do? Dr. Erkin said after hearing the conversation. Of course, it's to copy your experiment. Although the last tube of medicine was broken, there will be some residues. Coupled with a successful case of living, how can those guys not be tempted? George smiled contemptuously. Doctor, do you believe it? Your information has been obtained by Hydra. If nothing unexpected happens, how is it possible? The doctor said in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Believe me, you will see more incredible things in the future. George said meaningfully. Sir, we must stop them as soon as possible. Otherwise, said the doctor. Don't worry, doctor. George interrupted Dr. Erkins. You have to have confidence in yourself. Super soldier serum is not so easy to copy. Don't worry, I have made arrangements. Well, Hydra must not get the super soldier serum. Dr. Erkins said. Compared to others, I'm more worried about Howard Stark. That guy is not a pushover. If anyone can copy the super soldier serum, that person must be Howard Stark. A few days later, George learned from other sources that the US military had specially recalled more than 300 black soldiers from the army to conduct experiments on super soldier serum. In fact, in addition to Dr. Erkins's formula, super soldier serum also includes Howard Stark's life ray part, so it is difficult to succeed with simple imitation. However, George did not interfere too much with the military's behavior. He took away the pot himself, and George did not care about others licking the bowl. In the past 2 days, Dr. Erkins got inspiration from George's blood and found a new direction for the transformation of super soldier serum. Therefore, during the period of perfecting the theory, George's assistance was not needed, so George, who was not going to intervene in World War II, would enter the next world after thinking about it. After George dealt with various things in the real world, that is, the Marvel world, he told Alice that he was going to retreat, left an avatar to receive the message, and then checked the weapon and teleported into the room of requests. Playing with a palm-sized badge with eyes, George walked to the middle of the magic circle. A flash of light appeared, and George appeared again outside a castle. The reason why George wanted to enter a new world was that there was something in this world that attracted George. Looking at the ancient castle not far away, George had a rough guess about where he appeared. It was just because the location of each teleportation was not far from the plot. When George came to the gate and saw the doorplate of Lord Croft's mansion written on it, he knew that he had not found the wrong place. The world of Tomb Raider mainly tells the protagonist Lara Croft, who is a legendary archaeologist. She is not only proficient in archaeology, but also proficient in various martial arts, fighting, firearms use and driving, escape techniques, etc. Her father was also a legendary archaeologist and a British nobleman, but unfortunately he died and left Lara with a fortune of hundreds of millions. In the secret room of her home, Lara found a watch that her father brought out of an ancient tomb 20 years ago, and this watch was indeed a key to open the secret. It turns out that according to ancient legend, the 9 stars in a row are the opportunity to open the door of time. As long as you master the artifact that controls the door of time, you can gain powerful magic power, thereby reversing time and space and changing the past. And this artifact is real. During the last 9 stars in a row, a meteorite fell from the sky. People melted the metal in the meteorite into this artifact and named it the Aura Triangle. As a result, a group of followers who called themselves Aura Believers were born. They gained powerful time magic power and built a city in the pit where the meteorite fell to worship the Aura Triangle. But the good times did not last long. Due to the abuse of time magic power, the city was accidentally razed to the ground. In order to prevent the later generations from repeating the same mistakes, the surviving followers of the Aura divide the Aura Triangle into 2 parts and hide them in 2 inconspicuous corners of the world. Thousands of years later, the 9 stars conjunction finally arrived. An organization called the Illuminati was eager to obtain the Aura Triangle, but they have not yet obtained the keys to open the 2 secrets. As the person in charge of the Aura Triangle project, Mr. Powell was under strong pressure from the elders to find the whereabouts of the key within a week and complete the Aura Triangle before the 9 stars conjunction was completely completed. When the 9 stars conjunction entered the first stage, the clock began to make a sound. Seeing that the eyes were marked on it, Laura realized that it was not simple, because her father once mentioned that there was a triangle with the mark of Tangshan Eye, and the person who found it would gain infinite power. So Laura met Powell through the introduction of her father's friend. Powell, who saw the clock, suppressed his excitement and claimed that he had never seen it, but that night the Illuminati attacked Laura's castle and successfully seized the clock. Then Laura learned the truth from the clues left by her father, and the information left by Laura's father also asked Laura to find the Aura Triangle and destroy it. Then it was the story of Laura going through a series of adventures, defeating the bad guys and finally fulfilling her father's last wish. Although he knew where the key was, George could not directly use the flying spell to summon the item, because it was hidden in a large clock and sealed in a wooden box. Moreover, George thought that getting the key directly from Laura with the flying spell was stealing. Although George didn't mind stealing dozens of tons of gold from the US government, he didn't want to get a key from a beautiful woman in this way. Besides, there are many opportunities, and eating black is a good choice. Monday, connect to the network and report the local time, George said to the watch on his hand while walking towards the woods in the distance. Although the watch on his hand can only play a small part as a subroutine of the artificial intelligence Monday, it can still be done by invading some networks. Master, the local time is now May 15th, 2001. Monday replied. Then we just need to wait patiently. After saying that, George went deep into the woods, took out the tent, mattress and picnic tools. He took out the recliner, found a comfortable position, and pointed to the side. The wine glass on the dining table automatically flew into George's hand. Then George released a trace of spirit, sensed the villa in the distance, and then began to enjoy the leisure time. In George's perception, George saw Laura find the clock from the sealed stairwell in the early morning, and with the help of her friends, she violently took out the key compass. It must be said that Laura now interprets what is called recklessness. Then Laura, who didn't understand the function of the compass, rode a motorcycle and rushed to the city of London at a high speed. Later, George withdrew his perception and knew the direction of the event. There was no need to pay attention to it all the time. The next night, it rained heavily. George also put away the camping equipment early before that and came to an intersection between the castle and the city to wait quietly. It was about 8 o'clock in the evening. 3 Ford cars sped past, and George, standing behind the tree, did not attract anyone's attention. In George's perception, these people got off the car from a distance and were led by a black man to quickly pass through the gate and enter Laura's manor. The seemingly open gate had actually been installed with advanced sensing devices by Laura. So these people were sensed by the computer the moment they entered, but the people in the manor had their own things to do, so they didn't notice that the manor had been invaded. Just after the bandits entered the castle's defense measures were automatically activated, and the alarm sound also attracted the attention of Laura, who was practicing her balance. At this time, Laura, who knew it was too late, directly used the rope to reach the chandelier on the roof. Who knew that, just as Laura stood up, 3 bandits broke the glass and landed from the roof, and one of them happened to meet Laura's eyes. The robbers raised their guns and shot, and Laura, who had expected it, jumped to the side, and the battle was about to break out. Laura, who had solved several enemies in the hall, also took the opportunity to run to the basement to take out her weapons. But what she didn't notice was that the robbers who attacked him were just to delay time. Their real target was the compass key on the first floor. So after Laura dealt with the gangsters in the basement, she came to the hall and found that the compass had been stolen. The black leader, who was leading the team, immediately led the surviving men to get into the car and retreat quickly after obtaining the compass. After getting in the car, the black captain immediately called his superior, Mr. Pims. The mission has been completed and the target has been achieved. Well, it's done very well. Then send it over now and be careful not to be followed. The boss will reward your team. Thank you, sir. Until the intersection where George was, the black leader was happy for successfully completing the mission. The gangsters who heard the conversation were still fantasizing about going back to collect the reward and did not notice the people who appeared on the roadside in front of them. George looked at the car coming from the rain and pinched his hands to make a spell. The space in front of the car was broken like glass, and when the driver of the first car found the situation in front, it was too late to step on the brakes. The cars following behind were also taken into the mirror space. George glanced at the direction of the manor in the distance, and then entered the mirror space. In the mirror space, the 2 cars were still driving as usual until George waved his hands and the 2 cars collided directly. George walked lightly to the 2 cars and kept locking the target with his mental power. Of course, he knew the exact location of the key. He took out a briefcase from the first car and took out the compass inside. George glanced at the black leader who was about to take the gun from his waist, and 2 bombs appeared in George's hand instantly. He threw one to each car, and before the bomb exploded, George walked out of the mirror space. As for the remnants after the explosion, they were naturally thrown into the mirror space. George felt that he was still very kind and gave the robbers a quick death. If George left the mirror space directly, then what awaited these mercenaries might be being trapped in the mirror space and starving to death. As for letting these people go, those who kill will be killed. Even George has such awareness. Ignoring the Illuminati who were still anxiously waiting for their men to return from their mission, George was already standing in a ruin in Cambodia early the next morning. This ruin was still easy to find because a unique jasmine flower grew here. Looking at the jasmine flowers in the distance, George released his perception and sensed that there was another space underground. With the teleportation, George was already standing on a wooden striker. Although he had the ability of night vision, George still waved his hand, and 4 shining points of light slowly rose, illuminating this underground space as bright as day. Only then did the entire underground space appear. This underground space was very large, supported by 4 pillars on all sides. On one side of the underground space was a high platform, on which sat a huge 8-armed stone statue, holding several giant weapons in its 8 hands, and holding a large glass vat filled with green water in its arms. There were also several small stone statues on both sides of the stone chamber. Under the stone chamber, there was also a large object with the same shape as the compass in George's hand. George controlled the giant sword to fly out of the 8-armed stone statue and then slowly inserted it into the slots arranged around the giant eye. The next step was to wait for the moment of the string to put the clock into the mechanism. Of course, the mechanism was not the one in the middle of the stone chamber floor, but the groove on the wall opposite the huge stone statue. Moreover, George found a sentence carved in ancient language under the groove. When iron returns to the embrace of stone, the wheel of heaven will turn, water will dissolve light, you will gain extraordinary power, but you will be cursed. Well, it turns out that touching the wrong thing will bring disaster to life and death. Fortunately, George already knew where the mechanism was, so he was no longer worried. The next step is to wait quietly for the time to come. On the Illuminati side, Powell and others who had already reacted naturally knew that the person who carried out the mission could no longer be contacted. But he just thought that Laura had taken it back. Knowing that there was no time to organize people to snatch the key from Laura, Orwell directly used all the energy of the Illuminati to closely monitor Laura's every move. Since it was not convenient to rob directly during the day, it would be the same to rob when Laura got half a triangle. On Laura's side, after losing the key, she did not know the seriousness of the matter at first. It was not until she saw a suicide note left by her father 20 years ago, which was handed over by a lawyer, that Laura understood the meaning of the key. Determined to fulfill her father's last wish, Laura would naturally not give up. After knowing the destination through the clues left by her father, she directly contacted her friends in the army and used the US military transport plane to send her to the destination. All this did not escape Powell's monitoring. While Laura called her friends for help, Powell had reorganized the personnel to take a special plane to Cambodia. Therefore, the two sides coincidentally met at the entrance of the temple, and Laura also found the existence of her ex-boyfriend among Powell's group. Powell's men wanted to shoot as soon as they saw Laura, and Laura immediately dodged and hid behind the boulder. Seeing this, Powell immediately shouted to his men, "Wait a minute, put down your guns. Put down your guns." Then he shouted to Laura, who was hiding behind the boulder, "Laura, let's cooperate. Although the key is in your hand, we have so many people, and you can't get the first piece of the aura triangle smoothly." Laura behind the boulder had already taken the double guns on her legs in her hands. After hearing Powell's words, she stood up from behind the boulder with confidence in her skills. After looking at the people pointing their guns at the underground, Laura said, "The key was taken away by the people you sent yesterday. Why are you pretending to be so hypocritical? It's bad. The people I sent didn't come back. There are also third-party people." Powell reacted immediately and said, "Quick, bring the explosives and use them to blow up the entrance." "Yes, sir." Immediately, an armed man took out the explosives from his backpack and stuffed them into the gap between the boulders at the entrance. Laura, who also reacted, did not stop Powell's actions, but said to her ex-boyfriend, "Alex West, are you here for a trip?" West replied, "No, I'm working. Aha, business comes first. Laura, we don't have to do this every time we meet, you know." At this moment, boom. The explosion sounded. Powell led his men in before the dust from the explosion had dispersed. Naturally, Laura would not lag behind at this time, and followed him into the tomb. When they arrived in the stone chamber, they were stunned by the scene inside. Thanks to book friend Deng Feej for his monthly ticket, and to book friends Diamond Man, 2022602080234742. Chapter 125 Time Storm. When everyone rushed into the tomb, they saw that the stone chamber was as bright as day. There was a bright spot in each of the four corners of the stone chamber. A tall, handsome blonde man in a well-dressed suit stood in the middle of the stone chamber. Laura, who was very talented in archaeology or adventure, had already discovered the extraordinary light. Although she didn't know what high-tech the other party was using, since Powell and his group were rushing in front, Laura naturally had to protect herself first. So Laura slowly retreated to a stone pillar at the door. Alex, who was always paying attention to Laura, saw his ex-girlfriend's actions and slowly retreated to another stone pillar out of trust in Laura. In fact, George already knew when these people gathered here. However, it was obvious that the mechanism here could attract George's attention more. Moreover, George also wanted to take this opportunity to deal with these tails, otherwise it would be annoying to keep following behind him. 2 minutes left, Master. Monday reminded through the headset in George's ear. Powell was more concerned about the key now, and the problem of the light was naturally ignored by him. Obviously, the disappearance of his men must be related to the man in the middle of the stone chamber. "Who are you? Hand over the clock." Powell pointed the pistol in his hand at George. As Powell raised his hand, his Illuminati thugs also raised their guns and pointed them at George in the middle of the stone chamber. "Mr. Powell, right, there is still 1 minute and 30 seconds. Please wait." After saying this, he didn't care about the guns pointed at him. Then he prepared to go to the mechanism opposite the stone statue to place the key, and Powell obviously chose a more direct method. Bang, bang, bang. Fire snakes burst out suddenly, and bullets whizzed towards George like a storm, and the whole stone chamber was filled with the smell of gunpowder. At the moment when everyone fired, George stretched out his right hand slightly and slowly opened it. In an instant, the space around George suddenly shook, like a ripple on the calm lake, and then the bullets in the sky were suspended in front of George, as if they were still. What? Oh my god. What the hell is that? Powell and his men opened their mouths wide when they saw this strange scene. You really make me angry. I just wanted to raise my bottom line and deal with you in a more peaceful way, George said to the stunned crowd. George's right hand swept through the air again, and the bullets in the sky slowly changed direction in the air with George's movements. Countless bullets were aimed at the direction they had just fired. Give it back to you. George looked at the group of people opposite and waved his right hand. At that moment, the group of Powell and his men who were shooting, before they came back to their senses in a series of changes, still had the surprised expression on their faces, and they felt as if they were hit hard by something. The next second, bang bang bang, Powell's men all lay on the ground, wailing constantly, and the blood flowing from their wounds instantly dyed the ground red. There were 3 people standing intact, Laura and her ex-boyfriend, and a curly-haired man wearing a flowered t-shirt of Powell. The reason why these 3 people stood was simple. They did not shoot at George, so they were naturally not hit by George. Powell was now lying on the ground with his hands covered. Under George's deliberate care, 2 bullets accurately hit one of his hands and one of his legs. "1 more minute, sir," Monday reported. "Look, Mr. Powell, this is the price of impatience." George looked at Powell lying on the ground and said. Then he looked at Laura again and said, "As for Miss Laura, please wait a moment. I will give you a gift later. I believe you will thank me." "Do you know me?" Laura asked. "I have heard of it. Lord Laura Crawford. Please wait with your ex-boyfriend." Laura saw that George not only called out her name accurately, but also knew her relationship with Alex. She became even more curious about George. Moreover, after seeing the means George used just now, she no longer had the intention to rob. "Don't be kidding. Are you going to die?" "There are 10 seconds left," Monday reported again. Next, George did not waste time. He first dispersed the mirror space and then put the key in his hand into the card slot. Click, click, click. There was a sound of mechanical gears turning, and the wooden striker above the stone chamber began to fall off the wall and sway back and forth. Powell, who was lying on the ground, looked over here without caring about the pain in his body. George, who had been prepared, had already made way. Maybe because of the long time, the wooden striker was still a little short of touching the glass jar held in the arms of the 8-armed stone statue. George just waved his hand, and the striker accurately hit the center of the large jar. The pressure instantly caused the water in the jar to spray out, and the empty glass jar emitted a dazzling light, accompanied by a strong wind that came from nowhere. "Pure light, fire, and water," Laura said subconsciously. Then everyone noticed that the scattered light originally emitted by the glass jar was miraculously concentrated on the large white glass on the ground. Then, a beam of light from the sky shone from the middle of the white glass. Except for George, everyone's eyes were hurt by the instantaneous light, and then they quickly turned their heads to avoid it and covered their eyes with their hands. 2 seconds later, the beam disappeared, the wind stopped, and everyone looked towards the middle of the ground. They saw that the original glass had disappeared, and countless mercury began to emerge from the holes left behind. What was magical was that the mercury began to float in the air against the rules, and half of the triangle of light emerged from the mercury and floated not far from the ground. George did not hesitate, but waved his hand gently, and half of the triangle of light flew into George's hand. As half of the triangle of light was taken away, the original mercury began to flow along the grooves of the ground to the surrounding stone statues. George, who knew what would happen, raised his hand, and the key on the wall in the distance returned to his hand again. "If I were you, I think I would leave here first," George said to the 3 people standing at the entrance. "Why?" Alex asked. "Curiosity kills the cat. Have you heard of it?" George put the clock and half of the triangle of light in his hand into the space. Then he walked outside without looking back. "Sir, wait for me. You should return the clock to me, right?" Laura asked. Alex and the remaining guys looked at the injured people, but they only set up Powell and ignored the others. Just when George and his friends left the stone chamber, all the stone statues in the stone chamber moved and then took steps to chase George and his friends. The wounded who were lying on the ground just now were not so lucky. They were killed directly by the weapons in the hands of the stone statues that caught up with them. Ah! Save me! Screams suddenly rang out. Laura and his friends heard the movement behind them, and when they looked back, they realized that the stone statues were holding weapons and starting to chase them. Run! George turned around and looked at the entrance of the stone chamber, then waved his hand, and a golden barrier appeared out of thin air to block the entrance. After George and his friends left the ruins and came to the outside world, the barrier in the stone chamber disappeared automatically. George had studied the stone statues in the stone chamber before, but these things were too fragile. Even an ordinary person could destroy the stone statues, so George didn't like the way the stone statues were made. Moreover, while waiting for time, George had considered taking out the hidden half of the aura triangle. But after thinking about it, George gave up. After all, the aura triangle was related to time. If there was a safe and reliable way to obtain the treasure, there was no need to take risks. This was also the reason why Laura and others were able to catch up with George. After walking a short distance further, George stopped and faced the few people. Okay, now I'll fulfill what I said to you just now, Laura. George said. What is it? Laura asked. The cause of your father's death, Laura. In fact, Mr. Powell and your father have a closer relationship. Of course, you can slowly communicate with him next. Also, your father died at Powell's hands in the end. George saw Powell's unbelievable eyes and continued. Laura, this news is the condition for exchanging the clock with you. As for you, Mr. Powell, I don't want your life. In principle, anyone who shoots me should die. George said to Powell again. Well, goodbye everyone. By the way, I warn you not to follow me again. I'm taking the aura triangle away. George turned around and left. Hey, wait a minute, who are you? Laura shouted behind George. A traveler. Don't worry, we should never meet again. George replied without looking back. As for the grudge between Laura and Powell, that was Laura's own business. George remembered that the second piece was hidden in the polar crater, which was also the destroyed city of the Aura believers. It was a forbidden place for all machines. After a short rest in Cambodia, George took a chartered plane to the outskirts of the polar region. Since the next road was a restricted area for machinery, George prepared to complete it by himself. Soon, George arrived at the ruins. But a huge ice wall blocked George's way. George gently placed his hand on the ice wall and then shook it quickly. Crack, the ice wall collapsed directly. George walked into the ruins across the broken ice. As he went deeper, the front began to become pitch black. Luminous fluorescent light flashed, and a light source floated around George, illuminating the road ahead again. George came to the secret storage and saw a strange and huge instrument in front of him, which seemed to be specially designed for the performance of the 9-star alignment. The unknown magical light was floating around the sphere representing the sun in the center. George knew that it was a time storm, a special celestial phenomenon produced in this place when the 9-star alignment occurred. According to the time reported on Monday, the 9-star alignment will be reached in half an hour. Perhaps frightened by George's means, this time Laura and the Illuminati did not come to stop him again. Time passed quickly. The moment the total solar eclipse of the 9 stars appeared, the instruments in the cave also started to work. George went directly to the sphere in the middle representing the sun, and found the keyhole with the eye of heaven at the bottom. After George found it, the moment he installed the clock, a suction came. George did not resist, and was directly sucked into it. After entering it, George seemed to be in the universe, without any sense of direction, suspended in it. But George noticed that there was still half of the spiritual triangle floating not far away from him, and then the moment George touched the half of the spiritual triangle, George felt a suction again. Then, George had come out of the sphere, holding the remaining half of the spiritual triangle in his hand. At this time, the 9 stars conjunction officially began. George took out the other half of the spiritual triangle, and took out the clock that had been used as a key, and then George threw the clock in his hand directly into the center of the time storm. The clock disintegrated instantly, and became tiny parts. George came to the bottom of the clock, and took out the mysterious light in the center. Then, just as George put the light sand into the center of the 2 aura triangles, the aura triangles instantly healed into one piece, and there was no trace of the broken pieces. Then, a wave of energy position fluctuations erupted from the entire aura triangle, and even George was forced to let go of the aura triangle and took a few steps back. With the impact of energy, George found himself being pulled into a certain world. On the top of the huge building with the Eye of Heaven painted on it, the aura triangle was suspended in it and emitted a dazzling light. George reached out to take the aura triangle, and the moment George touched the aura triangle, the chaos bead in his mind palpitated again. George, following his heart, instantly put the aura triangle into the chaotic space. Then, George appeared again where he was originally standing. Just as George was about to observe the changes in the chaos bead, the time storm in the distance seemed to be attracted by something, and a trace of energy began to connect to George's forehead. The moment George was touched by a trace of energy from the time and space storm, he lost his perception of the outside world. Maybe it was just a moment, maybe it was a long time later. George slowly opened his eyes, and the time storm in front of him had long disappeared. The 9-star simulation instrument in front of him was still rotating slowly, and there was no mysterious light around. Monday, how long have I been in this position? George asked. Instant, sir. Monday replied. Just a moment. It's incredible. In fact, George was also very scared at this time, because he was completely unprepared just now. This also reminded George himself that, although his strength was already good, he still couldn't let his guard down. After taking a look at the ruins that had returned to peace, George teleported out of the ruins directly. A cave in the polar region. After George set up multiple defense arrays in the cave, he sat cross-legged and then put his mind back on his sea of consciousness. The chaos orb was still slowly floating in the sea of consciousness as before, but the difference was that this time George could clearly see a small blue arc flashing inside the chaos orb. Then after George tried to enter the chaotic space to no avail, George's consciousness returned to himself and opened his eyes. This situation is not the first time it has happened. The last time was when he obtained the cosmic cube. At that time, there was also a situation where he could not enter the chaos orb. Then, George threw the teleportation array on the ground again. As the energy was input, the light flashed, and George had returned to the real world. In fact, there are still many secrets in that world, but as George said, curiosity kills the cat. Since no one came to stop George from obtaining the aura triangle, George would not take the initiative to disturb the peaceful lives of those people. There is also Pandora's box in the Tomb Raider plane. George said that he did not want to destroy the world, so that kind of thing would remain there, and that would be Laura's next story. Thanks to the book friend Southwest Tree for the monthly ticket. Thanks to the book friend who said that the refrigerator is not good for refrigeration. The book friend Thor 1999. The book friend 201703041241528001. The book friend has no name yet. And the book friend HUI for the recommendation ticket. Thank you all for your collection, subscription, and comments. I beg for collection, subscription, monthly ticket, and comment. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.